streets.
You understand what we're doing yet? More music too.
Jack boys, robbers,
shout to Dark Love,
cat burglars, cops, the knocks.
Shout to the whole OBH.
This is all the feds.
This joint is called Indictment.
DEA.
DJ Alamo.
Rico.
Talk to him.
DJ Alamo. If you got money, why you price it? I bought my first brick and I liked it. My niggas catch bodies for excitement. I'm just trying to duck the indictment. I live what I rap if I write it. Get robbed for your watch if I like it. I hit my first lick and I liked it. I'm just trying to duck the indictment. This a stick up, don't fight it. I caught my first body and I liked it. I see the money coming, I'm a psychic. My watch got struck by lightning. We partied that bitch that you wifing. My cousin not scheme, he a Viking. He pull on your block, start sniping. This bulldog hit like Tyson. The cops on the block, but we still trash. My nigga 14 and he deal crack. These niggas sneak this and they can kill that. Chopper in his face, nigga feel that. 100 grand cash, why I still rap? Cause one verse will bring you a meal back. I opened up a brick and that's real rap. The same spot, you can kill that. If you got money, why you price it? I bought my first brick and I liked it. My niggas catch bodies for excitement. I'm just trying to duck the indictment. I live what I rap if I write it. Get robbed for your watch if I like it. I hit my first lick and I liked it. I'm just trying to duck the indictment.
Letter boys lurking, I think my phone tap. You niggas wreck jerking, walk up on him, no rap. I'm out LA, chillin' with some gang members. Cops, hemmers, no pressure, they were never benders. Yeah, girl, that's my bitch, why you in our business? Lead Mars, cold killer, he don't leave no witness. I plead for forgiveness before this earth flooded. Indictment time, do your time, no words added. I let that SK shoot it sound like it stuttered. I started off with a stack, now my safe cluttered. Darien, Badlands, nigga with the butter. Or summertime, low shorts, fresh pair of butters. This is mud music, feel free to use it. My mom playing tricks, I'm trying not to lose it. 4 pound with a stick, I'm trying not to use it. But these pussies gon' make me do it.
If you got money, why you price it? I bought my first brick and I liked it. My niggas catch bodies for excitement. I'm just trying to duck the indictment. I live what I rap if I write it. Get robbed for your watch if I like it. I hit my first lick and I liked it. I'm just trying to duck the indictment.
Peace, peace, peace. Peace and paradise to all American Aborigines. Supreme Chief Holidays in the building. The truth is here. Hey, that was AR Ab featuring Dark Low. That comes off Mud Music 2. It's called Indictment. I just want to say for full disclaimer, if you can't relate, we're not the same. Hey, so I want to say peace and paradise to all the American Aborigines. Shout out to all the great ones tuned in. See some warriors already has entered the building. We got Rod Deep, first Aborigine in the building. I see Eagle Hawk Condor, Ariel Rollins, Star Child's in the building, Beast Mode, Aboriginal TV, Big Red. Peace to the guys, man. Hey, Aboriginal TV, A1, Ab Power gonna be coming through. to help prosecute this grand jury case today, y'all. But this is kind of like self-explanatory, y'all. And, you know, as usual, we're going to have to lay out the actual evidence of what all this fuckery that be going on and all this stuff, this actual, like, basic information that should be known. And if we're going to be, you know, really having, you know, conversation about the uplifting of our people, and then we're talking about history, then we're going to have to go into history and figure out what happened that made us fall economically and socially and politically and all these other things. So, peace to the tribe, man. Hold on a second. So we're gonna get some Trey Ali. We got the infamous Trey Ali, y'all. Before we get into this build, man, let some more people come up in here. We got Turtle Island. Shout out to Trey Ali. Let's get it.
We gon' die every day. Swear we gon' die every day. They say Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. We been here, lived here, open borders, got deported, fought for rights. Kidnapped, bitch slapped, blacked out, covered up, washed white. Drugged up, slugged up, beat bread, left for dead, fuck your life. It's all a plan, kill your man, take your land, slave your kids, rape your wife. Why y'all look so mad if all this shit I say is true? Why y'all look so mad if all this shit happened to you? White man quick to tell you was a slave, nothing before. But he himself only been free since 1840. On recording, I'm an ancient Egyptian from Atlantis, head straight for Canada, that's Israel. Nothing fake about me, no capping rapping, I just fed the ink and I'm digital. No caveman, I'm original. Kentucky fried, extra crispy, wear a lot of gold cause my family history. I'm the guy to know, I bring death to history. But we gon' die every day. They say Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. Swear we gon' die every day. They say Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. Power, only respect power. Respect power. What's been said can't be said no louder. Stand for something or you die a coward. They bombed our churches, set our kids on fire. Police keep erasing cause they backed up by the nation. Nation ain't complaining cause the Indians still hanging. Comanche, Sioux, Apache, ain't no history in blackness. No reason for that chatting if you bitch up when it's action. AR on my body, tell the bro to grab the shot. It loading up that new edition, finna hit him with this bobby. I can't shoot the shit, but 30 shouldn't miss. 54 races, 104 is click. Anytime in prison, they don't want the shit. They don't want the problems. Snitches get the stick. Talking all that hatred, end up running like a bitch. Quick to call the laws, quick to play the bitch. Swear we gon' die every day. They say Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. Swear we gon' die every day. They say Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day, cause we don't know where we came.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Trey Ali, man. Be look out for the Cowboys and Indians, man. It's return to Doc Holliday. Legends never die. Yeah, man, coming soon. That's the infamous Trey Ali. Turtle Island, man. You know, I just want to get right into this thing, man. You know, like I said, man, this is I figured, like, you know, when we talk about being woke, right? There should be criterias to being woke. You know what I'm saying? And that certain tricks and that have happened to us. I mean, a lot of times you hear Pan-Africans talk about COINTELPRO, right? And it's always interesting to me that they try to dance around all the COINTELPRO shit that they're doing while they're pointing it out. And so I want you guys to understand that those are military psychological tactics, okay? The reason why I get so frustrated a lot of times because a lot of these conversations have been had throughout the years with these guys, okay? And so a lot of times, like, listen to a parrot regurgitating some Zionist bullshit back and forth, while they're telling you that they are representing our people and they want for the best interest of our people. Then when you ask them, what are the plans? What can you show us a history of this? You know what I'm saying? What they do, they show you a history of indoctrination. They show you a history of capitulation. They show you a history of agents that they push up as these are the heroes, right? So we're gonna prove this, right? How this works or whatever. We're not gonna go back and forth. Keep going. I just want to get right into this video, and I'm gonna talk over it. We can stop it, rewind it, go back, because you're gonna hear some shit that you may not have heard before when it comes to African studies. Who is responsible for African studies? Okay, I don't want you to hear from because these guys, right? A lot of times when we talk, they don't want to hear from people that look like us, or even a master teacher. They don't want to hear from Dr. Ben. They don't want to hear from Dr. Ivan Van Sertima. They don't want to hear from Dr. John Henry Clark, right? They don't even want to hear from Professor James Small, who is their chief master teacher, okay? They don't want to hear from them. So what you're going to do, you're going to hear from somebody that you respect, okay? So we're going to play this video, y'all. And like I said, very interesting for nerds like me that when we talk about the things that have happened to our people in history, and a lot of people are still in this religion called Pan-Africanism, African studies and stuff like that or whatever. And a lot of people don't even know about Alex Haley's a part of this and stuff like that. It's like something that's said in passing, but it still affects our culture. Motherfuckers are still jumping brooms and all type of shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we're gonna get into this modernism of African studies now real quick. So I just want to get right into this thing, man. I don't want to play with y'all. We're talking about the grand jury hearing of Pan-Africans and you sellouts. Okay? We already broke down Darwinism and all this other stuff and how they infected science. Not that they create science. A lot of times you niggas say, oh, science is only for white people and being intelligent and talking smart is only for white people. You know what I'm saying? That's indoctrination right there, the finest. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we'll just get into the dude. Hey, we just go and push play whenever you're ready to go. And like I said, y'all, take notes. We're gonna break a lot of this stuff down, y'all. You're gonna hear some stuff. Like I said, if you haven't heard this before, hey, salute. If you heard stuff before, whatever, pass this on. This is very important. This is a must see. Okay, let's go. I want to say, fuck fair use. This is for educational and entertainment purposes only. Full disclosure.
From the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C.
Is that good enough for you niggas?
My name is Mary Lou Reeker, and I work at the Kluge Center at the Library of Congress's Office of Scholarly Programs, and I welcome you all today to one of a series of lectures that the Kluge Center sponsors. Today's talk is by Dr. Peter Kalani, and it's entitled Modernism, African Literature, and the CIA. I want to remind you, as usual, to turn off your cell phones, tell you that there will be questions at the end. And if you have any questions, you're asking them will be understood as permission for us to broadcast them via a live feed over the library's website. Obviously, I also want to thank the John W. Kluge family for its support of the Kluge Fellowships and the Kluge Center here at the Library of Congress. Remember to go to the library's website and sign up for our RSS feeds. And if you're looking for brochures that explain more about the Kluge Center, they're right up front here. And we have plenty more of those. If we run out, we'll run down the hall and get more for you. Dr. Peter Kalani is an associate professor of English at the University of Kentucky, where he teaches 20th century British and post-colonial literature. His first book, Cities of Affluence and Anger, A Literary Geography of Modern Englishness, was published in 2007 by the University of Virginia Press. His next book will be out later this summer and is entitled Commonwealth of Letters, British Literary Culture and the Emergence of a Post-Colonial Aesthetic. And it will be published by Oxford University Press as part of the Modernist Literature and Culture series. Now, today's presentation draws on work that he's doing for his next project concerning the Cold War era and decolonization. He's done most of the work for this here at the library over the last year, and we're very eager to hear what has come from the research that he's been doing here. During the Cold War era, particularly during the 1960s, the CIA was very active in funding African writers. Now, why would the CIA be particularly interested in the emerging literature of Africa? And why would a fiercely independent cohort of African writers be interested in receiving that funding? If you help me welcome Dr. Peter Kalani, I think we will learn at least some of the answers to those questions.
Okay, I want to thank Mary Lou and Carolyn and Travis and all the other people at the Kluge Center and of course the Kluge family that's helped fund the center. It's been a really great home for me this year, and I really appreciate not only the staff but the other scholars who have been there. I've had some really interesting conversations with some of my colleagues there, and it's I've learned a lot, and I've also thought in new ways about some of my own research. So the title of the talk today is Modernism, African Literature, and the CIA, with this question mark. It's sort of an odd triumvirate. And hopefully I'll raise a few questions, even if I don't provide that many answers. It's not widely discussed, even among scholars of African literature, that the CIA was the most active and influential patron of Anglophone African writing during the 1960s. Through its European affiliate, the Congress for Cultural Freedom, the CIA dispersed funds to many of Africa's emerging cultural institutions, although the real source of the funding was hidden from the recipients, and that's important to keep in mind. The first major international symposium on African literature, the Conference of African Writers of English Expression at Kampala's Makerere University in 1962, was sponsored by the Congress for Cultural Freedom. The CIA supplied programming for African radio with the Transcription Center, a London-based recording studio and clearinghouse for African cultural materials. Black Orpheus, the Nigerian Arts Review, and Transition, the slick cultural magazine started in Uganda, were both supported by CIA subventions. The Mbari Club in Nigeria, the Kemkemi Art Center in Kenya were also beneficiaries of CIA interest in African art and literature. By sponsoring these organizations, the CIA monies reached nearly all the Anglophone African intellectuals of the day. Chinua Achebe, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Wole Soyinka, Ezekiel, or now Eskia Mafalele, Christopher Okigbo, John Pepper Clark, and many others. Now, why would the CIA divert resources to support a whole generation of African intellectuals, many of whom were staunch critics of the United States and its allies? Scholars may never be able to answer that question definitively, the CIA being what it is. But their cultural patronage in Africa was part of a much larger scheme to court intellectuals the world over. As a number of historians and journalists have documented, the CIA used the Congress for Cultural Freedom, headquartered in Paris, to fund an enormously wide range of cultural institutions on every continent. African writers and intellectuals were merely one part of a vast global conspiracy and an extremely important part of Cold War maneuvering, as I shall argue in this presentation. Winning the favor of African intellectuals was deemed of vital significance in the geopolitical context of decolonization and the Cold War. US intelligence officers were fearful that decolonizing nations would drift toward the Soviet Union, and they believed that covert support for intellectuals in those regions might help limit communist influence. Surprisingly, CIA support for the arts came with relatively few strings attached, partly because the operation was covert and the money routed through various front organizations, partly because African intellectuals adamantly refused to have their political opinions dictated to them. Protecting the secrecy of the program often took priority over directing the political tenor of CIA-funded programs. As a result, the Congress for Cultural Freedom tended to sidestep political confrontations out of concern that they would alienate the very people they hoped to influence, or worse yet, that the cover would be blown on the program. At most, CIA hierarchy tried to be very selective about the type of intellectual it would bring into the fold, although it managed to support a number of writers who could be quite critical of the United States and its allies. So before talking in more detail about the types of projects that benefited from CIA support, I thought I'd introduce you to some of the key personalities and say a few words about some of the conferences and magazines that were affected by this program. Tom Braden, he's born in 1918 in Iowa. He enlists in the British Army for the Second World War before the US had entered the conflict. Allen Dulles in the late 1940s starts to recruit him to be one of his deputies at the CIA when it was founded. Braden is a self-described intellectual who was much more interested in the ideas being debated in the Cold War than in assassinations or even in gathering intelligence. And he led the psychological warfare initiatives in the early 1950s at the CIA. He left the CIA, at least officially and formally, in 1954. Now, in 1967, the cover for this Congress of Cultural Freedom, or Congress for Cultural Freedom, was blown, and he was working as a journalist at the time, and he wrote an article that went a long way to disclosing some of the aspects of this program, and it was called "I'm Glad the CIA is Immoral," in scare quotes, and that was published in the Saturday Evening Post on 20th of May, 1967. He's a very colorful character. He's probably best known for writing an autobiography called 8 is Enough about his family of 8 children, and it was turned into a somewhat successful television series in the 1970s. He also, and this picture comes from it, he went on to become a TV pundit. He was the brainchild of CNN's Crossfire, and he was the guy on the left, and Pat Buchanan for a long time was his sparring partner on the right. And this is an important thing to note. A lot of these CIA characters saw themselves as politically left of center, for whatever that's worth. rabidly anti-communist, but also rabidly anti-McCarthyite. They thought they could win the Cold War by having better ideas, not by suppressing free speech. This is a great sort of CIA power lunch, supposedly from where this photograph was taken. The guy in the center of it is Michael Josselson. He's born in Estonia in 1908. He was in Berlin in the 1920s. He came to the US in 1936. He served during World War II in the US military's psychological warfare division. And immediately at the end of the war, he became very active in intelligence services. He was known as a fixer, which means he could get anything done. If you wanted, bootleg liquor for a party, he was the guy to get it for you. If you wanted a passport fixed or to move somebody quietly from one zone to another, he was the guy to do it. He spoke 4 languages fluently, and he was very, very cultured. He was very interested in some of the literary figures that he worked with in the Congress for Cultural Freedom. He was the CIA's direct link at the Congress for Cultural Freedom. The guy in the right front is Melvin Lasky. He was born in the Bronx in 1920. He served in World War II as the official combat historian for the US 7th Army in France and Germany. In 1948, he starts an anti-communist magazine in Berlin called Der Monat. That's during the blockade of Berlin. Very involved. He went on to work for Encounter magazine, which I'll talk about in a minute. He also made, in the early 1960s, an important reconnaissance trip throughout English-speaking Africa. And he was one of the guys who's involved in this program who says, hey, we need to get more involved in Africa, which we'll talk about in just a moment. This is a picture from the first meeting in Germany in 1950 of the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Cultural diplomacy. It was revealed as a CIA front in 1967. So those are the main years of operation, 1950 to 1967. And what the Congress for Cultural Freedom did is they supported cultural programming of their own, but they also dispersed a lot of money to various cultural organizations, some of which I'll talk about in a moment. It's a CIA front. Now, the CIA got their money to the Congress for Cultural Freedom by establishing front organizations or dummy foundations. So the main one was called the Farfield Foundation. And this was a pure fabrication to other organizations. CIA, interestingly enough, also routed some of their money through very legitimate foundations like the Carnegie and Ford and Rockefeller foundations, right? These are some of the wealthiest and most prestigious foundations in the US. And the CIA used them to get money to places it wanted to go. The Congress for Cultural Freedom never hid the fact that it was anti-Soviet. Congress for Cultural
Hey, I don't know if this paused on y'all. Yeah. No, we having some technical difficulties. Yeah. Hey, we're just gonna talk about what so far what we've seen while we work on this tech difficulties, yo. Guess that's letting us know we need to break in. Hey, okay, so right now, right? So check it out, right? So I don't know, we got to pull up the clip. We played this before of Dr. Leonard Jeffries. Salute to the God, Dr. Leonard Jeffries. And he was talking about, right, how they got funded by the Carnegies. They gave them $500,000 for roots. And $500,000 at that time period was a lot of money, you know what I'm saying? And and also we went over the relationships and how they did it in the arts, right? Shout out to Irritated Genie. Was fighting the poltergeist when we played that or whatever, you know what I'm saying? This is just another angle of it and just another perspective too, y'all. Now, we're not saying that everything this brother is saying is right and exact. We're here to research the researchers. We're here to correct the Library of Congress. We're not here to kiss the Library of Congress ass, Smithsonian, or anybody. We are free thinking researchers. Okay? We go where the evidence points, not where your feelings point. Okay? Not where your narrative points. So we got to understand that the people that he's talking about are slick enough to employ him. Okay, the family that he's talking about, do I have to go into who these people are? Like, come on, that's I don't think if you care, then then you should do the research on the family that he's talking about that's funding him, feeding him, housing him, and shit like that or whatever. So obviously everybody has an agenda. Okay, so just understand that, and that's why we're here to set the record straight for one, but to shed light to our brothers and sisters who are still in the coffin, laying in the bed asleep. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they're not aware, and they're passing down. They're on automatic pilot, right? And a lot of them are free agents, and they don't know it. So we're gonna point this out, and if you just start thinking back, these time periods, right? Now, these guys, I like to say, right, a lot of pan-boo-boos, I like to go to certain time periods before this. And they love to pull up the Richard Allens and all these other people. We're going to address that, right? But I just think it's very interesting that they love to go with the narrative, right? Even the word spells that are given to them. They like to use the new words, right? So when they see, right, black somewhere and something that these guys wrote, like this guy right here, right, that's talking, they see African or they see slave or they just see a certain narrative that was basically given to them. Now, we're pulling their coattails of this. Hopefully, after this, whatever, right, guiding them. We're going to be trying these guys all week. We're going to be laying out, rolling out stuff all week, basically breaking down the crimes of the pan-boo-boos and all the other sellouts, right? Anybody that they bring up, we're going to go over their words. We're going to go over their videos. We're going to break shit down to basically show you if they're lining up with what these people are presenting. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta look into that, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So peace to the tribe, y'all.
He's a South African expatriate. In 1959, he publishes Down Second Avenue, an autobiographical book with Faber and Faber, a very well-known British publisher. It's T.S. Eliot's publisher. And this establishes him as one of the preeminent English language African intellectuals of the period. He's recruited to be the Congress for Cultural Freedom's Africa chief in the early 1960s. And he is the person who comes up with the idea for the African Writers Conference in 1962. Okay, he probably didn't know, for what it's worth, about CIA funding. Steven Spender, he probably didn't know either. There's only a very few people who actually knew about CIA funding. Okay, some of you who are familiar with African literature may have heard of this, the 1962 African Writers of English Expression Conference. This is by far and away the biggest international conference. It's really the first conference of African writing in English, and anybody that you're likely to have heard of from that early 1960s generation was there. Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, Mfalele himself was there, Christopher Akigbo, who I'm going to talk about a little bit, Achebe, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, and Rajat Nyoji, who's the editor of Transition Magazine, which I'll also talk a little bit. The Congress is pretty well known because Ngugi wa Thiong'o is carrying the manuscript of his first novel, Weep Not Child, in his suitcase, and he shows up after the conference proceedings at Achebe's door, and he says, "Here, read this." Achebe reads it on the spot and offers him a contract, and that's how Ngugi becomes part of the African Writers series in the early 1960s. Black Orpheus magazine. It's launched in 1957 by a German expatriate working in Nigeria. His name's Uli Bayer. It's important to note that in 1957, when the magazine is launched, it's launched on a shoestring budget and there's no CIA funding involved. The CIA approaches Bayer in 1960 and says, "Hey, we like your magazine. We want to give you some money." Bayer says, "Okay, sounds like a good idea. What do I have to do?" They say, "Nothing. Keep doing what you're doing. We like your magazine." It's important to note that Black Orpheus was totally apolitical. And it's a point to which I'll return in a little while. Transition magazine. This is a picture taken from the cover of Transition after its revival by Henry Louis Gates in the early 1990s, but it starts out in 1961
What?
on Rajat Nyoji's porch.
Hold on one second. Let's slow this down for a second.
Of Indian.
Let's slow this down for 1 second, right? Now, this thing was started, by these, obviously they're saying the 60s, right? And then Henry Louis Gates revitalizes in the 1990s. I think that's very interesting. He's kind of went over that, right? But he's talking about Dr. Henry Louis Gates Jr., aka Skip Gates, right? Barry Obama's boy. So y'all gotta understand that we not even got into this video game yet, right? But he's just kind of laying down some other stuff. But would this ones, if we think that Jet magazine, Ebony magazine, and any other so-called magazines that were putting out information to our people, but we think that these magazines were funded by outside sources. Of course, we know that the Carnegies, the Ford Foundation, all these other people, if they were the families that these people had, the CIA, the Anglo-Saxon societies, and so on and so forth, societies put forth, this is the source of their power, brothers and sisters. You understand what I'm saying? We got to kind of see specifically, we're going to reverse engineer this shit. We got to go specifically to the heart of where they got their power from. And a lot of it is the gatekeepers, right? Pan boo-boos and all other sellouts, right? And we talked about, shout out to the immortal Steve Coakley, you know what I'm saying? We talked about this. It's not rocket fucking science. This is super real. So if your talking points, if your lifestyle and things and stuff that you're teaching is aligned with so far what's going on, I mean, you're a free agent or you're an agent that knows. So at this point, it's not good enough to be wokish. You're asleep. It's not, it's no jumping brooms and all this root shit, bro. That shit is fake as fuck. And we're gonna get to that. But we got one of the lead prosecutor attorneys, Kobe, aka Aboriginal TV, has entered the building, y'all. Peace, Kobe. What it do, brother?
Mic check.
Oh, you bringing up? Are you good now?
I'm trying. Okay. What's good, G? What's going on with you?
Everything's good, man. We just applying pressure, man. Keep applying pressure. You already know. We're good with it.
So the CIA funded Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and all them niggas. That's what we get.
Well, we haven't got to that, right? You know, I love me some Dr. Ben, but Dr. Ben, as you know, if you do just any basic research, you know, he worked with UNESCO. That's the United Nations, and the United Nations is part of that, yo. So we can't front when we talk about the IMF, and I mean, the World Bank, you know, farmers, big pharma, like this list goes on and on and on. When we talk about the colonial powers that be, shout out to the god A1, Atansis one, aka Ahanu El. I like yo, like we just look up the word colonization. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to go too far from what's going on, and if you're attaching yourselves to that, you know what I'm saying? That's what it is. So we're talking about a colonized mindset, right? That only sees stuff the way the European, whatever specific European wanted you to see it. Whether you're a Spanish European, right? Mindset, thinking, right? And words matter. Maroon is brown in Spanish today, right now. We could pull up what is Spanish, what's brown in Spanish? Maroon. We're done. Like that talk is stupid. I don't like stupid. And then when somebody come in here and tell you like, we're gonna use what's the definition of the modern term, really? But when we're talking about history, that wasn't using those terms then. Paul Cuffey didn't call himself a fucking African American. He would have been like a proud, whatever the fuck his tribe was from over there. He would have stood on it. Salute to you. But you fake ass Africans, bro, we're gonna pull y'all coattail, man. And you niggas gonna keep teaching this bullshit. And we're gonna let you know that you are agents. Period. And this is the grand jury indictment on you motherfuckers. That's what it is. You can respect it or check, and I really don't give a fuck what y'all think, bro. At this point, because at this point, man, you are doing a disservice to our people when you're in the way. Period. Kobe, what you got to say about that, brother?
Yeah, man. I think a good example of that was just when we was talking a lot more earlier, man. I was trying to get understand that a lot of the problem that our people are having is the fact that y'all actually believe this bullshit ass story that they gave you. And so you trying to build a foundation on a story of something that didn't even happen to you. You know what I'm saying? So I think we got to, like you doing right now, we got to just continue to correct these people who continue to perpetuate this frequency. And I mean, we already know everybody ain't going to be able to understand this information. And a lot of people don't want to understand. So we got to let them be who they going to be and call them out who they is. I got that.
Hey, man, that's a fact, man. We're going to get back to this video, y'all, but this is very interesting, y'all. It gets very interesting because, like I said, you know, we know that even though these guys are trying to go to the late 1700s, right, and it's just so crazy, and they try to apply 20th century terms into the 18th century time period and stuff, and I just think that's crazy. Then they just go with the narrative that we was here. Even when they see native in some of the stuff, the talking points, they even come from the Paul Cuffeys in, right? Like they're Native American and African American, right? They have mixed Paul Cuffey up. Like he's an African American and a Native American. I'm like, yo, they didn't have Native Americans during that time period, called Paul Cuffey, right? And they didn't have Native Americans during that time period, right? So Native Americans didn't exist. It's a thing. This is a late 20th century invention by the Pleckers and all other people, bro. So these people understand that there is a nefarious plot against our people, but they continue to push the CIA's agenda. So let's get back to this, yo. This is very important. There's a lot of information, y'all. And some of these African guys, they don't tell us about these guys because a lot of times we say, well, where are the Africans that are in the Pan-African community? Well, here's some of them right here. So let's get to it. Let's go. Oh, by the way, you're welcome.
Indian family, Indian origin. He's a very interesting guy. He's imprisoned by Obote in 1968, and after a period in detention, comes out, leaves Uganda, ends up in the United States, gives up the editorship of Transition, and most people say he never really recovered from that experience in prison. It's very much Transition, a modernist little magazine along the lines of Encounter. There's lots of original poetry, which I'll talk about a little bit today, but there's also current affairs and coverage of political events. Before I move on to talk about Wole Soyinka, it's important to remember that Transition magazine is also not funded by CIA at the inception or the Congress for Cultural Freedom. It's only about a year and a half after the start of the magazine that the Congress for Cultural Freedom approaches Nyoji and says the same thing they said to Bayer. Hey, we like your magazine. We want to give you some money. Wole Soyinka, he's the first African Nobel laureate in literature in 1986. He broke onto the scene in 1960 when he won a playwriting competition. And as a result of that, his play, A Dance of the Forest, was staged at the official Nigerian independence celebrations in 1960. That playwriting competition was run by Encounter magazine and the Congress for Cultural Freedom. When Soyinka goes to jail later on in the 1960s during the Nigerian Civil War, it's the Congress for Cultural Freedom that helps pay for his lawyers and leads the international outcry to try to get him released from jail. Last guy I'll mention here briefly, Christopher Okigbo, a Nigerian poet, often talked about as the most promising poet of his generation. He's on the left. You can see he was quite friendly with Achebe, who's pictured there in the middle. He is a poet who writes very much in the high modernist mode, which I'll talk about a little bit more as I continue. So those are some of the personalities and some of the institutions. Now, one of the most surprising things about the cultural organizations that the CIA funded through the Congress for Cultural Freedom is that they tended to be thoroughly non-political. In the few instances when these organizations started to address political questions, as in the case of transition, they took a stance of Cold War neutrality, arguing that newly independent African nations needed to be able to choose their own direction, free from interference from the US or the Soviets. When I first learned that the CIA had funded a number of artistic centers and literary magazines and writers' conferences in 1960s Africa, I assumed that this was part of some subtle effort to turn African intellectuals into apologists for US foreign policy. However, my archival research revealed that this was not at all the case. Even if the CIA had originally intended to operate this way, a number of factors prevented them from doing so. First, of course, was the importance of preserving the secrecy of the program, and this took priority over all other considerations. Any effort to pressure intellectuals into taking a stance on Cold War issues would threaten to blow the cover of the operation. So the secrecy of CIA funding was a double-edged sword. On one hand, it allowed the CIA to support writers who would never have agreed to accept CIA funding. On the other hand, the secrecy of the program severely limited the sort of influence that the CIA could possibly hope to exert. The other major factor that limited the CIA's political maneuvering was the skepticism and fierce independence of African intellectuals themselves. And this resonates with images that we have of Soyinka. Nobody is going to tell him what to do. CIA and nobody else. When African writers first heard that the funds supporting some of their organizations came from US foundations, they immediately asked if the CIA or some other governmental agency was behind the money. Of course, they were told no, and to prove it, their patrons gave them great latitude. In order to placate the intellectuals they hoped would accept their support, the CIA had to be extremely cautious about the sort of political demands it could place upon the people who were recipients of its funding. The result, as I will suggest in the remainder of my time, was very interesting. Rather than sponsoring cultural institutions that adopted a clear Cold War stance, the CIA funded organizations that were neutral and largely silent about political matters pertaining to the Cold War. The African cultural institutions funded by the CIA in the early 1960s usually operated on the art for art's sake model, keeping politics out of their operations. My working premise today is that the art for art's sake line, which is largely the doctrine of European modernism in the first half of the 20th century, provided a sort of common ground upon which African intellectuals and their CIA backers could agree to suspend their political differences. The philosophy of art for art's sake, or aesthetic autonomy, as it is sometimes called, was manifested in different ways during the European modernist period, roughly the first half of the 20th century. In music, we have the evolution of atonal symphonies by composers such as Schoenberg, Stravinsky, and Prokofiev, who were freeing music from the need to conform to conventions of harmony. In the visual arts, you have a variety of sculptors and painters who are challenging the idea that art had to be representational, thereby freeing the visual arts from the need to represent objects from the physical world. In literature, modernism made it fashionable to write without having words necessarily tied to literal or worldly meanings. Gertrude Stein, James Joyce, Samuel Beckett, Wallace Stevens are all well known for producing this type of literature, in which language could be freed from referring to something external or outside of itself. I will suggest that these aesthetic conventions were both used and transformed in the context of 1960s African literature. In particular, the idea that true art could not be bought, and that the artist needed to remain aloof from the world of politics and commerce, found a new lease on life during decolonization in the 1960s. In this version of modernism, the artist could be free to express him or herself by remaining independent of political or commercial interests. Now, I should add in passing that modernism is largely by default the aesthetic credo on the Western side of the Iron Curtain. Now, the reasons for this are complex, but it certainly wasn't because all Cold Warriors were admirers of T.S. Eliot or Igor Stravinsky or James Joyce, right? What happened is that the Soviets start condemning modernism as bourgeois and decadent. And if the Soviets condemn it, well, the US had better say, well, no, we defend these people and their right to free expression. So on the Western side of the Iron Curtain during the 1950s, modernism becomes a convenient symbol in the cultural world for aesthetic freedoms. Finally, I'd like to suggest that modernist aesthetic ideas, especially the art for art's sake model, were appealing to intellectuals in the decolonizing world because they were Cold War neutrals, unwilling to support either the US or the Soviets. A supposedly apolitical version of modernism was attractive to young African writers because it allowed them to style themselves as disinterested or as objective intellectuals who were not bought off by either side in the Cold War. So in the story that I'm telling here, the image that modernism sometimes like to project about itself, that the arts are autonomous, free from external considerations like commerce and politics, this aesthetic philosophy was almost tailor-made for intellectuals from non-aligned regions in the Cold War who like to affirm their independence and their neutrality in the Cold War. The logic of the non-aligned movement, when translated into aesthetic form, could be expressed, roughly speaking, as modernism. Three of the Congress for Cultural Freedom's favorites in Africa, Christopher Okigbo, Wole Soyinka, and Rajat Nyoji, all fit this basic profile. They were Cold War neutrals, anti-totalitarian in their politics, and very much admirers of high modernist European literature. It's a very curious combination born out of the strangeness, the convoluted logic of the Cold War. So now I want to turn to some of these programs that the Congress for Cultural Freedom funded in Africa. So first, the Makerere Conference in 1962. One of the reasons the conference is well known is that it deepened the divide between English language and French language African writers. Wole Soyinka, Christopher Okigbo, and other Anglophone writers were parodying negritude at the conference and saying, look at this farcical idea that all these French language writers have come up. That's one of the reasons why the conference is well known. One of the other reasons the conference is well known is it was the place where the whole language debate in African literature started. So is English just an imperialist language, Or is it something that African writers can use to reach an intercontinental, even international audience? Now, because these language debates were so polemical, much of the content of the conference has been relegated to the long forgotten footnotes of intellectual history. The transcripts of the conference show a strong preference for detachment, irony, and universality, somewhat surprisingly, as these standards worth developing in the literature of an independent Africa. To put it another way, the conference presenters argued that racial consciousness and political militancy are not appropriate literary messages. People have long forgotten that this is the way the conference proceeded. Two of the keynote speakers, Saunders Redding and Arthur Drayton, presented on African American and Caribbean literature, both arguing that Black writers from the Americas offered Africans good literary models because they did not confine themselves to racial themes. Saunders took James Baldwin, surprisingly, as his example, insisting that Baldwin goes beyond representations of racial conflict to present universalist messages. And this is a highly debatable interpretation of Baldwin as a universalist writer, but it's an interesting representation of him. Other presenters insisted that the best young African writers were already creating literature that transcends racial categories. And I'll quote from one discussion of the poetry from the Nigerian poet John Pepper Clark. And this is from the conference proceedings. Quote, "Here, in his poetry, is no gesture of political or historical protest, no advice, no statement even of the poet's color or its significance, but a faithful and beautifully controlled account of individual experience," end quote. Now, given that the conference took place at the height of the decolonization moment, and I should also add the height of the civil rights movement, really, in the United States, when politics were all important in sub-Saharan Africa, the conference's aesthetic standards seem like a protest, insisting that the best literature avoid excessive racial consciousness, instead striving for some kind of universalist messages. The presence of Christopher Akigbo, the flamboyant Nigerian poet, certainly added to the impression that the conference organizers had a deep attachment to modernist aesthetics. In one memorable moment during the conference, Akigbo pronounced, "I don't read my poetry to non-poets." He did consent, however, to share some of his verse with the Makere delegates. And here's a short lyric poem that we think Akigbo read to the audience. And this is on the handout that went around. "Suddenly becoming talkative like weaver birds summoned at offside of dream remembered between sleep and waking. I hang up my eggshells to you of Palm Grove, upon whose bamboo towers hang, drip with Yestrop wine, a tiger mask and nude spear. Queen of the damp half-light, I have had my cleansing, emigrant with airborne nose, the he-goat on heat," end quote. So written in the early 1960s, published in African Little magazines, recited at the most important meeting of Anglophone African writers. Given the context, it's difficult to imagine poetry more conspicuously and self-consciously modernist in idiom. It's a sonnet, I guess, and the meaning is at best obscure. This sort of poetry, deliberately difficult and willfully apolitical, was designed to provoke his audience, and Akigbo certainly had his detractors among his peers. And I'm also tempted to say that Akigbo is here engaged in a kind of playful game of one-upmanship with some of the other people at the conference. They're saying, hey, we need your poetry to be non-racial, non-political, universal. And he says here, I am taking the idea of detachment to a whole new level. The poet seems to liberate poetic language from the drudgery of prosaic meaning. Now, from the evidence, the Congress for Cultural Freedom were well satisfied with the conference and its proceedings. The meeting was discussed at great length throughout the network's affiliates, especially in Transition magazine. There were certainly no concerns that the content of the discussions had been insufficiently political. Now I want to turn for a few moments to talk about Black Orpheus and transition magazines. I'll get to this in a moment. This is on the flip side of your handout. As I mentioned, Black Orpheus is founded in 1957 by a German expatriate, Uli Bayer, with a grant from the Ministry of Education in Nigeria's western region. It was only in 1960, as Josselson and Spender were hoping to expand the Congress for Cultural Freedom's African base, that Bayer and the magazine joined the network. One of the most notable features of Black Orpheus was that it was a Black Atlantic journal operating during the height of the civil rights movement and decolonization, and yet it was fastidiously apolitical, as I've already mentioned. Wole Soyinka later described it, quote, Black Orpheus was literally non-political. It published poetry and plays, it reproduced artworks, the plastic arts, reported on performance arts. Its mission was to link the diaspora culturally with Africa without getting involved in politics, end quote. For the editors, this was partly a pragmatic decision. Avoiding politics in a divided, ethnically diverse, and rapidly changing West Africa allowed the journal to attract contributors and readers of all stripes from across the Black diaspora. Finding contributors and readers from across the diaspora was facilitated by sidestepping political differences and focusing exclusively on art. Now, Nyogi's magazine, Transition, was self-consciously modernist in a way that Black Orpheus was not. The title, as some of you may know, alludes to one of the legendary European little magazines of the interwar period. Nyogi's first literary contribution to the magazine, 71 equals 70 ton, appears near the beginning of the first issue. It's a short prose poem offering a condensed view of the type of literary ambitions Nyogi was then nursing. Quote, myriad existences forgotten, begins the piece, seemingly in mid-sentence. And this is the back of your handout. Over a tense past and a vocabulary future full of new cooked meanings, meaning, but nothing else, end quote. And it goes on from there. It's sometimes hard to read it without parodying it, but we can leave that for another time, I suppose. Now, the sputtering repetition of meaning in this opening line might make the knowing reader think of a Wallace Stevens poem or a Gertrude Stein piece, right? A rose is a rose is a rose, or something like that. Meaning here is self-identical. Any attempt to attach external reference to this vocabulary future would be futile. This sort of tautological wordplay represents an attempt to proclaim the autonomy of poetic language, that poetry can be released from the burden of meaning anything prosaic or literal. But such assertions of autonomy, I would argue, are heavily contextual. From this perspective, we might gloss Nyogi's lack of meaning as a direct reference to the tradition of modernist wordplay in its proper performance space, the little magazine. A few issues later, an article by Robbie Macaulay on literary periodicals claims that the little magazine, once the lifeblood of Euro-American modernist culture, was evolving and maturing in exciting new ways in decolonizing regions. Macaulay, who incidentally was a CIA officer, was editor of the Kenyan Review, the only sort of modernist, or one of the only modernist little magazines still operating in the US in the 1950s. And he was also a participant at McCary. The CIA flew him out there to participate in the McCary conference. So he writes this article in Transition that says, magazines like Transitions are the place where modernism is still thriving. And on the evidence of Nyogi's literary stuff, that would seem to be a valid claim. For Nyogi and Macaulay, the modernist magazine was the natural home of free expression. The liabilities of the little magazine, insecure funding, erratic publication schedules and distribution channels, and editorial sloppiness, which all plagued Transition in its early years, were more than offset by the strengths of the little magazine. Namely, its supposed independence from vested interests, making it exceptionally nimble and quick to recognize new talents, allowing Nyogi to take substantial risks that more established publications could not afford. So here there's a strong association between the the sort of little review, the little magazine that flourished during the modernist period, and the idea that, hey, we're intellectuals who are not bought off. We're not mouthpieces for any kind of vested interest, Cold War interests or otherwise. In writing about little magazines in Africa, the literary critic Eric Bolson says that Transition and Black Orpheus offer, quote, an alternative model of the global literary field, one that is not confined to the movement of minor literatures through Western-based capitals. Now, I think there's some evidence to support this claim, although CIA sponsorship of Transition and Black Orpheus encourages me to shy away from the conclusion that these magazines reached a global audience without the support or approbation of centers in the US or Western Europe. But neither do I find compelling the idea that the CIA was squarely in control of these far-flung projects, as the conspiracy theorists are wont to infer. The covert nature of the sponsorship made it almost impossible to dictate a party line, even if the CIA had wanted to do so. Rather, I think it's more plausible to suggest that Transition was able to reach or create a global audience because of external funding without then insisting that this patronage turn Transition into a mouthpiece for US propaganda. If there was a party line, it was drawn around aesthetic rather than ideological convictions. For a brief while, at least, the Congress for Cultural Freedom supported a number of periodicals in the modernist pattern, which was appealing to Africans precisely because it seemed to affirm the autonomy and to secure the neutrality of intellectual work. The form of the little modernist magazine, its willingness to experiment, its presumption of a like-minded audience, and even its haphazardness created the impression that Transition was a space free from orthodoxies and vested interests of any kind. So in my last couple of minutes, I'm going to try to draw a few conclusions from this. Beyond the mere scandal of CIA funding, which is always sort of interesting to read about, especially when it's supporting these, writers. God, where's the CIA funding now? Anyway, first, it's worth pointing out how interwar modernism, especially the idea of aesthetic autonomy, was requisitioned by African writers and inflected rather strongly by ideals of impartiality and detachment. Whatever modernism may have been in the 1920s, by the 1950s, non-communist intellectuals were prone to represent modernism as an aesthetic philosophy of critical disinterest and freedom from orthodoxy. The Cold War context helps explain why African intellectuals such as Nyoji, Okigbo, and Soyinka would enthusiastically attach themselves to the legacy of modernism, especially to the form of the little magazine, and also how modernism would become attached to and dependent upon the health of literary culture in the decolonizing world. Second, I'm here offering a revisionist account of post-colonial African writing, which has been so frequently read for its anti-colonial messages and for its various political engagements. Instead, I'd like to suggest that in the early 1960s, at least, aesthetic autonomy and apolitical writing were perhaps the most widely accepted literary models among young African intellectuals. Modernism's evolution in the middle decades of the century, during which time it became the dominant 20th century artistic movement taught in universities and conserved in museums globally, was affected by its use in cultural diplomacy programs during the Cold War. So the ability of modernism to seem as if it's autonomous and not paid by vested interests was, I want to suggest, crucially informed by this moment in the Cold War, when modernism may have become something that it wasn't necessarily in the 1920s. It's rewriting literary and cultural history of modernism from a Cold War perspective. Finally, it's evident that the revelation of CIA funding in 1967 carved out yet another of modernism's gravestones, providing a handy commemorative date for literary historians such as myself. Modernist literature has been declared dead many times and in many places, and I'm not here to lay modernism to rest once and for all in late 1960s sub-Saharan Africa. In Anglophone Africa, however, CIA funding of cultural institutions left a gap that would not be filled for several generations. The void was institutional. As money dried up, magazines and publishing houses went bust, and lavish international conferences became a thing of the past. But there was also a kind of aesthetic void, the damage caused by covertly funding writers who believed passionately in aesthetic autonomy was lasting, making the principles of detachment, disinterest, and impartiality seem like indefensible positions for African intellectuals in the 1970s. In the process, it also substantially widened the ideological distance between metropolitan and post-colonial intellectuals, a distance that seemed unbridgeable for several decades. Thank you very much.
We have about 10 minutes for questions, if you're willing.
I would be happy to field some questions if anybody has any.
I wish I could have asked him some questions. So, hey, we're gonna hear a few questions, y'all. And then I'm gonna put the link back in the chat room, man. Just want to hear this.
So good. I think they felt there were a couple things going on. The feeling in the CIA or some of the cultural officers that weren't necessarily working directly for the CIA, but were working for the Congress for Cultural Freedom, felt that the Présence Africaine crowd and the group associated with Senegal and its affiliates were too strong a position in the Francophone world. They also felt that they were too closely aligned with the Soviet position, which may not be accurate. It seems clear to me from reading Présence Africaine that they were as decidedly neutral in their Cold War politics as the folks in the Anglophone region. But that at least was the impression for the Congress for Cultural Freedom perspective. The Congress for Cultural Freedom also thought that they had a good wedge in the Anglophone regions. Namely, they exploited feelings of antagonism toward the outgoing British to create a kind of Anglophone or English language global intellectual community. They were very concerned that the Anglophone intellectuals like Soyinka be tapped into a global community of English speakers. And they thought they had a real vested interest, therefore, in promoting the use of the English language for intellectual endeavors in the continent. So those are two sort of preliminary reasons for why they targeted Anglophone regions especially. And I should point out that they were well positioned in other respects to exploit the Francophone connections. The Congress for Cultural Freedom was headquartered in Paris. A lot of its programs are happening in French and German. It wasn't exclusively a language question that prevented them from becoming more involved in Africa. It was largely the dominance of the Présence Africaine collective that dissuaded them from doing so. Yes.
Was this an all-male world, both the CIA side and the African writing side?
It was a very, very heavily male world. There were a few African women writers that were involved, but very few. There was a playwright, Efwa Sutherland, in Ghana, who was working in the 1950s, who was a very well-known writer at that point, who was invited to the Macquarie conference and couldn't attend because of prior considerations. And I'm not sure what sort of effect it may have had on her career, because that conference was it's just the moment when African writing in English is effectively born. Her absence from that conference must have had an effect on her career. The CIA types who are involved in this they're all men. And I suspect that they were better at recruiting men because of the the culture at the organization, not just the CIA, but especially at the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Yes.
What was the response of these writers when they determined where that funding was coming from?
Most were outraged. So Nyoji wrote a long piece in Transition when he found out about the scandal of CIA funding, saying, hey, I was duped, I was misused, I didn't know anything about it. And the most surprising thing, he said, is that they never asked me to do anything. They never asked me to change my position. So his reaction is telling for a couple reasons. One, he's outraged because he felt used. The other is he's immediately retreating to defend his integrity as an intellectual, right? I never made any compromises. I never said anything that I didn't fully believe. So that was one of the important lines of defense. Stephen Spender, the British poet that I talked about, who's the editor of Encounter, he worked on Encounter for, I don't know, about 10 years and was very involved with the Congress for Cultural Freedom. He said he had absolutely no idea, and he was adamant that he was in the dark about CIA funding. And he defended himself along exactly those same lines. He says, hey, I was doing things that I believed in. This was a chance to promote my version of culture, and I never made any kind of political compromises. I never did anything that I didn't feel totally comfortable doing. So there was a huge attempt to shore up the integrity. Wole Soyinka said something interesting years later, which is, he said, I wish we had just known that it was all CIA funded. We could have done so much with that money if the CIA had just been upfront about it. Because what happens is when the cover is blown, that's it. The funding disappeared. The CIA steps in and gets the Ford Foundation, I believe, to provide a sort of stopgap funding for the Congress for Cultural Freedom for 2 years. But after those 2 years are up, the funding goes the way of the dinosaur. And that was Soyinka's attitude.
How was the cover blown?
It was blown, and there are some good historians and journalists who've written. I should mention Francis Stoner Saunders wrote a book. It's called Who Paid the Piper in the British version. I can't remember what the US version of the book is called, but it's a long book documenting it. There were some very enterprising investigative journalists working on a magazine called Ramparts who tracked down several leads. It turned out that, the African stuff was a very small part of the CIA's overall cultural programming. Involved with this program, they infiltrated unions in the US, they infiltrated the National Student Association, and that was one of the biggest scandals, was their infiltration of the NSA. And as I said, it was some investigative journalists who figured this out. Yes?
I was on the faculty at the University of Ife with both Udi Bahia and Wole Soyinka.
No
And
kidding.
I find this very interesting because I didn't know anything about this at all. But is there any evidence that the CIA used Soyinka in any way? Because his reputation is very anti-Nigerian.
Anti-totalitarian, right? So based on what I have seen no evidence that the CIA used Soyinka for anything. Perhaps the only thing that they collected from these writers really was bits and pieces of information, but I don't think the CIA actually did anything with that information, to be honest. They were often used as hosts. So when CIA agents came to Africa under some cover, they would go out for drinks with Bayer or Soyinka under the cover of being what I would call cultural diplomats. So the CIA often placed people in magazines, and that was their cover. So if Wole Soyinka went out for drinks with a CIA agent when he was touring around Nigeria, Soyinka had absolutely no idea. So there's very little evidence that I have been able to uncover that the CIA used people like Soyinka for operations, let's say. But it's also clear that Soyinka's anti-totalitarian politics fit very comfortably with the CIA's overall objectives.
Peter, maybe we have time for one more question.
You pick.
I can pick.
Oh, there's like 6 hands up. Otherwise, I seem like the bad guy.
So, since
I'll be fast. How about that?
This is quick. I was wondering if, based on the research, people are looking to say that French post-colonial literature and Portuguese post-colonial literature later on remain outside this CIA.
So far as I know, yes, largely outside this influence. And it's important that the African operations was really started in 1959, 1960. That's when they got interested in Africa. Interestingly enough, the Congress for Cultural Freedom tried to be really involved in India, and they just never made any headway. The Indian intellectuals were like, this is a CIA front, forget it. We have nothing to do with it. They had much more success. They probably learned some things about their failure in India, and they had much more success in sub-Saharan Africa. But there is no evidence that I have uncovered that they had much influence at all in the Francophone or Lusophone regions. And
I'm just curious to know your opinion as to how sophisticated the CIA's understanding and analysis of what they were doing actually was. I know that there were experiments in East Germany to hire or recruit ordinary factory workers to write literature and so forth. And the output was always a complete disaster, and no one took it seriously. And so, is there evidence that they learned from the mistakes of their opponents in the Cold War? Did they see modernism as a kind of bulwark against things like Soviet realism?
Very much so.
There's actually sort of white papers or some kind of discussion within the CIA that
Now, a lot of that stuff has not come out into the public domain, so a lot of it is speculation. Part of it is that the US as a whole and the CIA in particular certainly saw modernism as a bulwark against communism. And again, the idea that modernism is somehow autonomous, that it's a place that's anti-orthodoxy, and that the people who produce modernism can't be bought off. That is very different than the Soviet cultural diplomacy programs, which I should add, the CIA was trying to emulate. The CIA thought that the US was losing the diplomacy war, especially in the arts. And that's why they came up with this Congress for Cultural Freedom in the first place. So that's the first thing that I would say about that. The second thing is that there was very, very loose oversight at the CIA. Tom Braden and Michael Josselson were given a pot of money and given very great latitude about what they wanted to do with it. And as I was talking about this project a little bit with my spouse, she said, I reckon they just like going to cocktail parties with writers. And it's sort of a facetious comment, but it's very true to the culture of the CIA during this period. All these guys, if they're from Europe, are very much educated in the elite cultural tradition. In the US, they're all Dartmouth, Harvard, Yale, Yale especially. And they were absolutely fascinated with the world of high culture. And they did everything that they could to attach themselves to it and to patronize it. So there are, I would argue, at least a couple reasons why they were interested in modernism. Abstract expressionism becomes, in painting, becomes the de facto advertisement for the US protecting modernism, right? And the bonus is it's produced by US artists first and foremost, right? So Europe after World War II is exhausted. They have no business preserving and promoting modernism. So, we'll take over that responsibility here in the US. And abstract expressionism. George Kennan, who's involved in writing the policy of containment. I believe he was on the board of the Museum of Modern Art, and he was very involved there in promoting abstract expressionism in the 1950s. This was seen as a crucial part of Cold War policy.
Thank you, Peter. You brought us a wonderful presentation, and there's lots more questions.
This has been a presentation of the Library of Congress. Visit us at loc.gov.
All right, so let me put the link back in the chat room, y'all. Yeah, talk about this because I got to get into some shit. You know, just kind of bring it all full circle, y'all. There's so much going on. You know, um, when they pushing it's interesting. It's always like we don't follow the brothers and sisters on the continent of so-called Africa. They kind of follow our lead. You know what I'm saying? And so it was interesting. Then is always pointing out that languages, we say words matter, right? Language is definitely how they can enslave you. You know what I'm saying? They can come to you and enslave you. But a lot of times, they will pluck certain people, educate them in either Americas, right? Or Europe, right? Bring you back there. And put them up as puppet leaders and things like that. So we know the history of what has happened. So even when some of these guys point stuff out and stuff and try to do better for their people, we understand the powers that be, Big Pharma and the rest of them, that all the assassinations that has happened to from Mugabe to, you know what I'm saying, Mwimba. I mean, it's just so many, man. Like we can go down the line. So when they see us standing up, right, they stand up. You know what I'm saying? If they see us on the fuckery, talking about this whole transatlantic slave bullshit and all this African diaspora and African company names and all this dumbass shit, right? That they'll do the shit. You know what I'm saying? So then they turn around and then start teaching that and pushing that stuff to their people. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever, man. And it always goes through religion. You know what I'm saying? And so we got to understand that. And so if I could teach you the language and the religion, I can colonize you through that. And so that's what they have done, not only in Africa, but they did it here in America first before they could even get the power to go into Africa, dog. So I just think it's always disingenuous of these guys. Oh, so all this African stuff is similar. Why? We got more. Why you got to say it come from there? When we even talking about foods, you need food to live. So we got the guy, Zoe Hustles in the building. Peace of the guy, brother.
Peace, God, peace, God. Yeah, man, that cupcake was on some weird shit. And he would try to go into the truth, but find himself going there and then a turn a little bit, then go left quick. I was like catching a lot of shit he was avoiding saying. You know, one of the brothers in the back had mentioned the author. I was like, nah, he's not gonna mention the authors, you know what I'm saying? Because he wants to shine for his own little build and release. He was all feeling that shit like it was really, really 100% true, you know.
Well, I mean, so when we talk about the Carnegies and the DuPonts and these different families, right, that funded the Ford Foundation, things of that nature that funded education. Well, matter of fact, they still fund right now today PBS. Oh, your children, you, us, everybody, we've been on PBS for a while, and the funding of our children's minds starts young, before it's preschool. So kind of speak on that, Joe.
That's where we're like the programming with books and information was one of the biggest. I would say that was the biggest enslavement of our people, period, because we already had private schooling going on with our own kids, and we already had colleges and all this going on. Now, basically, I would say colonizing these motherfuckers to learn our methods of form of education and stuff, being here in America, and we still had our private schools and stuff like that. We fucked up by letting them in on too much of our shit. We should have kept quiet. A lot of our true common law information, a lot of our literatures and stuff like that, we let them get heads in, and a lot of the foreign color motherfuckers help them get hands in. And that's where we really fucked up because we trusted motherfuckers the same color. So going into the Brighton books coming from New Britain, I wouldn't say Great Britain, I would say New Britain because that's the new place that the pale face is in control of. But those books from 1930 coming back, all of those books being printed over there that's not, authentic to America, that was a program. So that really was like that was the new enslavement. That's why I was saying that the Cold War is still happening because in army and military, when you in certain branches of those military uniforms, you go through almost a MK Ultra programming in order to fit the positions they need you to work
Facts.
in. Yeah. I
Just
was
for
married to
clarity, right?
my
Just for
ex-wife is the commander right now, bro. I
damn
had to
it.
break it off and divorce her because I couldn't continue in that fraud being on truth. You know what I'm saying? Like the love and all that. And, you know, I love her forever because you know she got my kids. But me becoming the God and being on truth, the Most
Huh?
High kept drawing me away from her. Kept drawing me away from her, bro. So I just had to cut it off because I realized even being around people that stabbing her in their back, smiling in my face, and I'm like, that's my wife. You know, I just realized it was all a MK Ultra. They teach the military people, and after becoming an officer, they teach them about this silencing in their system to where you see no evil, hear no evil, pretty much. You see your best friend cheating with a woman, you have no right to speak on it. You'll get in trouble on that shit. So it got to a point to where they started programming the officers and up in all the branches to damn near think job first, family second. That's an MK Ultra.
Damn it, son. I mean,
That's an
yo,
MK Ultra.
son.
Am I right or wrong though? If you're being taught to not to love your duty more than your kids and your spouse, man,
You're off your kids and your spouse for the duty, absolutely,
you
because that's
offer
where they
duty,
trained you actually to. That's a goddamn fact, brother.
man, bro. And listen,
Shit,
my man, listen. You know, and
you
I ain't gonna
laying
even
down
mention
with
the
a
real name, but
MK
listen, if
Ultra
people
nigga, huh?
listen, my brother, I'm gonna mention one name on him. If people are older than 45 and up and been in the military, they'll know this name. My nigga Crocodile. He designed the new military uniforms with the digital look in that with the blue, gray, and green, and the green, forest green and brown with the digital squares. He designed that. His ex-wife was a commander. Man, he showed me some documents, man, where she was constantly trying to poison him, get off him, bro, because she was already going in, meeting in the White House and shit. And he designed this design that was worth multi-million because every country used that same pattern and design on their uniforms now. And his name is Crocodile. I ain't gonna never mention his name.
So since we're talking about military, right? We're talking about the CIA, and some people say, "Oh, the CIA was formed in 1940." Well, 1947, right? But what was it? So we know it transformed into different things. Like we know that, like say for instance, Planned Parenthood used to be the Eugenics Society. So what was the CIA before it was called the CIA? What was it called before that, brother?
The CIA was KKK. Shit, I mean that's the only thing I know them as. Before the CIA, it was KKK.
Well, military intelligence. So when we talk about Carver, yeah, we talk about Carver because you know we start going back a little bit further back. You know what I'm saying? We start talking Civil War time, stuff like that. So now we got the military engineers, military intelligence, right? So when we go fast forward to Alex Haley was naval intelligence.
Naval intelligence, yeah.
Naval intelligence is AKA CIA.
Yep.
Everybody, we're not okay. So now here's how this works specifically against our people, right? Now, something that we all kind of live through. If you are, 90s, you know what I'm saying? You lived through the 90s and stuff like that, or whatever, 80s and 90s. You remember the crack era and Ronald Reagan.
Man, listen, if they lived through the 90s, they would have felt the push of how you were so more influenced to do a little nothing of crime to make a lot of money.
I mean, yo, niggas was working for, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, you know how like back in the days when like, you know how like waitresses would get $2 an hour and plus tips? That was balling because the minimum wage was like $3 an hour. So you like, yo,
$3-4. If you was making $5 an hour, you was good, dog.
Nah, Money Grip, you wasn't good. You couldn't live on that. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm saying like for the workers, like when they made the managers was making $5 an hour, and they thought that they was the boss.
Yeah, that's terrible.
You see what I'm saying?
I mean,
I make $5.75. You do not make my money, so get back to work. Like, hold on, you make five? Damn, girl, I made that just
yo,
off a nickel bag.
but we we got Eagle Hawk Condo in the building. I know this brother is definitely Eagle Hawk. I got to say for full disclosure, right? You know, when you first said you was from DC, and then the way before we even heard your voice, the way you type, you had just so much information. You know what I'm saying? And for me, I'm like, yo, I love information, but a lot of times it's like we thought, man, you could have been a spook that sat by the door and giving us the information. So I don't want to know, what was your take? It's smooth to you, brother. What's your take on the lecture that you just seen with the guy looking like, we're gonna call him Pee Wee Herman, y'all. Salute to him though, man. He tried, but as Zoe pointed out, he can only say so much because remember the family is also one of those families that's funding him, so he can't only do so much and say so much, But then when he was answering the question, he was trying to be kind of candid right there. You see what I'm saying? So it's very tricky, y'all. We're gonna tell y'all the truth. So let's see what the brother Ego has to say. Peace, brother.
What's good? That was my first time seeing that. So what are you asking? What do I think about that?
Well, when we talk Carnegie's, for one of the families that was funded by the CIA, funded African Studies in California, which they gave $500,000 to fund Roots. So, which Roots we know is a plagiarized book, fictional book called The African. So that's the conversation we're on right now.
All that stuff is here. All that stuff you're talking about is headquartered here in DC. So if you live here, you experience that because they tested here first on the neighborhoods.
So you're talking about MK? Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Let's say I wanted to ask both of y'all. Would say also these cell phones are another style of MK Ultra too? When y'all think so?
Of course. Absolutely. Absolutely. MKO. I mean, bro, like, look, man. It went into different phases, different ones, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, the military intelligence, were the ones, and these people are the same people who funded the Tuskegee experiment. You know what I'm saying?
You want me to be detailed, that's what you want.
Nah. I mean, we going back and forth. We performing brain surgery over here. You dig what I'm saying? And this is the grand jury indictment of the pan boo boos and sellouts, right? So this is what it is. They can no longer teach motherfucking pan Africanism on our soil, bro, without being called out for their treason, bro. Like, we're not fucking Africans. Like, I'm not saying that people don't have mixed ancestries. That's beautiful. Embrace that, but stop putting all that off on everybody else based off of these Zionist books, talking points, and all this other shit. I just think it's time out for that, and it's breaking the law, international as well as American law, right? If you are pushing this in schools, on television, anyway, it's against the law, y'all. It's absolutely against the law. That's kind of what we got to get on their ass about. Absolutely, absolutely. It's called genocide. Period.
And
They're
terrorism.
erasing us on paper. Absolutely. And they've been doing that since they came here. The hell?
So I'll put it like this. When you talk about Howard University and you talk about the colonial colleges and you talk about the Boule, it's all related up to the present through the FBI, COINTEL, all of that. So like I said, if you grow up in DC, you see that firsthand. So that's how you learn about that. The Knights of Columbus, the Jesuit headquarters, the International Order of White Supremacy is here. So when I say that, it's literally like, so they have a think tank called the the Heritage Foundation. and
Mm-hmm.
they're openly for white nationalism and white supremacy. So those people walk the streets and they talk about what they do. So if you live here, you hear all types of crazy stuff. Half the people here work for the federal government. So
Now, that's peep game, y'all. DC is whatever percent us, right?
Janice.
it's two different worlds. It's the people who work for the federal government and the people who are not on that, and they're constantly
Hold,
and
hold on, right? But when you looked at the election, yo, it was 94% Joe Biden to 5%. Yeah, it was the biggest disparity and I've ever seen in elections. But
No, have y'all, did
I
y'all pay
thought that was kind
attention
of
to
crazy.
how every news channel had Trump stuck at 614 for like 2 days?
I mean, we're gonna definitely get into that. But something that Igor said, that how this is all tied back into today, right? So
Yeah.
one thing that Rob Bowen was gonna say, right, is that they were Pan Africans before the creation of the CIA, right, in the 1960s and all this other stuff. They're gonna say, oh, people was already talking about this. And they're gonna talk about Sylvester Williams. They're going to talk about Edward Wilmot Blyden, right? You know what I'm saying? They're going to talk about these people, right? Of course, but what they're not telling you is that those people were taught in a church by a Zionist, period. I'm not going to keep going back and forth with this. And they taught them these certain principles. And now, if you understand that those principles, if we could look at fast forward them, are working against our people. This is why we even got to argue about this. Now, I want to pull up something, right? I wanted to say this for Rob Warren, yeah, but I think it's very interesting, and I think it's very telling, right? Because once I said we're gonna get to the origin of this bullshit with these guys, because they like to tell you about the new story, but they don't
Hey,
never want to
Chief.
get into the actual story of it. Yeah, that's right.
Hey, Chief. After you done, I want to say something. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You got it right now. We're gonna pull up this
Man, listen,
real
I'm
fast.
in this motherfucking 1828 book, bro. They got everything in 1828 existing for Pan except Africa. They even got Pan American, bro, in 1828, but no Pan African. There's not even
I
look.
mean,
There's a
technically,
look. I'm
that's
finna
what.
name. Listen, I'm finna name. Look, this says it right here. I'm finna show it on the screen. Make my screen big. Fuck that. We printing the
Oh,
books out,
you want to
man.
share that, motherfucker?
Hell yeah. Let's share this motherfucker, man. We finna go to the book. You know how we do it. You know what I'm saying? Look at all of these pans. No African, right? So the word pan itself, it says all as in the pantheism of comprising or common to every as in Pan American, right? That's where they get it from. B, belief in the union of all members of a certain nationality, race, etc. Then it says, as in Pan Americanism. Once again, y'all see this? That should come from us. They stole it again. Pan Americanism, right? In sense, two, use with the hyphen as in the following words: Pan Asiatic, Pan European, Pan German, Pan Germanic, Pan Germanism, the Pan Islamic, Pan Islamicism, Pan Slavic, Pan Slavicism, and then it says Pan Teutonicism. So then we go down to Pan American, right? Look what this should say: the adjective of North, Central, and South America or their peoples, right? Then we go to Pan Americanism. It says a noun, a policy of political and economical cooperation, mutual cultural understanding, etc., among the Pan American nations. Pan American nations. Pan American Union. Let's go there. The official agency of the Organization of American States, OAS, through which the 21 member republics worked to further Pan Americanism. Before the Union, before United States, before all of that shit, it was American States, OAS. So niggas need to stop getting off of that pan shit, bro. Just that's why we keep the old book around, bro. Yo, can y'all hear me? Jay.
Yep, I can hear you. Yep,
Oh,
I can hear
okay.
you.
I was
So,
hoping that y'all give that definition, man. Like pan period comes out of America.
hey, I want to send a shout out to Unpack with Janice. Thank you, Empress, for the super chat. And I also want to send out a shout to Nicholas Fontenot. Thank you, brother, for the cash out. We definitely appreciate the support, man. You already know, man, support the real. We definitely appreciate y'all, man. So here's the thing, right? I want to pull up, Rob Bourne likes to love going back, love going in on the African Methodist Church, right? Methodist Episcopal, the AME Church, right? I don't even want to play with y'all. So I don't want to play with children, you know what I'm saying? And, we're here for the truth. We're not here to play, and we're not here to allow free agents or known people who are actually paid agents, right? Because as you know, I'm telling y'all, it's people that don't know. Some people don't know.
Want them free.
Nah, nigga, if you work for Jet Magazine, you don't know who's funding Jet Magazine. You don't understand that. You accept it. And at this point, these niggas, niggas going in for that bag. So they want those endowments, those Lilly endowments, right?
Can I get
the
a
Rose
bonus?
Holman. Yeah, every goddamn university is funded. Every magazine, every newspaper, every fucking institution in America, except for, guess what? Our institutions.
So,
okay.
Who did BET sell to?
Oh shit! He was already funded by the CIA. Bob Johnson. Him and Don Cornelius was ages. Nigga, hey man, why is y'all playing with us over here, bro? On God, and Sweet Baby Jesus, nigga, like the little one in the manger, nigga. Fuck is y'all talk about, man? Y'all better stop playing with us. And look, here's the problem that you're gonna always have. You always run into is because this thing called the truth, right? And see, we're gonna pull this up for y'all so y'all can see this with your own two eyes. So you're gonna say, Chief, you never show anything, right? So we're gonna talk about the Negro and Colored Convention, right? We're gonna pull this up. I think it's very interesting because they love to pull this up, don't they? So don't they, Ego? No, this is their main talking point, right? Right?
Hey man.
This convention, right?
Hey, no, hold on 1 second, Chief. Post the link back in the chat again real quick. Let's get King Maya BZE up here. You know what I'm saying? Like he got some things to say. Let's hear what he got to say since he's so intelligent and one of
the beast mode, man. Thank you for the cash out.
You can't disrespect no queen over here, homie. You ain't even got a wrench, bro.
No, ain't no disrespecting of the empresses over here. So you might as well.
Yeah.
Go ahead and kick him on out of here.
We got you. You know what I'm saying? Come on up here and express yourself, bro. You got something to say.
That's the only way. You ain't gonna be able to do it in the chat room. Get him up out of here. If you disrespecting the empresses, I don't see that, y'all. I can't see everything in the chat room. But shout out to everybody, man, tuned in. It's always love with us. You know what I'm saying? Hey, subscribe to Unpack with Janice John if you haven't subscribed to the sister channel. And I think she's gonna be coming through tomorrow. We're gonna be talking about land patents, y'all. Sis, I don't know if you can put the time in there. You're gonna be coming through, breaking down some of these land patents and things like that, man. And I'm pretty sure, it's still a part of the trial that's gonna be going on. This is the grand jury hearing of these pan boo-boos and sellouts, right? Now we got plenty of sellouts for you. Now, when the guy was talking, could you imagine? I started seeing people putting niggas names that fit the mold of what these guys was talking about. Every last one of them, whether they knew or didn't know, right? Sorry, there's just no getting around it. And in my world, right? It's just in my world. Either you're too incompetent to be around us, right? Because you're just dumb, right? Or you're a part of it. Either way,
you getting a check.
You gotta go. And that's just what it is. How can we trust you? Yeah, how can we trust you at this point, my G? You know what I'm saying? If James Baldwin's and all, we have broke these people down to the last compound. James Baldwin, these guys literally had William Styron, real lovers. Like it was like it's not even the Boehner Rustin ass niggas. You niggas line up with Boehner Rustin and William Baldwin and them, James Baldwin and them. There's no way. They have no say-so in nothing that me and are talking about over here. Okay. So I don't care what y'all talking about. If they came out the church, we understand that's exactly where they indoctrinate our people at. and they used it different. It was a masterful. It's working right now around the world. In Africa, as we speak, they going gung ho. They killing each other. Oh, you Christians, we Hebrews, we killing each other on they soil. They having civil wars over colonial identifications, y'all. Do you understand that right now these niggas don't want to go to Liberia? You want to know why? They don't want to get shot up. They always trying to go to Ghana. Why they didn't go to Liberia? Look, they don't even need passports to go to Liberia. So tell these people why they don't want to go to Liberia.
They go to
let me pull this up. Yo, y'all gonna learn today. You gonna fucking learn today. That's all I'm gonna tell you. You gonna learn. Y'all gonna learn today. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Peace to the God, Lieberstein is in the building. Y'all gonna learn today. Leave the guards alone. Let us build over here. If y'all ain't trying to help, y'all gonna get the fuck out of the way. We're gonna punish you. It's gonna be punishment. So I don't care what y'all talk about. Look at these niggas in the church right here. So, shit. Hey man, my bad. I'm sorry. So
I got you on that too, Libra.
Hey man, my bad. I just want to apologize for all this monkey blood all over the TV right now, y'all. So my bad, okay? But I'm just getting started. I just want you to know this is about to hurt their feelings, especially raw born, right? So don't never let him say this bullshit to me again. All right. So understand what I'm saying. This is the colored convention movement or Negro convention movement, right? See now, I just need to understand they're using these two words interchangeably, okay? So keep going. Was a series of national, right? Now I don't know about national because we're gonna read more into it, y'all. Young Phenom is back in the building. Hold on, I have a little delay right here.
Peace to the God, Ab TV.
Hold on, y'all. Hey, this is about to hurt their feelings. My bad, okay? That's all. That's all I'm saying. It's a series of national, regional, and state conventions held irregularly during the decades preceding, right? So decades preceding the following American Civil War, right? So it was held, they had conventions held irregularly during decades preceding and following the American Civil War. So that's before and after the American Civil War, okay? Right? So that's 1860s right here, right? The delegates who attended these conventions consisted of both free, The delegates who attended these conventions consisted of both free and fugitive African Americans. Now, remember, African Americans wasn't the term included in, so let's just take Africans off because we know they were Americans. Check, everybody, we cool on that? Okay, including religious, see how this is? Including religious leaders, businessmen, politicians, all one and the same, writers, right? Publishers, and abolitionists. I don't want to get into abolitionists right now, but it's very key when we just break that term down. Sometimes you just assume it's just about slavery, right? You just assume being an abolitionist is about slavery, right? But what to imagine is my people didn't give a fuck. We were shooting abolitionists. You heard? Understand that. So it's not about slavery. They're liars. You know they play a lot of word games, but I'm not about to get bogged down in fucking semantics. The conventions provided, check and quote, an organizational structure through which Black men could maintain a distinct Black leadership and pursue Black abolitionist goals, right? The minutes from these conventions show that antebellum, now that's Civil War time, right? Antebellum, African Americans saw justice beyond emancipation of their enslaved countrymen. Here it is. Minutes from these conventions show that antebellum African Americans saw justice beyond the emancipation of their enslaved countrymen. They also organized to discuss issues concerning labor, healthcare, temperaments, and educational equality. Educational equality. That sounds like integration to me. Although the conventions largely subsided following the Civil War, the colored conventions of the antebellum America are seen as the precursors to larger African American organizations. Check this out, including the Colored National Labor Union, the Niagara Movement, and the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Now, I hope I don't have to go and tell you guys who started the National Association of Advancement of Colored People, so I shouldn't have to go to the Niagara Movement or whatever, right? So let's just keep going, because you understand who's funding these organizations, okay? We understand who the founders of these organizations, okay? That's not being whatever, but they would, that's them, okay? In the early 19th century, national and local conventions involving a variety of political and social issues were pursued by increasing numbers of Americans. In 1830 and 1831, political parties held their first national nominating conventions. Historian Howard Bell noticed that the conventions movement grew out of a trend toward greater self-expression among African Americans and was largely fostered by appearances of newspapers such as the Freedom Journal, and was first suggested by Hezekiah Grice. Now, the reason why I'm saying Americans and the reason why they're putting Africans in here, right? Because in this time period, in 1830 and 1831, the only fucking Americans were our people, right? The French were proud French Americans, but they didn't even hyphen the shit, right? Irish Americans, German Americans, right? Don't fuck with me. Don't do it. Right? And it wasn't that many of them here. So, right? So it wasn't that many of these people here. So they were a stink group and they were happy. And they still spoke their language in 1830 and 1831. German was still being spoken. French was still being spoken. Spanish was still being spoken in America during 1830 and 1831. We wasn't speaking this motherfucking language in 1830 and 1830 fucking one. So whenever y'all born in pull up some fucking documents of motherfuckers speaking in this tight fucking language right here, they are fucking agents. Okay? They're lying. It's so fucking lie. I'm telling y'all, bro. I had to get on my motherfucking soapbox, nigga. It's about to get down. Hey, look, I'm just getting started. I promise I'm getting just started, right? I promise. This shit's getting crazy. And I'm gonna hurt y'all feelings because y'all, oh my God, I can't believe you niggas this goddamn slow. It said the first documented convention. Hey, check this out. Rob Bourne. The first documented convention was held at Mother Bethel. Hey, Mother Bethel, AME. Right? Well, guess what? It wasn't A, because church in Philadelphia in September 1830, right? Delegates to this convention discussed the prospect of immigrating to Canada to find refuge from the harsh fugitive slave laws and legal discrimination on which they lived, right? The first convention elected as president was y'all boy, Richard Allen, founder of the, check this out, y'all. This is about to get ugly. Monkey blood. Founder of the first African Methodist Episcopal Church, right? Episcopal, right? That AME, right? Right there. Y'all see that? Church, AME, the first independent black denomination in the United States. Y'all see this? The idea of buying land in Canada quickly gave way, addressing problems they face at such an education and labor rights, right? Philadelphia was the first hub of colored convention movement for several years before nearby cities such as New York, Albany, Pittsburgh also started hosting conventions. By the 1850s, conventions were extremely popular, and multiple national, state, and local conventions were held every year. Although a majority of these conventions,
I would say pause right there. Let's get this work, man. Let's get this work, man.
Click on African method. Click on that.
Hey, no, I was finna say turn my camera on.
I just wanted to pick this up because that church wasn't called. That church wasn't called that. It was called Negro Methodist Church.
Negro Methodist Church, NM or some shit, NMC or some shit. But
Right.
I'm gonna turn the camera on. Let's get this abolitionist out of the old book, and then it explains exactly why what you're saying is so true. These colored motherfuckers we had as servants over here, they became the abolitionists. So look, abolitionist, a noun, one who favors abolishing. Two, sometimes a one who favored the abolish of slavery in the United States, right? So then we go to abolition. It says about abolition. It says to utter destruction, annulment. Sometimes the abolishing of, it says the destruction, to give away with, to put an end to annul, right? So then I was looking below that and I said abomination. Watch what this says. Abomination is a noun, hatred and disgust. Number two, anything hateful and disgusting. So these motherfuckers got with the pale face and was trying to do all what you're saying. And then once they got working with them, all of the shit turned around because the pale face that was able to learn the law had colored motherfuckers to do their duties the same as today. We got Jesse Jackson doing the motherfucking white man duties. You see what I'm saying? So go ahead. I just wanted to point that out real quick with the abolishing and all of that shit, because that's in 1828 that shit was.
Well, what it was, they was abolishing our system, our economy.
Yep.
That's what they abolished.
They didn't want to be up under the contracts of servitude and shit.
And we didn't want to pay y'all taxes. And so that's what the whole Civil War was about, right? So I want to get back to this right here, right? I want to get to the origin of African Methodist Church, right? So can we click on that real fast? Yeah, I gotta read this. I'm not saying it. This is what they're saying. It was called Negro Methodist. Okay. I don't know. African Methodist. Just click on that. It's highlighted right there next to Richard Allen.
Predominantly African American Methodist denomination. It is the first independent Protestant denomination to be founded by Black people. It was founded by R.T.
No. I know what I'm gonna do. Let's pull up that letter. Let's pull up the actual first. Fuck all this. Let's, because they hiding it right here. Yeah, I don't want to play with y'all. I want to pull up the actual the actual one from 1850. Let's just do that. That way we ain't got to go back and forth. Yeah, let's just pull that one up. Let's do that. Because it's gonna take. We're gonna have to go through some other steps, and let's just go ahead and go to it. That way you can see what they said instead of saying what these guys. Because once again, you got to be careful. And this is what Raw Born and them are reading. They're reading Wikipedia. No, we're gonna pull up the actual documents for the first one. Hold on one second, y'all. Hey, somebody, y'all go ahead and take the floor. We got Dominic in the building. I'm gonna go ahead and find this letter, y'all, because hold on one second. Young Phenom, Zoe Hustle, Eagle Condor, and we got the CEO in the building. 2 a.m. is in the building. We are 2am.com. Wake up.
Peace to the gods, man. Yeah, man. Tear this shit up. What you got, Pops? App?
Peace to the gods. What's good?
Oh, shit, man. Up here chopping up some shit, man. Wu-Tanging.
What's good, brother?
Same shit, different color.
Sound like you're on the road, brother.
Yeah, man, I'm out here in these streets, you know,
okay,
shaking the move. Nice warm night.
It's better to be moving than sitting still. I try to tell people that's bad for the bones.
Yeah, harder to hit that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we was just chopping up this dude, this cupcake ass dude was on there. He was trying to spill some beans, but he was coveting. I'm gonna say he was coveting a whole bunch of language, and then he was going into some Jews, but then it turned left real fast. Like we had to just bring it on out.
Yeah, I think it's about time to put these niggas to bed, man. I mean, if you still holding on to that type of information, then you obviously got an agenda. You getting paid. You emotional. Something is keeping. You know what I'm saying? You attack this type of information with so much evidence to show otherwise. It's just, you know, I just gotta accept shit for what it is.
Or you being funded.
Yeah, man, get paid, man.
Yeah, man. You right, man. Cause it's like it's way too many videos. All the brothers, man, with the panels, they put out way too much bulletproof truth on the evidence, and for people to keep coming, it's like you either getting a check to do this shit, you know, working from home, or you just that damn stupid and you just a stubborn ass moron, you know.
You said they getting a working from home check.
Yeah, they get that motherfucker work from home check, you know, at $20 an hour, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, let me go ahead and fuck up the Aboriginals today.
Damn. 20 an hour, huh? That ain't bad.
All right. What's going on, y'all?
They pay the argument, they just pay the bonus.
What up, Dominic?
What's up, Dominic? All right, I got something that I would like for the panel to visit with myself, and I'm not refuting the information. I just have a pointer that I would like to address to the panel and to the chat, because I hear a lot of timelines being thrown out. I hear a lot of titles being thrown out, right? And so if we're going to deal with that, well, we just might as well just go ahead and kill that noise and just go ahead and put it all into play, right? Okay, is anybody familiar with the Wycliffe Bible of 1380? Is anyone familiar with the Wycliffe Bible, the late version in 1388? Is anybody familiar with the Trinidad Bible in 1526? The Cloverdale Bible of 1535, the Matthew Bible of 1537, the Great Bible White Church Bible, 1539, the Turnerville Bible of 1539, the Becky's Bible of 1551, Geneva's Bible of 1560, the Great Bishop Bible of 1568, and the Dewey Rams Bible of 1609.
Which one did you start with? The first one?
The first one, it was called the Wycliffe, that's Wyclif Bible. Early version, right? It's called the early version of 1380.
Are you familiar with the Sefer HaMitzvot?
Yes, I am.
Sefer HaMitzvot from 1189?
Yes.
Yeah, that's more of the original.
Correct.
Yeah.
But I'm just dealing with these top 11, right?
Right. I see where you're going.
Hey, Dominic. Hey, bro.
Yeah, I see where you're going. Go ahead.
Hold on, real quick, man. I would love to see these Bibles, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because you know these are to me, you know, have so much information because a lot of not only wars, but you know, just governments and things. All this stuff was based off of the stuff, and I think that we can kind of see the what was changed and stuff. So I would love to see these Bibles. What What language are these Bibles written in?
Well, see, that's that. Well, see, this goes back to the point. The point is that the first translation, vulgar, was used in canon law, translated by Henry Hargravens and John Purvey of the Wycliffe, right? And this was in, excuse me, this was in Latin. Okay. The next one was in English, or what they call the first English, Great Britain, Wycliffe Bible of latter version.
So just know that that's a Germanic language, okay? Old English.
Right.
Okay?
But that's just what it reads. I'm just reading it off to you.
I'm just deciphering it. I'm just deciphering for people. So just understand that. So Germany is a colonizer, correct? Colonizer.
It wasn't always called German.
Hold on, Dominic.
Of course,
old English. Hold on, it's a different with English.
Call that now.
This is where the old English is original to America. The Middle English, they call it ME. The Middle English is what they claim to be Germanic, and then the modern English is the commerce language, which is in English. But the English,
I can't wait till y'all see this right here, though.
Right.
Hey, Rob Bowen, this for you.
You get to the third Bible when you get into Dramatic or Grammatic. And from Grammatic, it says from Grammatic, or excuse me, it says the Lutheran Bible was translated from Germany, from Hebrew, right? Then it says to Greek, to Aramaic in 1534, and set aside the Apocrypha because it had not found Hebrew versions of this particular book or writings.
Are you talking about King James the fifth?
Yes. Now we have in play. What we have right now is what is better known as the Christian Crusades, right? Right. And this right. Watch this. Let me read this line to you. Right. Okay. So King James Version rejects Lutheran opinion about the Apocrypha, right? And his questionable books of the New Testament, however, because of anti-Catholics biasness in the U.S. after 1885, Americans published the King James Version of the Bible from Lutheran about the Apocrypha, not including the Apocrypha, right?
Okay.
Right?
Yep. But hey. Well, go ahead, bro. What you gonna say?
Okay, so what we have is we have a transfer of power, right? We have a transfer of power because the queen at the time, her name was Mary. You might know her better as Bloody Mary.
Yep. Okay. Hey, hold that thought, Bloody Mary, real fast.
All right.
Real fast. Hold that. So look, I want to get into this. So we get off on this first convention, right? This is the first convention right here. So we're just gonna get into this real quick. This is okay. It's the first National Negro Convention, right? Bella Gross, right? Journal of Negro History, volume 31, right? I want to read this first. I don't want people to just think I want them to know where this came from first. I don't want to go. I will come back to that.
Make it a little bit bigger if you can.
So it said the first National Negro Convention, right? It says the leaders of the free colored people of New York and Philadelphia vied with each other in calling the first National Convention, which was held in Philadelphia from September the 20th through the 24th, 1830. 40 delegates representing various Negro organizations of 7 states met, check this out, y'all, met in the historical, check this out, not Mother, but Bethel Methodist Church, right? Bethel Methodist Church. Right. They were, as Cromwell called them, quote, the 40 immortals of Valhalla. Now, Cromwell, that was Valhalla's, if you know what Valhalla is, that's some European Viking shit, right? That's their heaven. Okay,
Okay.
follow? All right. Many delegates risked their lives. Hey, can somebody mute, please? Many delegates risked their lives to attend because gangsters dogged their footsteps and mobs. Now, look, check this out. This is how this reads. Many delegates risked their lives to attend for gangsters dogged their footsteps and mobs were organized to break up the convention, right? Now, y'all hear this dumb shit? The convention first met in secret sessions for 5 days from September the 15th to the 20th and voted to hold open sessions come what may, right? Richard Allen, democratically chosen bishop of the Negro Methodist churches. I'm going to say this again, right? They democratically voted bishop of the Negro Methodist churches was elected president of the convention. Other leading figures were James Fortin, Reverend Samuel E. Cornish, Reverend Peter Williams, William Hamilton, Philip A. Bell, Hezekiah Grice, that guy earlier, J.W.C. Pennington, only to name a few of them who were among the leading abolitionists, right, of the day. They represented
abolition meaning destruction. Go ahead.
Right. They represented various Negro groups united to protect their rights and render aid to their unfortunate brethren driven into exile. The American Society of Free Persons of Color for improving their conditions in the United States, for purchasing lands and for establishing of settlement in Upper Canada, end quote, right, was organized by the convention with auxiliaries to be established in every community. Each auxiliary was to send 5 delegates to the annual convention. Unorganized groups were to send. Now it goes to another page. This comes from a page. One of the things like 435, right? I don't know if we can blow this up, but this right here, right, is that Ian, can you blow it up just a little bit? That bottom.
Hey, and I want to touch on that word exile.
So
now, the word exile means forced to leave. So when they was exiled, they was being forced to leave if the motherfuckers wanted to go with the democracy. Go ahead.
Well, right. So they didn't want to go. They didn't want to go to Africa, right? This is 1830. Right. Yeah, they want to go to Africa. They went up to.
I want to go home.
Yeah. Nah, they was like Canada. They rather go fuck Africa, nigga. We would go to Canada up in the cold, nigga, and skate on some ice and shit.
We'll take some leather boots and shit.
Yeah, man, fuck all that. Everybody go up to Canada and go home. I go to Africa. Like, you know what I'm saying? So you gotta understand that. They can come back and forth home, but this is home, right? So this was held in Philadelphia, September the 20th through the 21st, 1830. But this is kind of interesting. Anglo-African magazine, right? Some of the excerpts where they got this from, right? Volume 1, number 10, October 1859. So what I'm reading you wasn't written in 1830. It was, you understand what I'm saying? So it's these guys,
1930,
right?
1930 edition, yeah.
Right. So you can see that. So we got to be honest about this, and they're never honest about the changes that are made in the stuff that they're reading, right? And hence African Methodist Episcopal churches, right? It was Negro. It was changed later to African. They're writing it back in history based off of Negro being African to them. You know what I'm saying? So this is the problem that they're going to keep running into every time. And I just don't understand why they so. It just don't make any sense to me at this point. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. What happened, y'all? What's going on? So, you know, they're going to address that. What's going on? Like, I don't understand why is there such a resistance to. Well, I guess I do understand, because our people were resisting all through every time they were trying to introduce this bullshit to our people. You know what I'm saying? We was like, nah, we cool. Nah, we
Can you
cool, and we still just our ancestors saying that basically. Go ahead, brother.
can you, no, I was just gonna say, can you look at the first line at the first source at the bottom of the page?
He said, look at the first line, African Methodist.
No, at the first source that says number one at the bottom of the page.
Yeah, Anglo African magazine. Is that what you're
Anglo
talking about?
African. What the hell? Anglo
Anglo
African?
African, Anglo meaning white, the Anglican Church, right? The Anglican Church, right? So it all ties. The reason I didn't say anything is because it all ties together. It's the same timeline. The Anglican Church is why they had the split and the war in Western Europe in the church, which is what Dominic was talking about, which is the schism which caused this war between the three countries of France, Spain, Portugal, right? The original founding fathers were Jacobins. They were melanated people who were escaping that holy war. They came over by contract by the Stuart and the Scott family.
Yeah, I was going to say the Anglos are colored people.
Well, I mean, once again, we gotta see what time period are we talking about. See what I'm saying? We know at some point they took over. You know what
Oh,
I'm saying?
the name theft. Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean?
And
So
somewhere in that
and
same time period,
and
it's like
bleach.
1310, something like that, King James the Sixth. So when
Yeah, and they bleached it
he has
out.
three titles. He's like King of England, but he's also King of Ireland and Scotland at the same time. He holds three titles.
So Rob, I'm gonna have to address this right here. Negro Methodist.
Are we aware of the Aboriginal wars that took place amongst Aboriginals?
Of
Are we
course.
aware of?
Oh, hell yeah.
Say again?
Of course.
Huh? I couldn't hear.
That's the only way they beat us.
No,
They
well,
let us
Listen,
partially,
whoop
people,
on each other for them.
partially, but
Said,
everybody look at that title where it says New York. That's the biggest word on that page right now, right? Now, that the next one is Philadelphia, right?
right.
Now, these are two imperialistic names. The reason that that's called a New York because this is the old York. This is the real original
Right,
Yorkshire.
right.
And the Philadelphia in the Pennsylvania is the ancient lands. So that's why when they naming these locations, pay attention to the locations. Like when you just mentioned the Stuarts and the Scots and all of those, that was here. So we can't send it back over there if we're talking about how we decoding this dirty information, as I would call it.
Right. Okay. Facts. Now let's look at from the the Constitution of Congress, the governing bodies. Let's see which tribe is dated to make the first treaty. Right? And let's capture that time frame. Because once we're able to capture that time frame and that nation, tribes are nations, by the way, they're not tribes. Between 1778 and 1871, the U.S. negotiated treaties with Indians. First treaty was signed on September 17th, 1778 at Fort Pitt, President Day, Pittsburgh, between the Delaware Nation and the United States of, I guess you could call that Great Britain, because that's who was ruler at the time. So now we have a land marker, right? Right. We got between 1778 and 1871, the very first treaty. Now, which tribe or which nation is from modern day Pittsburgh? Right? Right. I think I'm pronouncing this right. The Mohican, no, Wait a minute. Mohican? How you say that? Eagle?
You're saying it right.
Huh?
You're saying it right.
Mohican? Okay. Okay. I just didn't want to butcher it. My bad. But yeah, the Mohican tribe. Okay. Now we have to go and see, why was this treaty signed? Right? Y'all following me? Why was this treaty signed, i.e., by the Mohican tribe? We know the war, right? But for what other means was this treaty signed?
Okay.
Right?
Go
ahead.
No, are you asking? Or you just,
yes, I'm asking.
You're just playing it out.
Yes.
So in your
general question,
in your research, Google High Lords and the King of Scotland.
High Lords.
High Lords and the King of
King
Scotland.
of Scotland. Okay.
And that should be a part of the Great Law of Peace. And it should come up either that whole section or the whole Great Law of Peace.
Hey, I wanted to say something after you're done too about the word United States, because that was more authentic before the Paleface got here. So the United States was a part of the 13 tribes or the 13 nations that held the English Empire down until the formal Spanish conquest. But go ahead.
Sure enough. Okay. Wait a minute. This one.
No, it's all connected too. So you don't have to read through the whole thing. But what it is
okay.
So the Mohican were part of the 5 clans that made up the Iroquois Confederation, the Great Council Fire. So what they did is Zoe's right, there were only 13 colonies. So they took all of the what they called the High Lords, which were the chiefs and the kings of each nation.
Hey, hold on. Pause 1 second. My brother Blue, everything you're saying about the Stewart family is wrong. I'm a Stewart blood myself. I know all of our history, and it's not in the book. So all of that, they're from Britain. The Stewart line is from Barbados, bro. And do your research. Just stop it, man. That's called a profanity, bro.
Facts. Okay. As you were, Eagle.
Oh no, I was catching up with the chat. He was saying Scotland is Scotia.
You gotta realize who Scotia was. Scotia is the granddaughter of a queen from Egypt, which Nova Scotia is Scotia, and it's not Scotia, it's Scotia. She's Queen Scotia.
Exactly.
So the granddaughter of one of the queens and the king. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, that's where Zoe should take over, because that's as far back as I went. Is that, and then between that and when 1865, when they switched up on the Constitution, there were 200 different treaties in between that time.
Sure enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so now,
and it ties
Britannica.
to the church. It ties to the church because of what you saw, and that was the first Anglican order. And part of the war, the Civil War, was the same war that was going on between the church, between the schism of what you were getting into with the Lutherans and the Protestants and all of that stuff. And the AME became the AME Zion because they broke off in the ideology, right? And there was all of this split in the Black church. The Boule are the people who were sponsored by the white Masonic orders, going all the way back before the Civil War through corporate charter, if that makes sense.
Makes total sense.
Yeah.
No. Break down the corporate charter a little bit more, right? So when we talk about the Royal African Company, right?
Okay.
This is 1600s.
Oh, real quick, to tie that all in, this goes back to your original question, Chief. How do I know about all this? And I shared this the first time I was on your panel about a year ago. My grandfather was a minister in the AME Zion Church. And he was actually the presiding elder for all of the so-called Negro churches in the state of New York. So.
Right. Now, the Royal African Church, right? We have to see what type of religion that they were pushing, right?
No, we're talking about the Royal African Company.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. But it's
It's a
actually a
shipping
church
company.
too. It's the banner. It's the banner. Watch this. I'll show it to you. If you look up the actual banner, the Royal African Company was an English mercantile company set up in 1660 by the Royal Stewart family of City of London merchants to trade along with West Coast Africa. Keyword West Coast Africa. It led by the Duke of York, like my brother was saying, the Duke of York, who was the brother of Charles II and later the throne as James II.
That was Charles Blackboy. Charles Blackboy Stewart.
Okay.
We're talking about the Duke of York, though.
Right.
Right.
That's what it reads.
He's talking about his kids. He's talking about King James' kids, though, in rulership.
Okay. I was just reading underneath the banner, the actual, I don't know what you call it, the stamp or signature of this particular Royal African Company.
King James, I think it was the 6th, did the Great Law of Peace, and I believe what you're reading, Zoe, is right, the grandchildren, which are maybe like 150 years later.
Nah, King James. No, the Great Law of Peace is written.
Because listen,
King James, 1,000. Huh?
The name Charles, the nickname Charles Boy, James.
Charles went around for the Great Law of Peace.
No, listen. There was more than one Charles that was from the same bloodline, bro. And that's why where people get the King James is mixed up, because King James the first and the second.
Carlos Quintos,
got
Charles
Charles
V.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got King James Charles 1, 2. Then you got King James Charles Stewart. So King James and King James Charles are two different people. You see what I'm saying? A lot of people don't get that mixed up because it was descendants that kept the names. Like Evelyn, Pearl, Eunice, certain names stayed in the family, so they kept the name alive. Like
Yeah, but I know. Are we putting surnames in time periods that didn't exist though? Are we doing that?
No,
I think that's how.
we're talking about.
If you think about it though, is this how they tricked us though? This is how they come sign this paperwork. Okay, I got you. No, I'm talking about surnames. No, I'm talking about surnames. Surnames.
They stole all the surnames and whitewashed all the paintings.
Right.
Well, I'm saying nobody has surnames though. Like some of these, like George Washington, when that's not his goddamn surname.
That's not his name. No, that wasn't his surname. No, he was a Slavinsky or some shit, or Smithsky or Weisenhower or some shit. You know.
Nah, that nigga's a Negro from America.
You ain't never heard that. You heard it before. Took pictures of.
I don't know who that. That might be Caesar Borgia's uncle or somebody. I don't know who the fuck that is.
I'm talking about the imposter, Chief. I'm talking about the imposter.
Okay. I got a question for you as well. I got a question. Maybe you can help me with this. Okay, so as I'm looking up like the Royal African Company, which you spoke of, right? Some other banners popped up as well. So I'm believing, right? Or I'm guessing that these particular powers were in action along with the Royal African Company, right? So let me just read a couple of these. I'm not gonna go over the whole thing, but like we have the South Sea Company. I don't know what that is. The Dutch West Indian Company.
Hold on one second.
Hold on. We do, but
those companies you're naming is in this book. I'm looking at them.
Okay.
So keep going. I'm gonna write them down as you say them, though. Go ahead.
Right, but here's the thing. When you go into this, reason why I say the Royal African Company, right? I wanted to point them out is because that company, is one of the oldest companies, but it's the one who transported, right, the most human cargo across the Atlantic Ocean. Okay. Now, in they only did it in a 20-year period because it wasn't lucrative and they got out the business, right? Now, I'm not saying the other companies didn't do it, but you have to understand if cotton is more valuable to have at the bottom of your ship than human beings, right? You're not going to carry human beings. That's a liability. You're not going to do that.
Right.
So they would have like 5 fucking people in chains in that, or that's an expensive trip. Why are we taking you? Why are we taking you to America for free? I'd rather throw you.
Exactly.
There's no reason. So I have to get some money out of this. So that would be another thing. So if I can get more money out of a pig than you, it doesn't. You understand my point? So these people sent they waste over here. So we got to get back to that. So they go
That's
back
true.
crazy. They're
That's
going
true.
over this. So they only sent on an average of 5,000 people per year. In a 20-year period, that's only 100,000 people. And this was
Right.
and look, this company sent, check this out, sent more people across the Atlantic Ocean than all the other companies combined. Checkmate.
Okay.
Here.
So he wanted
And
a
they wasn't
couple
all
more of these
African.
names.
They couldn't even get to Africa, and they was a rural African company. Couldn't even get to Africa. So there's no what is called Africa now. It wasn't called Africa in the 16 goddamn hundreds, or
And
the
they ain't
1700s,
have no motor
or the
boats back
1800s,
then either,
or
though.
the
You know that,
1900s.
Chief?
Right.
Hey,
They
Chief.
ain't had no guns either in the 1600s like
No,
that.
they had no motors either. Ain't nobody had no motor boat.
But maybe they were supplied by different companies. This is the key element, right? Because we have the Levant Company, we have the Danish West, I think that's Danish West Indian Company, right? We have the Company of Scotland, right? There go your Scotland, right? We got the Danish East Indian Company. I believe it's spelled Danish. So
It's the Doce Indian Company. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Because the Indians had a lot of
Muscovy.
companies.
You said Dolce.
Muscovy Company. The Muscovy. Muscovy.
Muscovy.
Mm.
Those
Muscovy?
are all competing merchant families that go back to ancient Italy when it goes back to the Five Kingdoms, which goes back to
it's so many companies.
But what I'm saying is, all right, all those companies wasn't coming across the Atlantic Ocean. We're talking about the Indian company. You're talking about the Indian Ocean, not America.
From my understanding, that
the
was
East Ocean or the West
Arab
Ocean.
and Indian
It
slave
wasn't even
trade
called the Indian company.
on that side of the planet.
Yeah, come on,
On
y'all.
this side.
Come on, y'all. Yeah.
No, the Indian companies were tobacco companies, bro, because Carolinas, Virginia, and all that is like the tobacco capital. So when the Indians had created these companies with just like a lot of the companies you name were rubber companies, like coming out of Brazil. You know what I'm saying? So
I'm not denying none of that. I'm not denying none of that. But they didn't have. When we talk about the pale European, remember?
Oh, the pale didn't have nothing to do with none of that shit.
Man,
No,
these seals is off the
that was
chain.
way before them. Yeah, I agree with that shit.
Hey, look, remember they were still.
Oh, there you go, Chief. There you go. The German East African Company.
Let's talk about it.
Well,
there it is.
That's
Let me
how the
see. Let me click on
Afrikaners
this right
formed.
there. The German East Africa Company.
The Germans and the Dutch in sub-Saharan Africa.
Read that shit.
Okay, hold on. Give me just a second.
That's how the Afrikaners formed in the Boer Wars and all that shit, because they were coming back from the right. Go ahead, bro.
All right, here we go. Y'all ready? All right. So the German East Africa country was a chartered colonial organization which brought about the estimate of German East Africa. German East Africa. Okay. A territory which eventually comprised of an area of modern day Tanzania. Tanzania,
yeah.
Yeah, Brunei, and Rwanda. RWANDA. Right, and the BURUNDI. Burundi. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so the company originated in 1884. The Glasgow shift of colonization, societies for Germany colonization, and aims of trading in Africa. The Germany, what is this? WITULAND. Wituland. And Kenya organized as a separate German spheres of influence in 1885. In April of the same year, the company leased a coastal strip opposed shit ZANZIBAR ZANZIBAR shit, and it's said to last at least 50 years. It was an attempt to take over the administration led to covering revolting along the coast, of which the Tanzanians, the company could be only held by DARES Salam SALLAAM.
Dar
All
es
right.
Salaam,
So
that's like Ethiopia. That's like north of that. That's like Ethiopia and Sudan,
okay, okay.
Eritrea.
So now if my reference of what I'm reading, right? So if you type in, I'm reading from the Wikipedia right now, right? But this is the German East African company. It's a red flag with about 5 stars on it, and it has a cross in the middle. So I just hope that helps the argument or furthers the conversation. But yep, Germany and East Africa.
Hey, is that flag? Does that flag have like the four short pyramids, but they are surrounded by a different color?
No, this one is it shows like a white flag in total, right? It has a red box at the top. I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stars, and then it's just a cross that actually a black cross that goes within the middle of that particular
And
cross.
then you should look up the Geneva Convention, which is so Europe was fighting over Africa, what they call Africa, for a couple hundred years. So in the mid 1800s, they signed a international so-called treaty convention where they divided up Africa amongst the European states, and then that's when they started getting involved in the Arab slave trade.
Got you.
Right.
Got you.
The
Okay.
Germans came
Okay.
back because they used to be there, but like 1,000 years ago. So the Berber tribes in North Africa that you think of that as light skinned, they're part Spanish, Portuguese, German, and Arab. Right.
Yep. You got the Royal Greenland Trading Company. You got the Dutch East Indian Company. Shit.
And the
There's
Dutch were
so
one of
many of them.
the Dutch were one of the biggest
Let me
slave
ask y'all,
traders.
man. Apart from the ancient names of the pale race, right? Do y'all
Mm-hmm.
know what they would probably admit to right in your face? And it's right here in this dictionary. The name
Okay.
of that they would call it, not just Caucasian, right? Do you
Uh-huh.
know that they're the actual original Georgian?
The Georgian, like Georgia, like from Russia, like that
Yep,
Georgia, or
yep,
Yeah, that's
yep.
that same area. Which
oh
go ahead.
shit, okay,
They're
I didn't
Georgian.
know that.
And,
Damn.
and when this definition says Georgian Soviet Socialist Republic, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a republic of the USSR in the Transcaucasus of the Black Sea area. 26,000 square miles, population 4 million something to Talus.
Wow,
Yeah, so they're
wow,
Georgians.
that's huge.
White people
They're
take
Georgians,
titles of every land they go to. So every time they call
right?
themselves something different, that's another identity hack. Go ahead.
Right. Absolute, absolute.
That's where they came out of the caves.
But yeah, I don't know if y'all pulled that up or not. But when you start with the, let me see. I'm gonna show you exactly how I got there. Give me one sec. Okay, so when you pull up, you Google the Royal African Company, right? It's gonna have a list of all of these companies, right? And so you have to, well, is that the Muscovy? Yeah, Muscovy. But anyway, uh, all of these had to have some type of participation,
They probably
right? Like a
couldn't
ringing
pronounce
board.
it right though. You know that too, right? A lot of names they didn't have a r on their tongue, so they couldn't pronounce the word right. So they spelled it how they could pronounce it.
Okay, okay. So the rolling of the tongue. Okay, I got you. I got you. Okay. But yeah, I mean, yeah, we can look at the Royal African Company to pinpoint. But now when you start dropping jewels from all of this and how they intertwine like a Charlotte's web, right? right? And what was they actually moving and how actually moving, right? Combined with the influence of, i.e., the church, right? And when I say church, I'm speaking of Catholic, Muslim,
But just
Hindu,
put
Buddha,
yeah.
Christian, Latter-day Saints, all that shit, all
Pretty much preying on the
Mormon
weak.
shit, huh?
Yeah, they was preying on the weak. They was looking for people that had like minds. You know, oh, you believe in them too? Oh, we're
Hmm.
brothers now.
Right, right. That part, that part. Yeah. So, man, this rabbit hole go deep. This rabbit hole go deep,
So
like
what?
super
Well,
deep.
this ain't as far as them funding certain things, whether people know it or not. At this point, we
Hmm.
understand that from PBS to Black Lives Matter is funded by these people, and unfortunately, these people have so much influence in our culture,
Right,
right? That they
right.
got
I agree.
everybody believing that they Black African slaves, which is disrespectful. Okay, we can no longer teach this to our children. We got to turn up every time you hear it, bro. Like every time you hear a motherfucker disrespect your people, what you gonna pat them on the back? Nah, somebody disrespect your ancestors. I think remember Dr. John Henry Clark said, "I don't think we owe these motherfuckers is ass whooping." Sorry,
So
I
is this
still reserve that to be on the table for disrespect. God damn, like that should be on the
hey
table
Chief,
off top, huh?
Shout
Chief,
out to the empresses. You know what I'm saying?
is
Hobart and
is is is
Copper
this?
Fox.
Oh, my
I
bad.
do this.
No, Chief,
It's
is this
gonna get
okay?
ugly.
What this historical Jamestown article is this falsified or is this authentic? Okay,
I
so
mean,
it
first
reads
off, the shit. Go ahead, brother.
the Royal African Company supplying slaves to Jamestown, right? And then it goes down to say Africans in the Virginias early years, right? And let me see who
Let me ask
put
you a
this shit.
question. Let me ask you a question. Did they say where those slaves are from? What color were those slaves, brother?
At first, trading directly with the European countries was a common in Virginia, but the National Act of 1660 brought such relations to a close. Early English owned ships and entered colonial ports. The crown, no identification as far
Okay, so in
as
1619, right? And
ethnicity.
let me see what happened in 1619, right? Just to
Okay,
kind of add what you're saying, right? So our story is
right.
supposed to be 1619, so that'd be 401 years, right? So so-called Dutch or British, because they're mixing them up, they're combining the two. We're beefing with the Spanish, who,
Exacto.
right?
Okay.
Okay, so who were going back and
French
dealing
Revolution.
with our
Okay.
people in Florida and the Gulf of Mexico. We all clear on this. They
Okay.
were beefing with the French. The French are
Right.
dealing with our people here on this continent in North America, right? We don't have to go too far to this to see conflict between us and them in these time periods. I just think this is dumb, y'all. Like
Hey,
I
there go
want to
that
strangle you
word.
niggas.
Wait a minute. Oh, in the same article, that word agent it says agent in Jamestown. I bullshit you not.
Shit. Wow. You
Okay,
niggas is time
so
travelers, nigga. Oh, hold on though,
Damn.
right? So I kind of I want to lose my train of thought, right? So when we're
Yeah.
talking about that narrative of Jamestown bringing Slavs once again, they're mixing stuff because the people who were at that time period in 16, where they're talking about the practice of slavery, wasn't in practice. Remember?
Exacto.
Right.
Exacto.
Right? So
It was
Britain
in
was
full effect.
that. I'm just
Even if
saying
you look at the
that how
pictures, even
they.
if you look at the pictures
I'm not saying
of
that niggas
the
wasn't in bondage. I'm saying that the system that they're talking about was indentured servitude. It wasn't right according to them, not according to me. Right. So I'm saying, so when they're talking about Slavs, they're talking
Mhm,
about their own
mhm,
people, number one, right?
mhm,
And then
mhm,
if they capture some ships with free niggas on a yacht or something or whatever, oh,
mhm,
Amistad or these different
mhm.
ships, right? They had their people on them, like the one from 1619 in Jamestown, right? Oh, this is y'all origin. But those people, it was 20 some odd niggers. They wasn't that, and they were from Cuba. They wasn't from Africa. But because
Right.
they are niggers, They have
They all got
translated that in the 1990s to Africans. Okay,
that.
they just changed this in the 1990s. It wasn't in these guys' time because they wasn't talking Africa. Epsilon Jones and Richard Allen wasn't talking about Africa. Period.
Right.
The word Africa wasn't being used until 1900.
They're fucking liars. So they didn't. They wasn't the origin of the AME church because it was the MEE church, nigga. Negro Methodist Episcopal or whatever the fuck. Hey, I don't. It's just what the facts say, and he knows this. So when we call him out, we say it was an African conference, whatever. Nah, it was a Negro and colored conference. You see what I'm saying? And so, and then it was only 7 states. Somebody might need to use it. So they push it as if these people were speaking for all our people, and they wasn't, especially at that time period. So it's just some bullshit, and once again, more indoctrinated Asian ass niggas who are still.
And then watch this. Donna Elizabeth has a document illustrated of the history of the slave trade to Americas. To Americas. Not from America. To.
Hey, read the information on that one right there.
Donna Elizabeth. Okay, hold on. Let me click on this right quick.
What?
All right.
Yeah. Let's hear this story about them bringing the motherfucking our workers, man. I need more workers, B. I got a lot of field to you.
Damn, it won't let me click on it. It won't shit. Now.
Why? And then look, they had to go bring some Chinese. Hold on. Then they didn't bring enough Africans, so they had to go bring some East Asians, some Chinese. Y'all believe every goddamn story these people tell y'all, bro. Like, I think it's really retarded. I really do. Like, and then also they had to displace us in Mississippi and send hundreds of thousands of us up to build Chicago and Detroit. Why, if they were here? This is the 1920s.
Back to Oklahoma to live on the desert.
Why? What's going on? What did y'all build? Tell me. I want to know. I want to know. I want to know if you didn't build nothing. We are, and one thing I do like about foundational, we are the foundation of this motherfucking country. We are this country. We are the only true Amaru Khans. We're the only Americans. Okay. So I don't know what nobody's telling you. They're liars. Okay. Don't let them lie to you. Fuck all that Native American shit. Fuck all that. And the reason why we are attaching ourselves, once again, for the short but shorties, the reason why we're attaching ourselves to Aborigines, we're not saying we're a race of Aborigines, because you're not indigenous or Aborigine. None of your ancestors are Aboriginal to the continent of so-called Africa. Okay. If you are, salute, go home. You got plenty of work to do over there. You shouldn't have to be worried about what's going on over here. Because I can guarantee you, if they was enslaving some of our people somewhere on our land right now, we gonna go see them. Niggas is not gonna be sitting over here like, oh yeah, they got niggas on the auction block. You got us fucked up. I can guarantee you, if we knew these motherfuckers had our people somewhere and down in Texas somewhere chilling with them on auction block, nigga, we coming out there. Y'all better stop playing with us. There's some shit, man, we not gonna allow. And I think men need to step up.
You gotta tell a nigga, Chief, once in a while, he needs some milk. Them African talking niggas is dumb, man. They none of the stuff they talk about, like even when they try to do research to find stuff in Africa about Africa, it's a deadline. It's a dead end. I mean, like you're going to only get so far because it's not an ancient of the old world over there.
Them niggas gonna spit the tube. Now, if y'all don't think that Dr. Henry Louis Gates Jr. isn't a CIA, I don't even know what to tell y'all. Like, if you don't understand that part, listen, even Dr. John Henry Clark told him he was a brown-nosing, ass-kissing motherfucker. Just put him in his corner.
You're breaking up, Chief. You're breaking up.
You might got to press mute. Yeah, you press mute real quick so see if his mic works.
The degree from these people, right? You know what I'm saying? Hold on. This nigga got a whole doctor degree from these people, right? We're talking about Dr. Henry Louis Gates, right? Got there?
Yeah, we right here. Your mic messed up when we come in, though. Go ahead.
Okay. So, but Dr. John Henry Clark, I'm not even sure if he even had a high school diploma at this point, let alone having a master's or the bachelor. He didn't have any of that. But because he was respected, he could put Dr. Henry Louis Gates in the corner because he pointed out whose asses he was kissing. So that's one thing I got to do. I got to respect Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben and them, because at the end of the day, whatever they was working through, they were working through. They were giving us
Oh, they
the
just was
foundation.
better ass kissers, bro. They were better ass kissers.
You say ass kissers? I don't know about them being ass kissers, bro.
Yeah. I mean, cause listen, like I tell people, man, in order for you to get
Especially
to the
not pop off.
well, hold on. Now you work in a similar field I've worked in my whole life. In order to get 15 seconds of fame on TV, man, people don't understand what you got to really. It's not easy to get on national broadcast. So in order for you to get to those levels and being on stage and having these live interviews, you are a part of the problem. You're not going to get on TV and not be a part of the problem. You're not going to be interviewed by these newscasts and all that, and you're not contracted or indoctrinated into the system.
Right.
You know that for a fact now. We can't hide that.
I mean, well, they not going to fund it. They don't fund shit they don't want. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, we both been in the industry over 20 plus. And so, you know that, oh, yeah, you know. And it was interesting. One of the things, they were only recruiting men because they could, the ultimate thing is to make a man a woman, to effeminate these niggas. That was the ultimate thing. We know if we can take you from make you a man to a woman, we know there's no way you're going to resist anything we're going to do. So even if
your nation is going to lose.
Yeah, you've already lost your manhood. Fuck, James Baldwin can't tell us nothing. He can't speak over here, y'all. Like, not with men speaking. Like, what are you talking about? His whole lover over here is what's called. So that's another thing. We see people putting their lover's interest in front of everybody else's. No, just because you made a foul decision, you can't put your interest and your lover's interest over the greater vision of your people. So that's what we got going on.
Yeah. That's true. That's facts right there. But that's another reason that I say, if you make it to that scene and you on camera and you've been interviewed on live broadcast more than once, twice, 3 times, you're part of the system. You already know what's going on, and you would rather keep your job than be real with yourself and be an honest motherfucker to step out of that system and then stand up and speak straight. You know, even what's his name that ended up passing last year, you know, that ran for president and shit. You know, agents, man. And they come in a lot of different smooth French languages, which is a romantic Latin. So we gotta realize that these motherfuckers move on your weaknesses in your conscience. So when they dealing with people and trying to control people, they looking for the people that's already suspect, already weak, and looking for a leader, looking for somebody to tell them what to do. Like they lost their sky daddy.
Right. So I got a quick question. What's the thought process in letting them have their wealth? And I'm talking about the paleface. I'm talking about the European. I'm talking about the Russian. I'm talking about why we won't redistribute our own wealth, right? If we make something wealthy to us, right? Now I know it'll probably turn out to be similar to a Muammar Gaddafi type situation, but why can't we just make our own currency within the rights of the treaties? Whoever stated that we had to actually participate within their system.
I feel like this right here, it's just me, that this is our shit. Everything, every tank, every bullet, everything that's created here, everything is our shit. So we're not giving up power to shit that our people already bled for, already died for, already built. This economy is ours. This land is ours. We all should be getting 6-figure checks monthly, every person in your house, which would encourage us to make more babies, because every baby will get right? Tax-free, tax deductible, all that. I advocate for that. And it's our money. This is our land. We should be getting royalties for everything. For them smelling the sweet air. It's good American ass air. That's our air that they're polluting. They polluted our waters. They polluted everything. Break us off. That's not hard. I don't care about it when people say, "Oh, you guys want money." I want a casino, a chain of casinos across this bitch, chain of motherfucking dispensaries. Yes, you're absolutely right. And the revenues and the proceeds will go to build America. Is that word? America. It's America first. And fuck everybody else. That's how that works.
I want to respond to that real quick too. Well, the thing is, when people got
That's a fact, bro.
peace to the God. I wanted to respond to that by saying, like, what people got to realize is that the money that we get and the money that we use is being printed by a private company. The same private company prints a lot of other country money. So now, as a response to what you're saying is, if we were able to accumulate enough funding or enough credibility to go and get money printed with this company, then you can put your own face on your own money, the same type of money that's being printed that United States is getting printed.
Is it money digital now, though, brother?
Hold on, I'm talking the paper. I'm talking about the paper.
Yeah, nobody's touching the paper dollar bill no more. And that's almost like, think about this, what I'm about to say, right? It's almost like a cassette tape.
No, that's not true, Chief.
Huh?
You gotta slow down. That's not true because you got a lot of Asia. You got a lot of Asian companies are putting gold lines of gold in their money. They're actually. That's why Trump wanted to stay in the next 4. Hold on.
You're trading. You're missing the point. I'm saying technology's moving forward.
Oh, I mean, yeah. The
paper money is about to in 20 years. It's not gonna be around. There's no need technology. Why would you need it?
I mean, the only real value is going to always still be the ore, which is gold and silver and rubies and jewels, gems.
So we wouldn't even be even thinking of having a paper dollar with some Harriet Tubman on that motherfucker. Hey, I got my new Harriet Tubman bill. Nah, money grip. We need some buildings with our fucking names on the side of them. We need some fucking institutions. That's what we need. We need to control. We are the currency. Us. We are controlling everything. So what's about to happen is, you know why everybody's gonna be mad? Because when they say no, Trump's the president, they're gonna say that y'all vote didn't count, nigga. Hey, peace to the Empress, the original Copper Empress. Hoping to enter the motherfucking building. Yeah, all the little claps and shit.
Salute. To my sister brother in the chat. I'm getting ready to have a meeting in a minute. But what I come to ask y'all do know they passed the mandatory vaccine.
Right.
Y'all heard about it?
Yes, ma'am.
So
I didn't hear about it.
Yeah, it's been passed. I did a live on it today on Facebook. So my thing is now, where do we go from here? They trying to make us. It's time to come up with solutions now for real.
Man, I'm about to get on my 10 speed and get my backpack and I'm out.
I'm like, some shit fist to hit the fan. Our people, they so happy. They run around here bragging about two of the worst motherfuckers they could ever have in office. They have done more against our people than anybody. The first thing our motherfucking people would say that they said they were sorry. This is the type of bullshit that we're dealing with. I done gave up. I ain't trying to say nobody but my goddamn self, man.
I always told people Kanye West was right about what he said.
Huh?
I always told people Kanye West was on point with what he said when people chose to be slaves and shit.
Yeah, they choose to be slaves.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, party all day. You'll see them dressed up, take pictures, all kind of fuck shit. Now the shit finna hit the fan. I'm finna see how you motherfucking niggas goddamn it party now. Down here, these goddamn TV doing when they were saying that Biden and that bitch ain't American, nor is he American. I want to see y'all motherfuckers party when they not going to out. It's mandatory.
Right.
But my cousin said, I ain't opening up the door. I said to myself, bitch, you ain't gonna have no other choice.
Cause y'all niggas think this a motherfucking game. Y'all talking about some goddamn Christmas.
Y'all better start doing your paperwork like tonight.
And I tell you, I'm gonna be on it for the next 2 weeks. Getting everything sent off. We gonna have loved ones, y'all. They ain't finna make this plight. And we
This
might well get
paperwork is
sitting in our
important, man. We're gonna lose a lot of people in this shit because that vaccine is the killer. That's the death, and that's why they always put them gravestones up in Georgia and shit, talking about taking the world down to 500 million people or 500 billion people, whatever. They seriously have that in their mind. They that psycho, man. So we dealing with the real Gentiles of the earth, man.
These
Let's talk about
motherfuckers are
Gentiles.
really what they say. These motherfuckers is wicked. And I'm trying to figure out what part of our people don't understand that these motherfuckers ain't never meant us any good. But yet you still putting your faith in motherfuckers that have done more wrong to you. And the first thing you niggas are trying to come up with an excuse for the reason why you still want to be around your fucking abuser. You niggas are dealing with Stockholm syndrome. No matter how much these motherfuckers fuck you over, you niggas still love them.
Right. So when we talk about the CIA funding African studies, right, through the Carnegie, through all these endowments, I think that's the real thing. Is that still happening today, y'all? Right now, today?
Yeah. Yes.
The works of the CIA?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I mean, can we? Are us trying to indict in this grand jury hearing right here and tie the Pan-Africans into this? We need some more specifics, right? So, would the Black Lives Matter be a part of this plot? Yes or no?
Yes. But they're one of like literally thousands, tens of thousands. You would have to take the lawsuit, like you said, to the international court, and you'd have to take it to the people that you're talking about. All of the charters are church-based charters. Those church-based charters still exist today in terms of education. It's just different groups that rule the same thing, but they're backed by the same people. It's like when we were talking last week with Dominic about the bankers, and he was going through this list of different nations and armies and bankers that are attached to that so-called church, right? So all hospitals are called hospitals because they were started by Crusader knights called hospitaliers that came out of Germany, right? The Jesuits are the ones that started the church-based education system. So when you talk about people getting paid, these people, like this think tank Heritage Foundation, they started in the 70s, right? And so what they started doing is they started going around to black leaders and taking the boule to the next level. This is like boule 2.0. So what they started doing is they started moving people from black into regional groups. And now you're not just a black thing, something legally without power. You're in regional groups like Pan-African, Pan-Latino, you know what I mean? So they accomplished that with the Latinos.
Ask Robert Ryan who's last.
No, his name ain't Robert Ryan. That's that nigga that ran. His name Robert Ryan.
Who? Oh, in the chat. In the chat.
Nigga. He's a runner. Like he ran 5 times.
And I kind of want to jump on a Empress point of view. Also, what has been passed through the stimulus package that was approved by the sitting president Donald Trump. All 501c3 recipient churches, right? They are entitled to a grant, right? Or a loan for $10 million. That's what an M, y'all. $10 million. Now, what's so interesting about this particular bill is that they are not indebted to pay it back as long as they go along with the procedures and fulfill the government's needs, right? Now, I want you to put that in perspective for a minute, right? Right? Put that in perspective, right? Who do you think is going to allow you or grant the authorities, per se, i.e. the police department, i.e. the military service, who you think is going to report your homestead if you're not showing up to these churches? Who do you think is going to show or rat you out, right? Right? Oh, such and such didn't come to service. Y'all need to go knock on the door and make sure that they vaccinated.
Oh God.
You see that? You see that?
Hey, Richard Allen have been snitching for so long. Oh, Rat Pack ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? Yo, get your ass out of here with that dumb ass shit. So look, every time they be pulling that shit up, I'm like, well, are you a Christian? Are you a Methodist?
Right.
And when you going back to Africa, you asked Rawborn, he was like, hell no. Because the brother Amani Baby was like, hey man, I can help you. I can help you get some money. Hey, Robert Rand, you can come on in peace, brother. Like it's all love, man. Let's make it happen.
Come on up, man.
I feel like
man. Bring your brother, man.
Yeah, they feel safe
hold
in
on,
the
y'all.
chat.
Hold on, y'all. Now he's coming. He's in the back chat. So we wanna welcome the brother because we want to hear him out, y'all. So let's go. Yeah, no, he's coming. He's in the back chat. We wanna welcome the brother because Hey, bro, if you can mute,
we can't see nothing. Move the banner.
Oh, okay, hold on. That's the brother. He needs to move the mute your whatever you play in the background, brother. All right, he getting it together, yeah. All right, we got the OG.
Let me put my headphones on, brothers. Hold on.
All right. Hey, we got the OG, y'all. Hey, welcome, Robert. I've seen you in the chat room a few times. I definitely seen you around. I'm in these streets, brother. Hey, peace to you, elder.
Yeah, I'm sorry for earlier, yo. I didn't mean to act crazy earlier, man.
It's all good, bro.
I get hurt when people disparage Africa. You know what I mean? Y'all my brothers, man. Y'all my brothers.
Hold on, my brother. Let me ask you a real quick question, brother. We can just get to know each other. I'm from Mississippi, right? Where are you from?
New York.
Okay. Did your people migrate to New York? Did your people migrate to New York from anywhere, sir?
Yeah, from the South.
South, like Mississippi, Alabama, right?
Yep.
Okay. So have you ever heard any stories of your grandmother telling you that you were in an African tribe?
No, see, a funny thing, let's talk. Now, see, I'm a little older than y'all, right? So my grandmother, she was born in 1917. And see, my grandmother was light-skinned. And my grandmother always used to say she was Indian. She always said that. But see, that was my father's mother. And my mother's mother was dark-skinned. Now, I've traced my grandmother's, my lineage, you know, my grandmother's side, my father's side. We don't have no Indian in us. But she was caught, she was brought up in that era where my grandmother, her generation, they were ashamed to be African. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why a lot of times you'll hear a grandmother tell you, yeah, well, we got Indian in our blood. You know.
Hold on, but let me ask you a question though. Did your dark-skinned grandmother tell you was an African, or what African tribe did you come from, brother?
Well, we never had that discussion. I wasn't raised by her. You know what I mean? I was raised by my father's mother. So I never really had no family discussions with my mother's side of the family.
Okay. What part of the South was they from?
Basing off color. You one of these ones that come over here to base color, skin color from a fucking land, from a land.
Excuse me. I didn't. Wait. Pardon me, sis. I didn't curse at you. I didn't say nothing about no. What are you talking? Wait.
Hold on, brother. Don't. It's okay.
I'm not understanding what she's saying.
We get a little excited though. We get a little excited.
Are you basing skin color from a land?
No. That's unscientific. No, sis. That's unscientific.
So
no, I'm not. I did not do that. No, I did not do that. What I told you my experience. That my grandmother who raised me, listen to what I'm saying.
I'm not talking. Do you got a background echoing or something? I ain't saying.
I'm trying to figure out how can I erase that. I'm getting it back. I'm getting that.
No. Just mute it on your just mute it. Yeah, just mute it. I'm trying to figure out how can I erase that. There you go. No. Or turn it down. Hey, so yeah, I'm trying to walk him down. Yeah, I got him. I got him. He gonna be home soon. So, Brother Robert, right? When we're talking about,
I'm here. Can you hear me? Is that better?
I can hear you. Okay, so brother, how are you identifying yourself with being an African?
I'm gonna show you my my results from my DNA
Hold on.
test.
Hold on, listen. I don't know if you know,
And also the way I
hold on,
was
listen to me.
raised.
Hold on, sir, listen to me. I don't know if you know, right? But over here, we don't allow, just like the courts, this is a court, right? It's the grand jury hearing, right? We do not allow genealogical DNA evidence to be submitted into evidence because it's pseudo. And we don't have to go into argument. So hold on, so I got you. Hold on, listen, other than DNA evidence, right? Because we can get into that, but other than DNA evidence, because that's struck from the, because I'm the judge, that's struck from evidence, right? So we can't even say that, right? So DNA evidence is thrown out, right? So back to that, how other than DNA evidence, right, are you identifying yourself with Africa, brother?
You mean how other than DNA evidence, you may aside, okay, culturally wise?
Okay, my question to you is, what from the African culture, or not just say Africa, because that's a broad statement, what from the African or from the continent of Africa or from any of the peoples do you personally, Robert Rand, utilize personally, brother?
Say that again.
What part of the African culture do you practice, Robert Rand?
The way I live my life, brother. Everything I do. Everything I do. The way I think. I see the world through African paradigm.
So I'm asking a question. So I'm asking a question. So a lot of that came from just the. I got you. A lot of that came from indoctrination. So you are aware of the.
Wait. Let me understand what you're saying.
I got you.
Let me understand what you're saying.
So what about that you learned in school that you don't believe is true, brother? I'm trying to get somewhere with you because like we moving around this, but the reality of it is you don't have, other than these people giving that, because your people never told you, right? You don't have a story of an African culture, or you didn't grow up in an African culture, but now you think you're African, but hold on, sir, I'm asking you to give me something tangible from Africa, sir. I'm asking you like a food, a dance, a movie. Have you ever eaten any Nigerian cuisine or Ghanaian cuisine? Sir, give me something from Africa. Give me something from Africa that you do. Sir, other than you being an African, I need you to give me something in Africa that you do, sir. Not that you just feel like an African. No, I want you to give me something that you actually do.
There's no one particular thing that an African would do that would differentiate him from another human being.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. I just said, I'm asking you, what African foods have you ever eaten? Shit. Like now that you eat every day. What about ever? Hold on, sir. Have you ever eaten goat?
I've had an African. I had a girl from Nigeria.
Oh, thank goodness.
Can I ask a question?
I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, because obviously no one would have to tell me that I'm African. I was born.
You had goats and beans.
I was born knowing that I'm African.
You was born knowing you were African.
I'm trying to understand where you're coming from.
Never.
Okay, can I ask you something? When you did your DNA test, did they trace you to your kinfolks over in Africa?
Say that again, sis.
Or did they trace you to your kin people that's still in Africa?
Yeah, Sierra Leone.
Oh no, I'm talking about not the country.
Wait, give me 1 second.
Hey, see, what I was going to tell you, sis and chief, I was going to say, he feels that deep inside, he African.
Hey, that was a great question right there. That was a great question. That was a great question.
Not African. See, sometimes we got to realize
he could be African. I just want to know how you know he African. I just want to know how you know.
No, if they African, let them be African.
I'm going to show you right now. Don't worry, I got you.
Well, we eat Africans over here.
I'm not talking about no countries.
Y'all see that?
They supposed to have a name. They supposed to have a name for you. Like they can tell you who your child is.
Do y'all see
Is
that?
those names of your people? Are those the names? I'm not talking about the tribe. I'm talking
Sis,
about
Hey, no,
their
we can't see
names.
that. I can't see it. I can't see
sis,
it.
he's showing the body title or something.
Okay, it's no
No, he's showing
problem.
a certificate.
It's no
Hey, hold on,
problem.
wait, no. What? Hold on, sir. What is that certificate of, though? I just want to know.
That's the title.
What company? You can read it. I can't see it. I can't. Hold on.
I'll
What
read it.
is
You want me
that,
to
man?
read it?
Y'all can slow
Absolutely. No,
y'all
no, no.
going down,
The
but I'm
certificate
not.
first. The certificate first. Read the certificate first. Watch this.
It says certificate of ancestry. That's what I'm reading. Certificate of ancestry.
But what
Let me
if
try
I
to,
made you better than theirs?
let me see something. Give me 1
What
second.
if
I'm
I
trying
had
to
typed
connect
you
my
in
Nah,
as
headphones. I have my CPU connected.
Zo. We gotta hear this shit.
Oh,
This is
well,
good.
okay. Well,
I
listen. It's
want
the
him to name one
certificate
of
of
his
ancestry. It says
his
Temne
African.
people. Can you listen?
No, no, no. You gotta. I want to know like who's this company who gave you the certificate? You
What's the
just didn't
name of
get a
the company?
It
certificate. Yeah,
says
who's the
it
company?
says certificate of ancestry. African ancestry hereby certifies that Robert Rand
Hold on. I just want to
shares.
just everybody
Listen,
know that this is
listen,
from Dr. Rick Kittles. Go ahead, brother.
listen. Yes, listen. Shares maternal genetic ancestry with Temne people living in Sierra Leone.
Hey, hold on, real quick. Hold on, time out. No. Hold on, time
You
out.
they took
You
your
actually
people
sounded
island
like
into
that though.
Sierra Leone, right?
I wanted to ask him that. Sis, go ahead, you got
You
him.
know that they was taking American Indian to Sierra Leone, right? Not only that, if they gave you the people, they supposed to be able to give you the people's name over there because they
I'm
took their
sure.
DNA. No, they have to trace you to the people that's in it because everybody ain't in there. They could be from those stuff. They got to give you the people that you can to.
Can I read the rest of the letter to you? Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
It says, "Dear Mr. Rand, it is with great pleasure that I report your Metro Clan test results. We have determined that you share maternal genetic ancestry with Temne people in Sierra Leone today. We compared parts of your maternally inherited DNA, mtDNA, to that of peoples around the world to look for matches. Using the largest set of African mtDNA samples available today, we found identical 100% matches for you with the mtDNA of Temne people. This means that at some point in the 500 to 2,000 year history of your maternal lineage, mother to mother to mother, there was a Temne woman. Our analysis focuses on hyper available regions 1, 2, and 3, HRV1, HRV2, and HRV3 of your mtDNA. Out of the 3 billion parts of your DNA, the variants below are unique to your maternal lineage and indicate DNA sequencing patterns that you share with some Temne. The combination of HVR variants determines your membership in haplogroup L3D. Your statistical confidence measures a sequence similarity score is 100%. It says my HRV1 variants are 161246. Everyone on your entire maternal line from the past into the future is Temne. So we encourage you to share this information with everyone on your mother's side of the family,
Yo, Money
including
Grip.
your siblings, children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, your mother, sisters, brothers, and your grandmother.
I don't want to be the one to bring you the
Yo.
bad news, but you just been had.
What bad news you got for me, baby?
Hey,
What bad news you
Keith,
got for
hold
me?
on. Hey,
I'm gonna let
peace to the
no,
God.
go on now.
hey, hold on. Let me say something real quick. Peace to the God. Yo, hey, Chief, is this a trial today? Huh?
Yes,
Is this a trial today?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Go ahead and get him.
sir.
I'm listening.
Okay, let me talk to this gentleman. Let me ask this gentleman something real quick. Is that letter certified? Is that a certified letter? Did they notarize that letter that they gave to you to make it official for the courts? Because if it's not certified as hearsay, and it gets thrown out of court right now. Okay?
You're
It's thrown out.
certified. I stamped the date.
No, technically, we shouldn't even be talking about DNA right now, but we were entertaining
Yeah,
the thing
that's
or whatever.
hearsay evidence.
So we just want to
See, throw
just,
that shit out.
so I just want to
Throw
go
it
back to
out. It's
that.
hearsay.
Can we get bogged down?
It got you way over in Africa, claiming people way over in Africa, but it bypassed your lineage that's right here that they can name off that's on your bloodline tree. Because you do know genealogy and that DNA is supposed to go hand in hand. How they bypass your people that's still living on this
No.
land and to be the
Hey, Robert, I got another question for you, right? I got another question for you, right? Now, do you think that you would have more ancestors? I got you. Do you think you would have more ancestors that would be from this land or from Africa, bro?
I mean, immediate. Okay. Now my grandmother, now remember, I told you about my grandmother. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear
Okay,
you.
thank you. I got my headphones on right now. Thank you. So check it out. Now my grandmother that raised me, her grandmother was a slave. Her grandmother was a slave.
Okay, so before we get into the slave, right? I just want to ask you a question. Hold on. Are you a 5%er, brother?
No.
Okay. Are you have knowledge of self, sir?
Yeah, most definitely.
Okay, so that means that you know that the black man is the original man on the planet, correct?
Of course. The African is the original man.
Oh, wait.
The African is the original man on the planet.
Hold on. Is that America too?
No.
Wait a minute, brother. America's not a part of the planet, brother.
Listen.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you explain. Go ahead.
Now we know. Okay. I never said America was not a part of the planet. No, I never said America is not a part of the planet. Okay, so we know that this part of the earth was under ice. Do we agree with that?
No, it wasn't.
200,000 years ago. 200,000 years ago, was this part of the earth under ice?
No, it wasn't.
Was this part?
No. Hold on. Time out. Hold on. Don't do that. I just asked a simple question, brother. Is the black man the original man on the planet? You said yes. And now you're in 200,000 years. Hold on, brother.
I said yes. The black man.
Okay, brother. I got you. Okay. So
we're not the first.
Are you?
According to who?
Damn. Wait a minute.
According to science, according to the evidence.
Hold on.
According to
Let me ask you a question. Wait.
We're not the first people here in America.
Wait. Where's the source of that? And then, sir, who do you think is the original people here? Hold on. I gotta hear this shit. Goddamn. Who do you think the original people, sir?
I'm gonna get some sources. I'm gonna get my sources.
Nah, you're never gonna have a source for this, sir. I just asked you, who do you believe is the original people? Oh God,
I need an ice pick.
This is beautiful.
Y'all, I ain't got. Hey, Warren.
We're gonna deal with anthropology. Don't worry about it. We got you. We got the science book. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. We got the biology books. Don't worry about it.
Hey, fam, man, if you ain't bringing nothing new, man, I mean,
my nigga, I got sources. It's not like I didn't got no.
Hey, y'all, we gonna bring him on home, y'all.
I got.
Hey, Robert look like he'll do it. Oh, Muskogee.
I got them sources, baby.
Hey, where your family's from, Robert?
Nah, you ain't got no source, dude.
Robert, where your family from? Where your family from in the South, Robert?
North Carolina.
What kind of Indian man your grandmother say you got in you?
You gotta remember something, bro.
What kind of Indian did your grandmother say you got in you? Okay, what kind of Indian
she never said what particular type. I am telling you, listen to me. I'm gonna meet you tomorrow if you guys are on. I got a brother that's a little older than me. He's like 75 years old. His mother is a Cherokee, and he's darker than me. I want to introduce you to him tomorrow around 4:00.
So are you an Indian or are you African? Okay, so are you an Indian or are you an African?
No, bro, I'm African.
How you African when you get said your grandmother? Then if your family member just said you
Bro, I told you.
Who told? All right, who in your family member told you that you was African? Who told you that?
My grandmother was raised in that era where they were very color. They were very
I'll
color
be back.
conscious.
We got a meeting. I'll be back, y'all.
Hey fam, the government told you was an African, man. Nobody in your family ever said you was an African.
Oh, come on, brother. You know better than that.
The government is the one that called that.
I'm talking
Africans. American Aborigine, man. I ain't trying to tell you what you are, but you get said. I just asked you, man.
No one had to tell me I'm African, brother. It's Africa is everything I do. Africa is everything I do, baby. Ain't nobody got to tell me. Ain't nobody have to show me I'm African. It's everything I do, man.
Hey, money grip, man. You too old, man, to be trying to imitate, man, people you not, man. Your family said you Indian, man. Oh, yeah, Aborigine, man. We the gods, man. You want to come over?
What culturally do you share with India? Do you understand?
First of all, let me tell you something. Let me put this out. Let me put this out there. Okay, listen, let me just tell you. I'm gonna tell you from my perspective. Here in North America, you got really one thing, but they trying to make it seem like it's two things going on. The people that they show you that's Native Americans, we are not them. We are totally different people. We the Aborigines, we lived in cities, we lived in towns, we had agriculture. We was doing our numbers up here, man. We had trade all the way from Canada, all the way to Peru, all the way to Brazil, all the way to Europe, back to Africa, back up to Nova Scotia, back down to Peru, and etc., brother. We are the motherfucking gods here, man. I ain't no goddamn Indian. I'm an Aborigine. My name is a Tanchalist one. Okay? I know my family said they Indians, but that word Indian is just an observation that you was on this land. Doesn't make you the people who they show you. We are the motherfucking gods, man. We had lights, we had solar fire starters. We was doing brain surgery here. We had urban planning. We laid our cities out in astronomical assets, man. So we the motherfucking guys. We ain't no motherfucking Tonto Indians, man.
Show me when you say you're doing all this stuff. I want you to show me.
Show you what?
Got a Western civilization and global context. I want you to show me.
What you want me to show you? You want me to show you?
Hold on. A1, show us some stuff, bro. Go ahead and share your screen. Hey, but A1, listen, though. Listen. Like, I want to show him some imagery that he needs to see, because he might not be privy to these pyramids and all the stuff, the murals. He needs to see this. So let's get him. Let's go.
I want to ask the brother a question when y'all get a second.
Hey, y'all! I want to point out that he's just showing us covers of books, right? I think. Hey, look, does that work on you? Do you just show books?
I'm just showing you that I got sources with me. I'm not just talking. I'm not.
Sir. Books are not sources. Sir, books are not sources. No. The references to sources. Can I get what we're gonna do? We're about to show you some sources that Negroes were in America first. Okay, we're gonna show you scientific stuff. We're gonna show you hold on. We're gonna show you architecture. We're gonna show you, bro. We're gonna show you mummies that you can't show us in West Africa, for instance. Okay.
So you said,
and that's the problem.
You said black people were in America first.
Absolutely.
Right? That's the position, right?
Absolutely.
What's your date?
That's definitely our position.
What's your time frame? Let me just tell you this. Right?
Ever.
Hey, look. Hold on.
As I asked you earlier, when African
family,
when anatomically modern human beings originated in Africa 200,000 years ago, are you telling me that this? I'm listening.
What I'm telling you is this, my brother. America is the old land. America was the first land out of the water after this so-called earthquake, or if you want to say, yes, it's a fact. They just ain't telling you that. This is known among Masons.
Okay.
Numerous people who write about this. They're telling us that
we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out.
Okay, I'm just saying, but you know,
I'm not gonna.
I'm
I'm an old nigga. I need my glasses. Wait. I gotta get my glasses.
What year? What? And let me ask you a question real quick before I start.
I'm
flashing
old. I'm old.
Right,
I need
let
my
me
glasses.
ask you a question.
I can't see without my glasses.
What year do you think black people was in America?
We got and what do you the first black person, or you mean like masses of black people?
Black people, period. What's the oldest date do you got of
the slave trade?
Slave
the slave
trade.
trade.
So you ain't got
the slave
nothing.
trade.
Okay, so
we didn't travel. We didn't travel to North America prior to the slave trade.
Okay, all right, no problem. So you telling me prior to the slave trade wasn't no black people here?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying there wasn't no black people here. Because you gotta remember, there was a few black conquistadors that came over in the 1450s, the 1460s.
That's not what we saying. We're not saying that, my brother.
So there was what I'm saying is that, and what I'm saying is that there was not a black population of people here during that period of time.
So what do
I'm
you
saying?
think? All right, okay, that's cool. I can live with that. So the people in America, what do these people resemble?
They don't resemble us. They got
sure
nothing to do with us.
They ain't got
I'm
nothing to do
100%
with us,
positive
right?
about that.
Okay, all right, bet.
Nothing.
Okay. All right, okay.
Share your screen.
A1. Done.
Hold up.
Done.
I mean, hey, my brother.
Rock formation on the planet.
How long you been watching, Money Grant?
I'm listening, bro.
I said, how long you been watching, man? You just came along, or you just?
I just got on like about as soon as I just got on. I just got home, so I just got on about what 20. As soon as I clicked on, I just got on. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You know what? Oh, you didn't. Oh, you didn't see that. You didn't see. Okay, let me ask you a question.
No.
So, do you know about the CIA funding African studies in the universities, brothers?
No, you gotta prove that to me. I've never heard that in my life. I've never heard that in my life.
Okay. Okay. Well, have you heard of the? Hold on, check this out. Hold on, check this out. Have you heard of endowments?
Of course.
Okay, so is it okay to take a Lilly or a Ford Foundation or Carnegie Endowment, sir?
What do you mean it's okay? If it's okay for what? For who to take and afford?
If the Carnegies and the Ford and the Lilly and all these different foundations.
You mean in terms of giving you money to fund your African American Studies program to pay for staff,
right?
Books and stuff like that. Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Okay, so what we're saying is that the Carnegies and the Fords are Zionists, right? Jews, right? And the and the CIA funded monies through them, brother. And we just did that before you got on here. So I just wanted to let you know that. So when you so when you push African, I got you. So when you push African studies on your grandmother, she doesn't know anything about that. Your grandmother would know her grandmother, correct?
Yeah, and I told you my grandmother's grandmother was a slave. Now that doesn't mean that she was an Indian.
Okay, let's address that. Hold on. Let's address that, sir. Let's address that. How do you know your grandmother was a slave or your people was a slave? Go.
That's why we are human. Oh, she showed me a picture of her grandmother and her telling me.
I know, but what makes her a slave though?
Grandmother, and she told me okay, I'm good. Let's deal with chronology. Listen. No. Listen, brother, listen. My grandmother was born in 1917, right? So let's go 20 years earlier. Her mother was born in, let's say, 1890. So that would mean my grandmother's grandmother would have been born in the 1860s, 1850s.
Whoa. Okay, so what you're doing is, right, that you're tracing your people here in America back to time period. Hold on, y'all. What he's doing is he's deducing because his people are here during this time. Sir, hold on, sir.
That's as far back as I can go.
I got you. So what you mean is as far back. So understand this though, right? But what you're saying is you're basing all this off of a slave narrative, not based off of actual documentation, correct?
No, it's not a slave narrative.
Okay, what document do you have?
My grandmother
Sir,
wasn't a slave.
I need you to produce slavery in your family, not in Kunta Kinte's family. In your family.
If my grandmother raised me, listen.
Sir, go ahead. I'm trying to explain something to you, okay? I understand what you're saying, but there's a narrative about slavery, okay? Right? There's a narrative about slavery, okay? So I need you to produce documentation that all of us were slaves, and you guys can't produce it. You can't even produce it for your own family, let alone to produce it for the rest of us.
Wait. You said I can't.
You are deducing.
Let me ask you another question. I'm going to produce it right now.
That's not slavery, sir. What is that?
You said
what is that book? I just want to know the name, the author of the book, brother.
Okay, the name of the book is from the New York. It's from the New York Historical Society, making history for 200 years. Slavery in New York, edited with an introduction by Ira Berlin and Leslie M. Harris, published in conjunction with the New York Historical Society.
What year? What year was that published?
Give me 1 second. In the shadow of slavery. It says, wait. All right.
Hey, A1, whenever you're ready to share your screen, bro, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm sorry, brother. 2005. My fault. Compilation and introduction.
Wait. Time out, brother. Robert Rand. Okay, yeah, that's 2005, my brother.
You asked me when this publication was printed. It was in 2005 when this book was printed. But this book covers. Okay, you want to know the period that this book covers? It covers.
Okay, I got you.
It says, in the shadow of slavery, African Americans in New York City, 1626 to 1863.
I'm gonna ask you a quick question. Were they calling themselves African Americans in 1623, brother?
Calling themselves Africans? I'm going to show you right now. Yeah.
No, I asked you a simple question.
We wasn't calling ourselves African Americans in 1623.
Okay, so we wasn't calling. No, we New York. Okay, so who was the Negro the terrorist that the Europeans said they found when they came here?
I know about that. All
right, and my next question, right? Are you an American? Sir, are you an American? Okay. So stop right there.
Yes, I am.
Okay. So do you know the actual definition of an American, brother? Okay, well I'll tell you real fast, okay? Because you may not know, because Rob Boy and them hides this a lot. Okay, if you do know, well then, just for everybody that may not know, it's the Aborigines or copper color races that they found there, right? So brother, you look. Okay, so let me ask you a question.
I mean,
are you an American?
You do realize that the peoples that inhabited North America and South America, they weren't all the same. They wasn't all the same people. They weren't all the same color. They didn't all have the same customs.
So what did people look like the
Aboriginal people of the Americas, North, South America, they had a great civilization. There's no doubt about that. You know what I'm saying? They had a great civilization. They had government. They did their thing. You know what I'm saying? I got nothing disrespectful to say about the Native American culture prior to
European. Brother, we're not talking about Native Americans. Native Americans wasn't around in 1626. Hold on, sir. Native Americans and African Americans. Hold on, wait, sir. Listen. No. I'm trying to screw you up something. No. But that means something, though. That means something. Listen, when they wrote that in 2005, right? When they wrote that in 2005, they have an agenda. Do you understand? That book that you have in your hand is a weapon against your mind. You need to burn it. You need to go like you should set that motherfucker on fire right in front of us right now, bro. I'm telling you, we're trying to warn you. Okay, you got to understand what you're doing, what you're saying right now. Hey, listen. Your grandmother that raised you told you who you were, and instead of researching that, you want to spit in the tube and then match yourself up with some maple leaf people in Africa. Are you serious, bro? Does that make sense?
Let me just show him real quick what I'm gonna show him, man. All right, matter of fact, you know what? Let me go back here.
Matt, sit down on.
All right, we're gonna start here. All right, this is a book called Estudio. I can't pronounce this in Spanish, but it's dealing with archaeology and ethnographias. It is by Carlos Chavez Marquez. Okay? And this is the book, and I translate it, right? So here, this is the translation, right? This is the Spanish, and this is the English translation, right? So I say the hypothesis is collaborated fact that the conquerors found scattered throughout the New World small tribes that were from the first moment considered black. In this regard, it is not be amiss to recall that Vasco Nunez de Balboa, on his expedition to discover the South Sea, found a great surprise according to Guamara. It's saying Panama owned black slaves, saying who obtained, as they said, from a distant land. Furthermore, black frequently figure in the remote traditions of Southern American Pueblo. It says some Darien tribes said that their ancestors first came to that region. It was occupied by small black men who later retreated into the woods. All right, so hold on, it says hold on, small black men, and the clowns from the Modernist trace. They're original to the man and two women, one Indian and the other a black. It's saying who lived on the banks of Tata Kana. It's saying undoubtedly the skeletons must refer to the ancient skeletons with a very different structure from those American of the red race. Okay, so let's go to another source right here.
You know what you just said, right?
What I just said.
Race. The red race.
He said the skeletons that they found of the black people was different from that. No. I'm not even done yet, bro. I'm not even done yet. I'm gonna run off a couple of sources on you. We can deal with them when I'm done. All right, that's just one source. I ain't even have to start with it. All right, now look.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. My bad.
All right, it's a corresponding description. We have already noted that in the statue figure 13 and 14, the very ancient appearance of the represented unique attributes and characteristic features of that of the Negroid type are faithfully reproduced. Significant fact that is not unique in America. It's saying, and that is repeated that the oldest Mexican sculptures, such as the great, I can't pronounce that word. It's saying the gigantic ox of Veracruz, with especially one of the mentioned statues. and all, yo man, who the fuck is that? Somebody mute that mic, man.
I think it's because of me. My bad, bro.
All right, it said do these two concurrent facts mean that the ancient times America was occupied by black people? Hold up, I'm not done yet. I got a bunch of other stuff. This is the same one.
Hey, I just want to ask the brother a quick question. Hey, who are the Olmecs, brother?
The Olmecs were 100% not African people. Not African. Not African. Not African. You heard that, right?
Okay.
They have nothing to do with us. We have no connection to Olmec culture.
All right, fam. Okay, fam. Look. Okay, look. All right, this is another source. Right here. Look, this is a source from right here. I'm gonna show you the source. This is from 18. This is the Saturday, Sunday Evening Post, the Philadelphia, Saturday, June 7th, 1828. Right, the four letters of the American on the American history by Professor Rappaport. All right, so let me see. Let's go to the next one. All right, let's put this one right here. Boom. So, all right, here you go. It's saying the results in a single striking point doubted to this day by a superficial inquiry is saying is sufficient to mention that there was in America before Columbus came nations of tribes of following complexion: coppery, tawny, olive, dusky. Now he's saying white, but that's bullshit. Yellow, dark brown, and even black. It's saying the Native Americans, Negro, or Black Indians have been seen in Brazil, Guyana, Caucasus. It's saying Papillon, Choco. It's saying Northern California. Some of them, such as the Araras, it's saying were black. It's saying, but with fine features. They're saying long hair. It's saying other in New California latitude. It's saying called whatever. It's saying Negrito. It's saying the tribes not black but brown. It's saying yet complete Negroes with large thick lips, broad flat noses. Now he's saying very ugly, but we know we some beautiful people with hair crisp and curly. It's saying the Negro feature belong to that of the form of the head rather than that of the color. All right. Now look, let's go on some more. All right, let's go ahead.
Hey, and also, you know, this is backed up.
Before you throw them off, Chief, I just let me get throw out this because I know you're gonna throw them off. I know you about to ask us that. Let me get finished reading this, man. If it's okay with you. But the brother at he ain't run yet. Is the brother still with us?
I'm still here, bro. I just want to see the name of that source again. My bad, my mic was muted. Let me see the name of that source again that you did.
I'm gonna show them all to you when I'm done. Look, this is Smithsonian Institute. So I say DNA the 12,000-year-old skeleton help answer the question, who was the first Americans? All right. So go through. This is a skeleton that they found at the bottom of the river in the Yucatan Peninsula. This is what they say right here. Okay. But there lies a puzzle. Modern Native Americans, meaning the people who you think closely resemble people of China, Korea, and Japan, right? But the oldest American skeletons does not. So that means that the first people here don't even look like the Native Americans, right? It says archaeologists and paleontologists.
Right here, right?
It's saying, it says archaeologist and paleontologist James Chatham. Okay, now look what he say. Look what he say. It says a small number of American specimens discovered so far have smaller and shorter faces and longer and narrower skulls than later Native Americans, most closely resembling modern people of Africa, Australia, and South Pacific Island. Now, the people in South Pacific Islanders and Africans look just alike. Australian people got unique features, and I have not seen nobody here that look like an Australian. So I assume that they throw that out there for two reasons. For one, that they call the people here Aborigines, and they try to connect that to the Australian Aborigines, which they know that we was called Aborigines here first. So let's forget anything about any Australian people being found here. It's either Africans or South Pacific Islanders. Now it says this has led speculation that perhaps the first Americans, right? Now listen, look how he's doing it. He's saying that perhaps the first Americans, right? And Native Americans, meaning that Native Americans are not the first Americans, came from different homelands. Okay, I'm not done yet. Hold up. I got some more for you. Let's do this one right here. Let's put a lose here. Let's see. Hold up. All right, here another one for you right here. So
yeah, but you didn't click. It says the very first Americans may have had European roots. Is that what you're talking about? Some early Americans came not from Asia, it seems, but by way of Europe. Is that what you're talking about?
Listen, brother. He said
more than 15,000 years ago, the first people came to the
Hold
Americas,
on,
walked across the Bering Strait on a land bridge from Siberia.
brother. Did you not hear what he said? He said the first Americans resembled Africans, Australians, and South Pacific Islanders. Do you see any indigenous people who look like that? Do you see any? And do they show you?
Who's
any?
That from? Walter Nieves?
No.
You talking about this right here from Walter Nieves?
No. I said that if you was listening, I said applied paleoscience James Chatter. I got the Walter Nieves.
What was the name of the paleontologist that did that study?
I told you, James Chatter.
James Chatter? I'm gonna put it in right now. James.
I mean, you gotta
read how you spell his last name.
My brother, listen. I mean, you looking for the article that I put up there. If you're looking for that one, then you have to.
I'm looking for the paleontologist. What's his name? James Chatter. How do you spell his last name?
It's CHATTER. S.
You said THA.
No, C as in cat, H as in Henry, A as in apple, T as in Tom, E as in Eric, R as in Robert, S as in Samuel. Now I'm not even done yet. Look, I got another source for you. Don't even waste your time looking that one up, because I'm gonna drop a few more for you. So you're gonna have to look a lot more up. Okay?
I'm still getting the feedback. I couldn't really catch the last name.
All right, okay, I'm gonna put it in the chat for you. Just give me a second, right? So it say morphology affinities of the earliest known Americans, right? Now it's saying several studies. Now this is by Walter Nieves, Joseph F. Powell, Andre Porras, Eric G. Anzalin, and Max Blum. Okay, now several studies concerning the earliest continental morphological affinities with Paleo-Indian skeletons carried out and independently in South and North America has indicated that the first Americans were first occupied by non-Mongoloids that made their way through the New World, through the Bering Strait in ancient times. Okay, now he's saying that the first people are non-Mongoloid that we're told that came here through the Bering Strait, right? It says the first South Americans show a clear resemblance to modern South Pacific and African populations. Okay? It's saying while the first North Americans seem to have an unresolved morphology position between modern South Pacific. Now, he's saying Europeans, but we got to throw that out, fam, because we know it wasn't no Europeans here. Okay? But he's saying South America. Now, this is another article that's telling you that the first people here resembles, you know what South Pacific people look like? They look just like you. They don't look like no motherfucking Asians. The majority of people that's over there in Melanesia, South Pacific, are black people that look just like us, brother. Now I'm gonna continue. Let's go to another one.
I got the what does it, the Lapa Verhelma 4 hominid 1. Nickname Louisa. 76. Homo sapiens. Age about 11,500 years old. Radiocarbon dating determined the South American skull, which is older than
got another one for you here. We're in Jamaica now. Hey, brother, listen. We're in Jamaica now. All right. This is another article. All right. This is another one. This is the man. Okay. This is the monthly record of anthropology science. Okay. Now let's go down and look right here. It's saying published under the direction of Royal Anthropologists Institute of Great Britain and Ireland. This is dated 1939. Okay, now look. It says Negro skeletons remain from an Indian site in the West Indies. The recent paper in the Journal of Brixton, Trevor, and Julian implies that the undeformed Negro physical type inhabit the Virgin Islands in pre-Columbian times. Not only is this an implication contrary to previously accepted finding in the Antillean area, as will be seen later. But it also fails to give adequate consideration to the possibility that these skeleton remains represent an intrusive Negro burial. The mere presence of the skeletons in the sands and shell mounds of the Indian origins, lacking careful stratigraphical records, is not.
Wait. Where's that source from?
I just told you it's from the man. It's from the monthly record, anthropology, etc. I just showed it to you.
No, that's not what you're showing right now. Is from where?
You see the screen? You can see it right here. This is the article.
Okay,
right here.
I got you. Let me put that down. Man, a monthly record up 1939.
Okay. Yeah. 1931.
I got you.
Look, it says the mere presence of the skeletons in the sands and shell mounds of the Indian origins, lacking careful stratigraphic records, is not certain evidence of primary association with accompanying artifacts. Moreover, I venture to say that a few physical anthropologists familiar with the American Indian skulls would mistake the Indians for those illustrated by Briggs and Trevor and Julian. Indeed, more physical anthropologists would probably be less conservative and say Negro instead of Negroid. Now, they saying that the people found it weren't Indians, but they was Negroid. They found this in the hour. Look, let me just you
know what I'm gonna do? You know what we can do?
What's
Because I disagree with everything that you're saying. I'm gonna write down your sources, and then when I come back on tomorrow or something, I'm gonna debunk your sources.
Okay, you can't debunk nothing.
How about that?
They found
I
it.
promise you, I could debunk your sources.
Okay, brother, you're gonna have to prove that these people who write in these papers are wrong about everything they saying.
That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm saying, brother.
Okay.
That's how we do it, right? It's about the information.
Hey, Robert, hold on a second, brother. Hey, brother, you never heard of this before,
right?
Yes,
I have, brother. I've heard of all of that. Everything that you're talking about, I've heard about. Everything.
Okay, well then we should. Well, you know what? You shouldn't have to go to go research it tomorrow and come back. You should be able to have this conversation. But here's the thing, though, right? The bones in the ground. Hold on, sir. 12,000 years ago, were there any other people on the planet other than black people, sir?
Yes.
Who?
Yes.
Who?
The people that were in Siberia, the people that inherited that area, those weren't African people, brother.
Oh, okay. So we're not saying we're African either.
Island, those are not African
that's the
people.
That's the only thing. That's the only thing you said. Okay, but listen. Hey, one. Can we pull up the Siberian people that go back about 40,000 years, brother? That they reconstructed, the skeletons that they reconstructed up there, who these people are. Do you have those? Hold on, I send it to you, Ripper. Hold on one second. Hey, we're just gonna get to this, bro, because you keep saying Siberian, right? So, have you ever heard of Cheddar Man?
I've heard of all of that, bro.
Okay, so you heard of Cheddar Man, right? So in England, 10,000 years ago, are those people black in England 10,000 years ago?
Those are not African people.
I'm not saying that. Bro, you saying African. I'm saying black. So that's your.
Those weren't us. No, they weren't us.
I'm meeting you. Fuck
they were melanated people, but they weren't us.
Wait a minute. Wait. So the whole planet was melanated 10,000. Sir, was the whole planet melanated 10,000 years ago? Is that a better word for you?
When she leaves,
huh? Is this real? Like,
no.
What's going on? No, it wasn't. All right. So Caucasians walked the planet 10,000 years ago, sir?
Yes.
Where is this at?
Where? Anatolia. Up in the Caucasus Mountains, we have those remains, brother.
No.
Let me bring them. Well, okay.
Just show us the science, and we'll go to it. Where? Because we have other things that's trumping that their science that they can't find themselves nowhere on the planet. I got you. They're not finding themselves nowhere past 7,000 years.
I jumped on late.
Brother,
after y'all was
that's
going
pseudo.
I jumped on late. So
no, what you talking about is pseudo though.
So that's why I say it's
you
better
can't
that
do shit.
Let's do this tomorrow. You know what I mean? Where I have my sources, I can address everything.
You in the house right now with your sources. I'm my source.
I'm talking to you.
We talking about right now. You ain't quoting nothing. We right here right now. You ain't gotta go nowhere.
Right. I got my
We right here right now. Okay, let's see them. So here, you got them right now. Let's go. Ours is right here. We're gonna present ours right now. I want to show this guy like the pyramids here. Do you know that we have more pyramids than they have anywhere else on the planet in America?
No, come on, bro. Come on. Those, first of all, you don't have any pyramids here. These are mounds, brother. These are not pyramids.
Okay.
They're not
Okay, I
built the
got you.
same way. What's
Okay.
wrong with y'all?
So what does that mean?
It's a
Built the same way.
mound.
I got you. So let me ask you a question.
It wasn't built with the same material.
Sir, let me explain something. Let me walk you through this. Wouldn't our ancestors, before they had pyramid technology, wouldn't they put stones and dirt on top of our ancestors into mounds? Brother, I'm asking the question. I got you.
Real quick.
What was first, sir?
16. The mastabas.
For 16 is
okay. We're gonna go to that.
You see the design of the step pyramid?
I'm talking about before the step pyramid, brother. Before our ancestors.
Okay, what pyramid was before the step pyramid?
The mounds. The mounds.
That's 16 plus
right?
16.
Are you sure?
So if
are you 100% sure? Can you prove that?
I'm a zillion percent sure. Yeah, I can actually prove that if you let me explain it to you. Then we can
How
get
old
to
is
it.
the mound here in North America or South America? How old is the oldest mound?
You tell me.
Yeah.
I'm walking you through I'm walking you through logically right now because you asked me a question that you don't know the answer to. Because I can show you shell mounds that go back 70,000 years, according to them. I can show you, in San Francisco, I can show Poverty Point, which they say is about 100,000 years old. But you don't want to hear that. You don't know nothing about that. So let's get back to what you understand and what we're talking about. I'm saying that we have more pyramids in America than they have there. Now, you say step pyramids would predate smooth pyramids, correct?
That's some crazy shit.
Correct?
How you doing?
So if I show you step pyramids that predate, I got you. So if I show you step pyramids in America, in North America, right? Would that mean that those predate the smooth pyramids in Egypt, brother?
All the doubles. You have no step pyramids in North America. Stop.
Oh, we have none except. Okay, I got you.
Prove it.
Okay.
Okay, let me see your step pyramid.
Okay, I got you. Hold on, watch this.
Oh, good gosh. I'm listening to you.
Can I get
I'm telling you, you don't have one pyramid in America.
Can I give you a source real quick, brother?
Those are not pyramids.
Hey, I got a source right here.
Go ahead. I'm
Pull
listening.
up some pyramids for me, everyone, real fast. I'll send you this.
You heard me? I got the source right
Can
here.
y'all hear me? Like check.
Go ahead.
Okay, you asked. Hold on, brother. You said you wanted a date. He wanted a date on a mound. I don't know if y'all can hear me.
You have mounds. You don't have
pyramids. Oh yeah, you can look up Watson Break. It's in Louisiana.
Yeah.
It's dated roughly about 3,500 BCE. You can go check it out.
Hey, Chief, can you see? Hey, my dude, can you see this? Can you see the screen right here, my dude?
I'm listening.
Can you see the screen?
Yes.
All right, okay. You see right here, say pyramids.
I can see it.
It say pyramids.
Well, you just said you wanted a date on the mound, so I just showed you that there was 3,500 years old.
You want to see the source? You talking about the mounds in Louisiana on LSU? You got the source of that, my dude?
So what?
Nothing. I mean, you can see the screen. Can you see the screen, play?
I'm watching the screen. I see pyramids underlined. I just see the word pyramids underlined.
You see pyramids, and next in quotation it say 3,000 BC, right? So you know 3,000.
Circa 3,000 BC. Are you serious?
I mean, hey, this is an encyclopedia, my dude. This is encyclopedia of American. This is encyclopedia of American Indian, bro. So what they lying to? I mean, your truth, your truth is the truth, but then the people who do the real research is lying. You're going to debunk anthropologists.
So you really believe
Yes. We don't have to believe. We know. You the one who don't know. The source is in front of you right here. It's saying pyramids, 3000 BC, North America and South America and Mesoamerican culture. Now it's saying pyramids are massive structures that are broad at the bottom and taper to a point or apex at the top. American Indians in the Mesoamerica and South American built pyramids. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay. Now,
where's your pyramid at? Let me see your pyramid.
You want to see the
pyramid?
All right, no problem. I got you.
I want to see him.
All right, I got you. Let me show you. I'm gonna show you something. No, for you too. Hold up.
Yep.
Oh, good gosh.
Man, you can talk, until I get done if you want to say something about what I just showed you, bro.
I'm just looking at this photo right here.
If you got something you want to show, you can pull it up.
You're not calling that a pyramid, are you?
Call it a pyramid. Matter of fact,
you see my phone, right?
Yeah. I got it right here. Hold up. Let me go. I got it right here. Hold up. I'm gonna show you not just pyramids, but I can show you other shit too. But let me show you the pyramid.
Mic check. Okay. I think I'm good.
All right, here we go right here. You see these? These are in Peru. You see it?
I know you're not saying that's a pyramid, are you?
Oh, it's a pyramid, my dude.
You can't possibly believe that's a pyramid.
Brother, it's a pyramid, bro.
Come on, bro. Come on,
it
man.
Is what it
that's
is.
Not
it's a pyramid. Look, I'm not done
that's
yet.
That's a mound, man. Come on,
brother.
Bro.
It's a pyramid. Look, I'm showing you more. This is how it looked it when it was constructed. Okay, you see how it looked? This is how it looked it. They go more.
Is that not a pyramid?
That's another
That's
pyramid.
Not a. Come on, brother. Stop.
Brother,
that's not no pyramid,
bro. The people who are the experts are calling it pyramids. But your words don't matter.
Y'all know damn well those ain't no pyramids. Those resemble. Those do not resemble the pyramids in Africa, brother, at all.
Okay. What you mean, pyramid in Africa? What are you talking about?
They predate the pyramids in Africa to be exact.
Let me get back to
How can it be?
This guy bugging, yo. He don't know what that
Okay,
is.
so listen, bro. There's a methodology to come to that technology. Right? First, you have mounds, right? Then you said the step pyramids, right? So mounds, then step pyramids, right? Where's the oldest step pyramids at? Right? Where's the most step pyramids at? Then you get to those pyramids that you're talking about.
No, it's not.
How old is it?
I just showed you that we had pyramids here 1,000 years ago. Now you look up and see how old the pyramids is in Africa. I just showed you 5,000 years ago we had pyramids. The pyramids in Kufa was made 4,000, 6,000, 4,600, 770 something years ago. Okay, it's not the same age, Money Grip. So you need to go and do your research and check, bro. We already know.
Yeah, let's get a date on the Khufu, or which one? Which one you want? Let's get a date on those.
46. The oldest pyramid here is in Supe, Peru.
Whether you got a source for the oldest pyramid and step pyramid?
Oh yeah.
Of course.
Give me a second.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. It says I got for the oldest pyramid. It says major pyramids located here include the Pyramid of Doja, generally identified as the world's oldest substantial monumental structure to be built of dressed stone, the Pyramid of Ukhsef, the Pyramid of Teti, and the Pyramid of Menkaure, dating to the first intermediate period of Egypt. Okay, let me go.
Yeah, what's the source on that? You said generally accepted. You said generally.
That was just wiki. That was just Wikipedia. That was just Wikipedia.
Hey, bro, y'all can still see my screen, y'all? My screen still showing?
I'm listening. Yeah, I'm listening. I see it. Yep.
All right. Okay. No, real quick. Let me show you something.
Well,
you can see it, right? Now, look. Check it out. It says right here. I'm going to show you something. It says the Maya was great architects, mathematicians, and astronomers, and artists. In their time, they built cities as grand and beautiful as anything in Europe or Far East. They was one of the only few people who have invented the number 0. Now look, check this out. Let me show you something. Look at this. Look, they got one of the pyramids right here. Look. Can you see that?
I see it.
Look. The pyramid, they said, I'm not saying it. They saying the pyramid of the magician, okay, in Mexico. Now look, let's see some more shit. It's another structure they found. This in Palenque, right? Now look, they got another pyramid. They go ball courts that we got in Honduras.
And you know damn well they don't look nothing like the pyramids of Giza.
Listen, the pyramid. Look at this. This is an observatory. Listen, look what you see right here. This is the observatory, brother. Find me an observatory in Africa anywhere.
Oh, come on, bro.
Brother, look. You want me to show it to you? Look. What do it say?
I'm looking.
It's saying in Chichen Itza, Mexico. Right now, look. The top of this motherfucker swivels. The top of this shit spins around, money grip, and it tracks the equinox. It tracks from March 21st to June 21st to September 21st. Okay, this shit swivels around, my dude. What are you talking about? Look, they got another pyramid. Look at this. You see this one?
Hold on. Hey, Robert. Is that a step pyramid right there, brother? Is that a step pyramid?
It's not a step pyramid, bro. Look at the top.
So,
it's not a step.
These not steps, my dude.
Hey, Robert, do you know where that's at right there?
Yeah, that's in Mexico, Mesoamerica.
All right, so cool. Meso.
You capital.
Okay. So do you think black people built that or no?
Of course not. Are you out of your mind?
Whoa. So
African people have nothing to do with these.
I just said, goddamn, like this is the problem. This is shit's crazy.
Hey, look,
I'd like to know what make him think that they built the pyramids in Egypt, because I got pictures of them building those pyramids with cranes. That is a motherfucking place.
No damn pyramids with cranes.
Yes, I do. I got the pictures.
Hey, Robert,
I got the pictures.
I'm gonna stop treating you like you don't know, because you apparently know. So you're just acting kind of crazy right now.
At this point, Chief, y'all can convince a lot of my hats off. Y'all
we just having a conversation.
Hey, no. You know, a lot of people are gonna watch this.
Science to put a damn triangle in the middle of fucking desert, and you call that a pyramid? Reason why they put that in the middle of that damn desert, because it don't take nothing. If science started in America, how was they able to know the measurements of doing that triangle?
Hey, one, did you show them the pyramid of the sun? Hold on. Did you see the pyramid of the sun, Robert? Because he knows that the pyramid of the sun exists, because he knows pyramid. Yeah.
Let me show him this. Look. Hey, my brother, hey, Robert.
Who that?
I see the drawing that you showing.
this is Montezuma, right? And these are the cities that was already in America before the Europeans even got here, brother. Can you see the buildings behind them?
Where's that source? Where's that picture from?
This is from a book. This is from a book that's from the 16th.
Where's that picture from?
This picture is from a book from 1671.
What's the name of the book?
I'm about to show it to you right now. Look.
I'm listening, bro.
Hey, I think it's always interesting when you ask that question, but you never offer that when you guys are pulling up these fake ass books from 2005, brother.
I ain't got no sources, but we're smashing the sources. Look, this is from the book right here. Look, it says, I know this Montanez, right? Look, I know this Montanez, New and Unknown World, 1671, right? Now, look, this is what he was saying about the Americas, right? Look. He said the new and unknown world, the description of America, the Southland containing the origins of America and Southland, the remarkable voyages, the quality of shores, the islands, the cities, the fortresses, the towns, temples, mountains, sources, rivers, houses. Okay? We lived in houses. We didn't live in no fucking teepees, brother. We had towns. We had fortresses. Okay? Now look, let me show you something else real quick, Robert. You still with us, Robert? Look, Robert, thanks for coming through. Let me show you something else. Where you from, Robert, by the way?
New York.
You from New York?
New York,
Robert? All right, guys, I'm going to show you something real quick. New York, look. I'm going to show you something real quick what they found in New York, right? Now,
Robert,
look, this is another picture. No, look, Robert,
said
this
he's
is
from the
another
South,
picture
though.
from the same book. This is another picture from the same book, Robert. Look, see this? This is Montezuma, right? Now, if you look behind Montezuma, right, you see buildings, right? The European did not come here and build these buildings behind us, man. These are the buildings that we was already building. The source I just read that told you that architectures, here is the results of the architect that we have done. Okay, now look, check this out. See that them buildings right there? Now, guess what? We can find them buildings all through America, right? But let me show you something what they found in New York real quick. You ever heard of Cleopatra Needle that they found in Central Park, which is a fucking obelisk? Okay, you think they dragged the obelisk in the middle of Central Park in the 1800s, man, with a fucking crane? You honestly believe that? You honestly believe that? You heard what I said, right? They drug the obelisk.
No, say that again.
Do you think that they drug an obelisk to the middle of the 1800s, brother? Honestly, let's be for real. Or do you think that a fucking obelisk was already there by chance? Look at the pyramids.
Do I think who was here already? I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last word.
I said they found. You said you're from New York, right? You know where Central Park is at, right?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. In Central Park, they found the obelisk called Cleopatra Needle. Okay. And they got in Prospect Park. If you go in Prospect Park, they got ancient artifact architectures as well. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. I'm looking for that pyramid. Right, there you go, right here. This is the towns. One of the towns we have.
I want to ask a better question.
Look,
if that picture we just showed you wasn't a step pyramid, so
yeah, the pyramid is still in the middle of the city, right? This is the pyramid. This is Tenochtitlan. These are the buildings that was around the one I showed you behind Montezuma. Okay, this is a pyramid right here in the middle of the fucking city. Okay, now look, this is how I looked at when they said they got here in Mexico. This is how Tenochtitlan looked at. Okay, let me see something. This is the rest of, this is some other parts of Tenochtitlan. This is what they said Tenochtitlan looked at like. I don't know if you can see that. Let me see.
I will say one thing for y'all today. Y'all, everything that you said, you have presented. So you can't dispute that. What you said, you presented. Now the onus is on me now. The onus is on me
pyramid right
to
here?
debunk what I showed.
Okay, you see the pyramid right here though? You see the pyramid?
Everything y'all said, y'all believe in, y'all show what y'all believe. So
Hey, you
I
see
gotta
a pyramid in
debunk
Mexico?
everything that y'all put up.
Okay. All right, that's a pyramid in Mexico, right? Let me see
I am telling you that those are not pyramids.
Okay, well, I'm telling you
I
that
disagree with everything that you're saying. So the onus is on me.
That's
So I'm
great.
saying, so tomorrow.
Look.
Do we do this tomorrow? I want to
No,
listen to
because
what you're saying, but
tomorrow
I'm
we
saying,
have a women's bill tomorrow. But you can come through tomorrow because we got a sister that got maps and everything. She's gonna drop these bombs on y'all Negroes and think y'all from another country.
no, we gonna finish talking, but tomorrow I'll be more prepared. I'll come in the beginning of the show. You know what I mean?
Now see, tomorrow is us. Now we may let y'all come on.
No,
And
I'm saying I'm gonna listen to what y'all say. I'm not gonna come on because you just told me that y'all having a certain show, but I'm gonna listen.
Can I ask you something? You said that your grandmother
Yeah, go ahead,
said
sis.
that she was Indian, but when you did the DNA, that it didn't say. So you saying y'all never looked for land patents?
My grandmother had no land packs, bro. Sis.
We got
My
land patents,
grandmother
brother.
was color.
We got land patents. If the natives was the owner of the land and they was here first, why do the American Negro, aka American Indian, own the land patents?
What land packs do Africans own here in America?
No. It says it's us. Because I got a
Right
plenty of
again.
people
Right
that
again.
already got
Right
their
again.
land patents. Already got their land patents.
Who has their land pack? What is a
Hey,
land
brother,
pack?
I'm glad that you
I
said
got
that
somebody
Africans
right
don't
now that
own
got
no
over
land patents.
1,000
Thank you.
acres. We know several people that found their land patent. So now, my brother, how do we own the land patent and we the fucking foreigners off a boat? The natives should have the land patent, not us. That can't be disputed.
Peace, family.
Can you show me your land pack?
I got some people to be on here tomorrow. And they'll tell you about their land patents. Right now, I'm still researching, man. They done found a couple of my people, but she got to get the information to me. But like I said, now I know for a fact my granddaddy on my mom's dad side, they own a plenty of land up in Franklin, but we have to find Franklin, Tennessee. We have to find the patents. My mom and them knew about that history because my granddaddy never told them about they owning Brown Station. Brown's their last name, and the land that they was on was called Brown Station.
Hey, auntie, peace, love you.
Peace,
hey, man,
peace, my brother.
You ain't got to explain yourself,
nephew.
Dude, man. You ain't got to explain yourself.
What up, True?
Man, what's good, y'all, Fino? Shout out to the panel, man. Shout out to the chat, man. What's going on?
New York African Society for Mutual Relief, founded in 1808. The New York African Society for Mutual Relief was the first Black association to incorporate and among the. I'm not Googling anything, bro. I'm reading from this.
What year was that, brother? What year was the African Society you talking about? What time period was that?
Founded in 1808, the New York African Society for Mutual Relief was the first Black association to be incorporated and among the largest lived of the early African benevolent societies, established as a mutual aid association to provide health insurance, death benefits, and relief from other tribulations that newly emancipated people face. The society quickly captured. Okay, go ahead, bro.
1808. You
want me to
said?
finish, or you got something to say? Yeah, that was
1808. Wasn't y'all still slaves then?
Yeah.
Right.
But there was free Africans here also. You had free men.
Oh, wait. Wait a minute. So at a time where people were literally genociding you for being an African, they were allowing other Africans to just be straight.
Roam free.
No, to hold
depending on what state you was in. We know that. That's what the Civil War was about. States' right.
No, my brother. That's what that was about.
That's a long time after that, though, bro. That's a little bit after that, though. You said 1808.
Right, but Right. You had free people. You had free people of color here in America. You had free Africans here.
Do you
You
have
had
the
people that
book
had bought their way
1491 and
out of slavery,
1493?
and you also had. Huh? I'm sorry, sis.
Do you have the book 1491 and 1493?
Give me
Because
one
the
second.
first slaves didn't get here to 1619, and that's according to them. And that was only one man, I think, was up in Massachusetts.
Nah,
that
it
was
was
documented.
No, sis. No, sis.
What? No, sis, what?
Hey, I got a question for him
You're
for
wrong.
real though.
Because the 1491, 1493, you'll see pictures of us. Remember, we didn't get here to 1619.
According to that fact, yeah, she right. According to
Hold
your
on,
premise,
hold on.
you on the 1619
Brother,
premise.
do you know what an African is?
No, he don't.
Yeah, that's me. What you mean I don't? Okay. Can't be serious.
Hey, can I ask him a question?
Give me a second. I'm getting some books. I got to get them books.
Go ahead. Go
So
ahead,
you got to
Truth.
get a book to tell you that you're African and a DNA test to tell you African.
I want to ask him a question though.
I gotta
And,
get those books.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
Truth.
I kind of wish Rob Bourne was here because, you know,
I gotta get them books, baby.
I would love for him to hear.
We're gonna deal with the Underground Railroad. We're gonna deal with that.
Cool.
Oh Lord.
Can I just ask you this question though, real quick?
We're gonna deal with Indians of the North Coast.
Hey, can I just ask you this question real quick, bro?
We're gonna deal with that.
Can I ask you a question?
We're gonna deal with this.
What
He hyped.
Because I want to know your connections to this. Can you see that?
I just want to ask you a question.
No, we can't see that.
Oh, come on, bro.
We can't
I'm
see
putting
that.
it right in the camera.
No, the brother trying to ask you a question. Oh, the brother's trying to ask you a question. Native American spirituality. We're not Native Americans, but the brother's trying to ask you a question though.
Oh,
God, I'm listening.
Can you hear me?
I'm listening, bro.
You know, the whole time, you know, this is my question. You know, the whole time the brother was talking about the pyramids.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
I mean,
yes,
I
I do.
You were listening. I was talking.
100% do.
Okay.
I'm an African.
Can you let me finish talking? Because, like, we ain't
Can
gonna
you hear Truth?
We are the people.
Can you hear me?
I don't think he can hear you, Truth.
I can't hear him.
You hear the other brother
come back in, Truth.
No, he can't hear you, Truth.
I can hear original Copper Empress, but I can't hear Truth speaking.
Okay, he gonna come back in.
So what I want to ask you, while they're waiting on Truth, so you got a bunch of books that you collected to tell you that you African?
No, baby, no.
I know you said you did a DNA.
We gotta study our
history. Have your people contact you yet in Africa? Have your people contact you yet in Africa to tell you that you're kin to them?
I don't want him to forget what he just read.
I'm in contact with people now. I'm trying to locate people now on the web on a website.
What did they give you your people here in America too?
Yeah.
They gave you their names.
Yeah. I just got to reach out to them.
Hey, brother, can I ask you? Yeah. I just want to get on. I want to make a point real quick. You was reading something about the African Mutual something, and they was saying they was providing. They were providing insurance, I think, or benefits to these so-called people who were.
Give me 1 second. I gotta find that page. I can hear him. I can hear him. That was I just heard the brother ask a question about the African Aid Society.
No, that wasn't
right.
Correct. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Hold on, Truth. I'm gonna let you right in. Just let me you said that was in 1808, right, brother?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now if you just do a quick etymology check of the same term that you say you are, right? You say you're an African, right? Right? You say you're an African, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so when we look at the definition of what an African is around the same time period that you're saying that you're associating yourself with an African, but this is what they're saying an African meant in this time period, okay? It says
go on and read
Old English, Africanus, plural, native or inhabitant of Africa, right? Bet you like that part, right? Now it says from Latin, Africanus of Africa, African from Africa, see Africa. It says used of white residents of Africa from 1815. Now you just read that source to prove to that black people were African and they had instituted some type of union or some type of thing for their benefits, right? What we're telling you is that white people are the Africans, and they're the ones who came on boats. They're the ones who had to fight for their freedom. There's the ones who came and assimilated into the culture. And the narrative that you're pushing, there is no evidence other than conjecture and fairy tales to actually supplement what you're saying. We can, just like we've been saying for the longest, all of our statements, and we was able to pull it up like that, pull it up like that, pull it up like that. Most of the time when we talking to people who is Afro-centered, when y'all pull up some shit, it's some shit that everybody learned in school. And so that's not really
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Did you intimate that the word African connotates a white person? Did you just intimate that?
I didn't just wait. I didn't intimate that.
Did you say that
according to online etymology? Hold on. According to online etymology dictionary online, you can go type it up yourself. Right? It states that. Okay.
And come on with your rebuttal, because we know y'all in love with Africa.
So
come on with your rebuttal.
You basically proved to us that, or you were trying to prove to us that we are the Africans and we are the black people that are the people that they call Africans back at that time period. But I just put up a source that said they were referring to white people as Africans in the continent that you claim you're from at the time period you're claiming. You see what I'm saying? That doesn't make sense.
They refer to white people as Africans in where? In Europe?
In Africa.
Wait.
In Africa. Use of white.
Hold on. I got another question for the brother. Hey, brother. Do you believe in Darwinism and the theory of evolution, brother?
Okay, Darwinism and the theory of evolution are two different things.
Do you believe in Darwinism?
Darwinism and Charles Darwin's theory of evolution is two different things.
Okay, do you believe in those two different things, brother?
I believe in evidence for evolution, most definitely.
Who documented it?
No. So is the theory of evolution a fact, brother?
Yes, 100%.
Oh God!
All right, hold on, whoa. And is Darwinism racist, brother?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Thank you. So you.
I said, now remind you, I told you Darwinism.
Hold on, time out. Hold on, let's start one at a time. So the theory. Hold on, one at a time. Because you said they're two separate things. We're gonna. Hey, True. You want to get him on the? You want to get him on evolution?
Bro,
get him on evolution, True. Go ahead, brother.
He just contradicted himself, bro.
No doubt. See, I actually have Darwin's books right here. You see this? You see that? I got Darwin's book right here.
No. Hey, brother. Hey, I want you to read something out of it. I want you to find something to read out of it. Hey, while you find something to read out of it, hold on. Let Brother Truth go, and then you come back and read something. No. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. It's truth time. Then you can go.
Researches by Charles Darwin into the natural history and geology of the countries that visited during the voyage of the HMS Beagle.
Hey, you know.
Hold on, brother. That's not.
Hold on.
Let's say we striking that from the record.
You striking what from the record? I just read you the title of the book. The Journal of Researches by Charles Darwin into the natural history and geology of the countries visited during the voyage of the HMS Beagle under the command of Captain Fitzroy R.N.
Hey, Rob, can you hear
trying to ask you something, but you're talking.
Yeah, I don't want.
And then I have. So let's go.
Can you hear True?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, True.
Then why the fuck you keep talking over me, bro? Let me talk. What the fuck? Hey, look, man.
Come on.
You know you contradicted yourself, right? You know that, right? You just said you believe in evolution and then you call it racist. So you believe in something racist? You believe that you came from a monkey?
I can't hear you, Truth.
Oh, he
Can
can't hear
somebody
you,
mute
True.
what
my
I
mic
said
because
to
I
this
can't hear
motherfucker?
truth. I'm gonna mute
Okay.
my mic because I can't
This is
hear
what
him.
he said. This is what he said. He said you totally contradicted yourself, right? Chief Holiday asked you, is the theory of evolution a fact? And you said, yes, there's some evidence to support that, right? Okay. And then
No, I said
hold on, correct.
I support the evidence for evolution 100%, not some. I said
Okay.
100%.
Okay,
So you
100%.
100%
And
go
then
with it.
hold on. And then in the next question, he asked you, was it racist? And your answer was,
No, he asked me, was Darwinism racism? And I said, yes, Darwinism is racism. And I also told you that Darwinism and the theory of evolution are two different things.
so who
Because
created the
Charles
theory of
Darwin
evolution,
himself
brother?
is not the
But it's
author of
called
Darwinism. You do realize that, right?
but it's called
Who
Charles
created
Darwin,
the
the theory of
theory of
evolution.
evolution?
What you mean? It's not two different things. It's one fucking title. The fuck are you
Can
talking
you
about,
tell me
man?
who created the theory of evolution, bro?
Oh, so the reason why I'm going down this line of questioning, right, is because I want the brother to understand is, okay, a theory, brother, is a theory, correct?
Nope.
Hello.
Well, I'm sorry.
Scientific theory
Hold
is
on.
quite different than a layman's theory.
Wait,
We
I got
heard this
you.
I'm listening.
argument.
Right, we've already broke that down. So could you do us a favor, right? Is there scientific laws? Damn. Okay, so we have scientific theories, and I just wanted to be known that a scientific theory is not a scientific law. Correct? You can't, because see where they try to play
Bro,
the
he gonna
semantics,
mute every
like there's a
time you drop
different.
a bomb.
I mean, he's gonna drop it, but you know, this is baby work right here.
Come on, Rob. You in there?
I don't. Okay,
You can hear
what
me?
question are you asking me?
I'm
I'm not
asking you
clear
a
on your
simple
question.
question. It's shit, bro. It's super simple, bro. Okay, listen. The theory of evolution, right? You said it's a scientific theory. I asked, was there a
I
scientific
know. I
law?
said I said the theory of evolution is fact. It's fact.
Right. I got you.
Backed by
But
evidence. Backed by evidence.
oh, okay. So there is. What's the difference between a scientific theory and a scientific law, my brother?
No. And so you're telling me that a theory is the same as a scientific theory? Okay, well, let's do this. Instead of us
Let me
arguing, let's
ask the
read what
question,
a
Chief.
scientific theory is. Let's bring that up.
Let
Let
me
me
ask
bring
the
that up.
question. Maybe he didn't hear you.
Hold on, he might have heard me. I'm just let him keep talking. Then you got it.
You asked me what a scientific theory was, right?
Yeah, I want you to pull that up. Who can you find this at, sir?
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
I got it. A scientific theory is an explanation of an aspect of the natural world that can be repeatedly tested and verified in accordance with the scientific method, using accepted protocols of observation, measurement, and evaluation of results.
So let me ask you a question. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. How many monkeys?
Now let's
How many
deal with what a
how many
theory
monkeys
is.
you humped? How many
Let's
monkeys
deal
you
with a
humped?
theory. We're gonna deal with what a theory is. Now let's deal with a theory.
No. Wait. Back to the scientific. What makes a scientific theory a fact, brother? Isn't that what you just read? Well, how about this? To make it even clear about this, what makes the theory? Hold on. Wait. Because I haven't even got to the out of Africa hypothesis yet, right? I want to break down the theory of evolution first for you. Okay, so you're trying to pass it off as a fact when
we're going to
technically
differentiate between the theory and the scientific theory first. We're going to come to terms with that.
No, because it's a scientific theory. Sir. Scientific theory is not scientific theory is not a compound word. So I just want you to wait, sir. I want you to be clear. Tell the people that tell the people that scientific theory is not a compound word. Sir, all I want you to do is just tell the people that scientific theory. Hold on, wait, sir. I just want you to tell the people that scientific theory is not a compound word. Okay, just tell them that before we go any further. Okay, I'm gonna let y'all understand.
What is a scientific theory?
Sir,
What is a
no.
scientific theory?
Before we get there, is it a
would you let me
compound
be
word?
what a scientific theory
Is it no? Is it two words? You can't put the word together and get a definition, sir. That's pseudo. And I'm going to say this again. Scientific is a word,
Really?
sir. Yeah, scientific is a word. Okay, let me ask you a question. Hold on. So can I categorize, sir? Can I categorize, sir? Can I categorize evolution? Sir, no. Can I categorize, sir? Can I categorize, sir?
The word theory refers to the way we interpret fact. Every scientist's theory starts as a hypothesis. A scientific hypothesis is a suggested solution for an unexplained occurrence that does not fit. I'm listening.
Brother, do you know what a hypothesis is?
Please, can I read something real quick for you, brother?
I'm about to walk him down. Do you know what a hypothesis is, brother?
It's the same thing, Chief.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
Like literally.
This is absolutely bomb.
Listen to this, my brother.
I guess what I tell you.
It says laws. It says laws.
Explanation made on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation. That's what a hypothesis is.
Hold on, bro. Can you hear me, bro? Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It says laws differ from hypotheses and postulates which are proposed during the scientific process before and during validation by experiment and observation. Hypotheses and postulates are not laws since they have not been verified to the same degree. Although they may lead to the formulation of laws, laws are narrower in scope than scientific theories, which may entail one or several laws. Science distinguishes a law or theory from facts. Calling a law a fact is ambiguous, an overstatement, or equivocation. So if a law is that, what you think a theory is, my nigga?
Are you ready? It's not the same thing. In general, a scientific law is a description of an observed phenomenon. It doesn't explain why the phenomenon exists or what causes it. The explanation of a phenomenon is called a scientific theory. It is a misconception that theories turn into laws with enough research. In science, laws are a starting place, said Peter Coppinger, Associate Professor of Biology and Biomedical Engineering at the Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. From there, scientists can then ask questions, why and how. Scientific law versus theory and facts. Many people think that if scientists find evidence that support a hypothesis, the hypothesis is upgraded to a theory, and if the theory is found to be correct, it is upgraded to a law. That is not how it works at all. Though in fact, facts, theories, and laws, as well as hypotheses, are separate parts of the scientific method. Though they may evolve, they are upgraded to something else. Hypotheses, theories are laws, and laws are rather like apples, orange, and kumquats. One can't grow into another, no matter how much fertilizer and water are offered. According to the University of California, a hypothesis is a limited explanation of a phenomenon. A scientific theory is an in-depth explanation of an observed phenomenon. A law is a statement about an observed phenomenon or a unifying concept, according to the Kennesaw State University.
That's awesome, but
there are four major concepts in science: facts, hypotheses, laws, and theories.
But you just missed everything that I read, bro. A theory and a fact. I'm sorry, a theory and a scientific law are not facts.
Do you understand that? Do you understand what you just read? That a theory and a law.
I understand that. And do you understand that neither one? Wait. But do you understand, brother, that neither one are facts? Do you understand that?
And your source.
Listen to what you just said. I just explained to you that they're a part of the process of coming to a conclusion.
Which is still not a fact, bro. Which is still not a fact, bro.
They lead to the fact. They're part of the process that leads to the fact.
No, they're not, bro.
The fact itself. They're tools used
Okay.
to get to the fact, bro.
Wait.
Do you understand that?
Just listen. Wait. How can you use tools to get to a fact if it's not? Wait. You just said it's not the fact that we're talking about, right? So if the theory is not the fact, right, and the law is not the fact, right, then how are you using them to come up with the fact, bro?
Let me read this again. Hypothesis, theories, and laws are rather like apple, oranges, and kumquats. One cannot grow into another, no matter how much fertilizer and water are offered. According to the University of California, a hypothesis is a limited explanation of a phenomenon. A scientific theory is an in-depth explanation of an observed phenomenon. A law is a statement about an observed phenomenon or a unifying concept. Do you understand that?
Hey, Rob Boy,
I understand. You just threw what I said right to the side and started reading. I understand that. Yeah.
Okay. Laws are descriptions.
Make it simple for me, bro.
Laws are
You said a
descriptions,
theory
often
and a
mathematical descriptions of natural phenomena. For example, Newton's
right.
law of gravity or Mendel's law of
Mhm.
independent assortment. These laws simply describe the observation, not how or why they work.
But do they prove? Wait. Hold on, brother. Now, do either one of those prove that there is a gravity, or do they prove it for fact?
They describe how it works.
How they thought it, or a conjecture, or how they think it may work, right?
Well, they're using mathematics as a tool.
I didn't say they wasn't using it. I'm just saying, even with all the mathematics, with all the nice stuff,
they're not guessing.
It's still conjecture, right?
Okay, well, Newton's laws useful for scientists in astrophysics can use this centuries-old law to land robots on Mars, but it doesn't explain how gravity
Bro,
works.
you like a robot. You just start reading when you get
Mendel's
lost.
law. I'm just giving you an example of what a law is. You kept talking about what a law. So I'm giving you an example of what a law is.
Okay, let's throw laws out. Let's throw laws out. What about theories, right? Okay, the theory, right? Okay, the sun comes up in the morning, right? We see the sun in the sky, right? Now, my theory is that this big fat Hawaiian lady, she takes a shit every morning right before the sun comes up, and when she's finished shitting, the remnants of that is the sun coming up, right? And now I can probably if I try hard enough, find some type of evidence to support the bullshit I just said out my mouth, right? But that doesn't no way actually mean the shit I'm saying out my mouth is a fact, correct?
Right.
Okay. Now we take that same methodology, right? And we apply that to the European's information and his conjecture about the natural observation of elements and all of that good shit, what we know to be science, right? Do you see what we're saying now?
No.
Just because he came up with a theory, bro.
We're gonna establish no. We need to establish the difference between a scientific theory and a layman's theory. That's what we need to do.
Oh, we already know that, right? A layman's theory.
A
layman's theory. Let me just explain this out so you can get it. A layman's theory is somebody who just makes a statement, right, or a theory, or theorizes about a natural occurrence or something that they observed. A scientific theory would be something that they could do an experiment and quantify the actual theory, what the person is theorizing, right?
See the difference?
I mean, we know the difference. I just wanted to let you know that we know the difference. Go ahead, Auntie.
So when we're talking about science, I believe we're on the same page now. That we're not talking about speculation.
Definitely talking about speculation. Definitely not on the same page. Go ahead, Auntie.
No.
You since you the science is observation, right? Hello? I don't remember his name.
He didn't invent it.
Can you hear her, bro? Can you hear her?
Natural observations of the world. He inherited from other cultures. The European inherited the knowledge from older cultures. So he's not a progenitor of charting the universe.
You have to.
Can you hear her, bro?
So it's not his knowledge.
Can you hear her?
Okay. I'm listening.
Can you hear Auntie?
I can hear you, bro.
He can't hear you, Auntie. I don't think. You can't hear the lady on the panel?
I can hear her. I can hear two people talking at the same time. You can hear me, right?
Okay, go ahead, Auntie. Yeah, we good.
The first key to science is observation. Hello? I'm asking you, is the first key to science is observation?
Okay. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Yeah.
You tell me, because if man didn't exist at the beginning of time, y'all saying that monkeys and all these other animals went through this different stage in life to where they look like they look today. Who documented it the first time it ever happened?
Who documented what? I'm sorry.
Who documented evolution?
Who documented it?
Who was? Let me put it in different terms. Who was there to document the evolution of a platypus or an amoeba to a shark to a orangutan to a puma to a cat to a snake
Obviously,
to a rat?
nobody was there. Obviously, no one was there. I'm trying to understand your question.
Wouldn't we need? Let me ask you a question. Wouldn't we need primary sources to a theory in order to?
Yes.
Okay. So who was the primary source?
Yes.
Hold on. So who was the primary source for evolution?
The evidence, brother. The bones, the material culture, the archaeological sites. I mean, that's the evidence. What else do you need besides the physical evidence?
Wait. I didn't ask for evidence. I asked for a primary source.
The evidence itself is the primary source, bro. Do you know what a primary source is?
Yeah. See, go ahead.
Anything could be a primary source when it comes to anything that they're putting out. Anything, because they all are playing.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Play that y'all playing in. All of them is giving you everything they need to trace themselves back in time. Not you, them. So
the first to start documenting.
In order to say that man transferred from one thing to another, it has to be. I don't want to hear about no bones. It has to be observation.
That was Darwin.
Can I ask you a question? Can a rat evolve into a snake if it want to eat? If it want to eat rats?
Of course not.
Yo.
So how did we evolve from monkeys, brother?
Hey, yo, real quick. Hey, yo, real quick, yo.
And they made like everybody
we
else.
Share a common ancestor that broke off 7 million years ago. We didn't eat.
Wait. What's the primary source for that?
Let me ask you a question real quick. So, Brother Robert, is the primary stock, does it come from an animal or does it come from something else?
Yo, he just
debunked
himself.
You understand that we share 98.9% DNA with the great apes, right? You do understand we are classified as great apes.
No.
Okay, so
hey,
yo, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
So Brother Robert, let me ask you this.
You realize you evolved from fish. You do realize that, right?
Fish.
Yo, hold on, yo.
Let me ask you this, Brother Robert.
Realize that, right?
So before you said you did your genetic testing.
All right. I see where
we're going.
I see where we're going. Let's have this talk. Let's do it.
No, I just wanted to ask you something.
No, we ain't got to do it.
So, no, Brother Robert.
Everything you coming with is Darwin.
Can I just ask a question?
Yo, you know he debunked himself.
Can I say something? You asked me a question, right?
Okay, so Brother Robert, so you
asked me a question. You said, okay, this is the I'm reading from the introduction of anthropology, This is from Robert German Lincoln Wendell. Introduction of Physical Anthropology. I'm gonna show you. Don't worry about it.
So while you're doing that, can I ask you a question? You showed some books before, and some of the books, bro. Can I just get a question? Can I just get it? Damn.
Yeah, I'm listening, bro.
Yo, he the police, yo.
I'm police. Are you nuts? What the hell are you talking about, police?
Yo, you the police
God,
because
yo,
look,
niggas crazy.
you keep capping. Yo, he keep capping for the motherfucking Catholic Church, yo, and that's police shit. The Africans be capping for
I'm capping for the Catholic Church,
patriarchal
nigga. Do you
bullshit.
see what the fuck is on my chest? You see this motherfucking unk? The fuck is you talking
But
about?
the
Some
evolution
motherfucking
shit come
Catholic
from the
Church?
Catholic
Are you
Church,
crazy
though.
out your motherfucking mind? You see this motherfucking Black
Nigga,
Panther?
you crazy out your
Fuck outta here.
motherfucking mind.
You
Because
see
you
this
coming
Black
with the
Panther,
evolution
nigga?
bullshit, and
See this
that shit come from
motherfucking
the Catholic Church, patriarchal
That niggas
shit,
is
bitch.
crazy.
So what the
Nigga, you
fuck
see
you
Kappa
talking
right
about?
here. You don't see no motherfucking
Nigga,
Catholic Church. What
that's
the fuck you
because you
talking
low
about?
key.
You
You low
bugging.
key
You
with it.
see
Nigga,
this?
you a private
You see this is
nigga, you
God,
an
nigga.
agent. Nigga, you
This
an
is
agent.
God. You see that?
You coming with the ancient patriarchal, you coming with the
Hold
Catholic
on now.
Church
Hold on now.
fucking
Let's bring it
Yo, where
evolution
in.
this crazy
bullshit.
dude come from, bro?
Only
He just fucked up
agents
all the
come with
conversation. We
evolution
having a nice
because
conversation. He come talking some
Are you a
crazy shit.
college
no,
educated
nigga,
brother?
you the police. You the police.
Are you a college
I'm the
educated
police,
brother?
really? You dumb fuck. I'm the police.
Hold on
Sitting
now.
in my
Let me ask
bedroom.
you a
I'm the
question, brother.
police, really.
Hey, brother.
Nigga,
Hold on, brother.
evolution. If you
Let's
talking
rein that back.
evolution,
Let's
that's the
rein it back
police,
in.
nigga.
Are you a
Say that
college
again.
educated brother?
I did 1 year college. I would hardly call myself college educated. I stayed in the student union building that whole year. Back in 1986.
Okay. So where did you procure this information that you have downloaded into your consciousness?
I've been on this journey. I've been on this journey basically all my life. When I was coming up in the 80s, right? There was a lot of pseudo shit going on in the community. Now, mind you, in the 80s, we didn't have access to social media. We didn't have cell phones. You know what I mean? We had to actually go to books, so we had to actually ask people for information. And whatever they told us is what we took. You know what I mean? So it was a total different era.
So who told you about evolution? Who passed that down?
Actually, I started studying evolution. I say a good 7 years ago, about a good 7 years ago, because I had no knowledge of it. I had no knowledge of science prior to
the
maybe like
police
10 years ago.
academy and shit.
I didn't know shit about science. I didn't give a shit about science. I didn't know how important science was. I didn't realize that science was an African invention.
No, it's not.
Okay.
What
So
he
wait a
talking
minute.
about, bro? What he
Wait
talking about?
a minute.
Yo, that nigga the
Wait a minute.
police, yo. I don't care
Wait.
what nobody
Let me
say.
ask you a question, brother.
I'm the police.
So let's go slow.
Stupid, bro.
Hold on, y'all. Let's go slow. Let me get my Chief Holiday on. Let me get my Chief Holiday on.
I'm in my room. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, police, man?
Hold on, brother. Now, is it from your understanding that everything started in Africa?
Yes.
Which means hold on. Does that mean every man, woman, and child is a descendant of African people?
Yes, 100%.
Does that include
That's a lie.
Asian?
King Kong ain't my daddy.
Does that include Asian and Caucasian people?
Yes.
Okay. Now let me bring this home for you. So when I read to
African
you,
gene.
hold on. When I read to you, hold on, brother. Now when I read to you the etymological definition of African, and it said use the white residents of Africa, you jumped out your skin. But now you're telling me
No, I didn't.
that
I just ignored it. I didn't jump out my seat. I ignored it because it's a pseudo definition. Ain't no way
it's a pseudo.
Africa means
Wait, hold
white
on.
people.
Wait. Listen to what you're saying, brother. You just said it's a pseudo
Can you show
definition,
that
but in the
source, bro?
same.
Yeah, because
Hold
you
on,
said
bro.
it, but you didn't
Hold
show. I
on.
need you to show me that. And as a
Okay,
matter of fact, let me go on
it's simple.
etymology online
Just
myself.
online
I
etymology.
tried to let you go with that,
I want
but
you
you
to do
really
it.
want to
I
deal
want
with
you to
that.
do it. Hold on. I want you to type it in. So you can't say that nobody
No,
messed
but you
with
gotta
the
show that, bro.
mainframe.
Show that. Show.
Hold on. I want you to look on your
Show that.
phone right now. I'm on my phone, so I can't show you.
Don't
So
worry about it.
just
So
while we can see you looking on your phone, you can just look it up real quick. But listen, this is what I want to point out to you, brother. This is what I want to point out to you. Hold on. This is what I want to point out. You just told us that is pseudo, that it said white people were Africans, right? But in the same breath, you just told us that white people come from Africans.
I said they are our genetic mutated children.
No, you didn't say all that. Come on now, you ain't say all that.
Okay, I'm on etymology now. There's Oldest Africanus, plural, native Africa, old land from 1722 as or black Africans, black origin, black. I see where native Africa. Where it says white people.
Did you see it?
Online, I'm on the online etymology theory.
Oh, I know what you did. Did you type in Africa?
I typed in African, A-N.
Okay, and you're looking at the noun?
I'm looking at it.
You're looking at the noun? Is it the noun?
I'm going to the noun. Don't worry about it.
Okay. What is it? What is a noun, by the way? That's a person, place, or thing, right?
Person, a noun is a place or thing. Are you serious?
Okay.
Are you serious?
Okay. I just want to, not for you, for the people, right? Not for you, for the people. Okay. So what is it describing? What is this person, place, or thing?
Or inhabitant of Africa. That's what it says on the noun. Am I right or wrong? It says it right here. Native of Africa. An African,
keep going.
Native or inhabitant of Africa. That's the noun.
Keep going.
Of or relating to the nations of Africa or the peoples.
Keep going.
Okay. Dictionary entries for African. Well,
you looking hard to jump over that damn etymology definition.
I'm trying to
You looking hard. What kind of glasses you got on right now, dude? You got the right medicine in the motherfuckers.
$700.
I'm fucking with you, OG. So you saying you don't see? So you don't see anything? You don't see anything on online etymology that's for the
Africanus, plural, native or inhabitant of Africa, from Latin American, from Africanus, adjective, or Africa, African, from Africa, see Africa, use of a white residents of Africa from 1850, use of black residents of the U.S. from 18C.
Don't throw up now.
I just read that part, what you just said. Okay, I see it. It says use of white residents of Africa from 1850.
Now, the only reason I showed you that, remember, because you was talking about some
all the way down to where it says about the started planet.
Keep going. Yeah, don't stop. Don't stop. Keep going. Let's read the whole definition. What else does it say?
Say it again.
What else after it says use the white residents of Africa? What else?
From 1850, use of black residents in the U.S. from 18th century, when it was especially meant one brought from Africa, and sometimes was contrasted to native-born Negroes as an adjective.
Pause.
1560 pertaining to Africa or Africans, or English Africans sick from 1722 as of or pertaining to Black Americans. What's your point?
Let me ask you a question. Who are the native-born Negroes?
They're
The
him
native
tell it.
Negroes are those that were born here in America.
No, those are the indigenous people.
We would be native born
Why did they just
Negroes.
call you African?
My grandmother would be a
Okay.
native born Negro.
Okay.
You
Now.
understand?
Okay.
We're
So
native born
wait.
Negroes.
Hold on. Let's slow down. Okay. Let's slow down.
Y'all put
Okay.
y'all
Because
ancestors down. I
now
hope they don't
listen,
come back and
the
kick y'all out.
etymology online, brother, is walking us through a timeline, right? It's showing how this term was used at different time periods and shit like that, right? And different geographical locations, right? You still with me?
I'm listening.
Okay, so at a certain point in time, brother, a la what they're saying, 1815, which is the time that you're claiming that they were bringing African people still over here and enslaving them. The African people that you're attesting that allegedly look like you, right? They was taking them from Africa and bringing them over here, right? They were using that term for white people in the same geographical location that you're claiming that you came from and you're using to legitimize your statement that you're an African. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, to him it does. This is like trying to take Mary Magdalene away from Jesus.
Are you talking about a fairy tale? Yo, what were you saying, brother?
I don't do
I'm
the
looking
Bible,
at.
so you
I'm
gotta
trying
tell me it's a fairy tale.
All I was saying is you claim you are a hardcore African, ready to ride or die, right? Are you the white African? What kind of African are you? Because according to this etymology, brother, there are different terms and different types of people from Africa. And according to you, you said the same thing. Everybody starts from Africa, even white people. That's what you said. But
no,
now,
I didn't say white people
when I show you
from Africa, I never told you. I never said white people start
yes, you
from
did.
Africa.
No, this is what I actually no, you didn't say that out your mouth, but
never made
I
that
see.
statement.
I really should get paid to be a lawyer because I asked you a question which basically made you say it. I asked you this. I said, does all
Let's go through this
humanity
again.
descend from, hold on. I said, does all humanity descend from Africa? What was your reply?
I said yes, all humanity descends from the
Okay, now no wait. The next question I asked you, wait. Hold on. Now the next question I asked you was, does that include Mongoloids and Caucasians? And what was your answer?
Yes, there are descendants. Yes, they are genetically mutated from us. Yes, those people did not originate on the continent of Africa.
Genetically mutated
they are
from
genetic
us?
mutations.
So,
Can I
brother,
wait a minute.
assume that you're saying,
Hold on.
Brother,
Now, brother,
your question?
Is that a scientific theory?
That's a science. Yes, it is, and we can go through that if you like. We can go through it.
You still pulling out German science
just for the people. Hold on. Just for the people. Now, scientific theory, just for the people, so we on the same page. Does that mean that is an actual 100% guaranteed fact?
Say that again, brother.
Is a scientific theory. Is a scientific theory a 100% guaranteed quantifiable fact?
What?
Is a scientific theory a 100% quantifiable experimentational fact?
Of course not. It leads to that. It's part of the tools that it leads to the fact, or leads to a conclusion that is based on the evidence.
But is it
you understand
fact,
that, right? You can't trip me up in words, so don't try to trip me up in words because you can't.
I just want okay, let's do it this way. What is a fact, brother?
Watch it, ass, because he been upset a monkey turned into a human. I'm still trying to get him back to the part.
What was saying?
So are you saying that that our people descended from monkeys?
Well, it says
Is
a
that what
fact, a thing that is known or proved to be true.
so what monkey?
Information used as evidence or as part of a report.
Can you give me the monkey's name that jotted this down?
And so you want to, so we're going to define what a scientific theory is again. Do we have to? Do we really have to go through that again?
Observation is first, my brother.
To differentiate what a difference between a theory and a scientific theory.
From a monkey to a human, observation is first. Somebody got to be there to be able to document this so they can say for without a doubt that this is a fact, that we transfer from fucking monkeys to humans. Somebody had to be on the scene and document it. Documentation of us metamorphing from
do you realize how many millions of years that took? Do you
many
millions of years that process took? You realize that?
It still has to be somebody to say that they documented this. Because there's no way you can just pull that out your ass and say people start training.
How would there have to be somebody there to document?
So what you gonna tell me?
The first.
So what you telling me?
Evolution in its process? How can you document evolution in its process?
Evolution is an ongoing thing. Evolution doesn't stop. Just because it's an ongoing thing.
Exactly.
So that's what I'm saying. So why is the damn ape still sitting over in the damn in the jungles and shit? Because that's what you finna say all of a sudden. Oh, the great fear said, well, that's enough humans then turned into enough monkeys and transferred into him. We just leave them alone. You know, evolution stops now. Is you serious?
We want to deal with evolution. So, are we ready to deal with evolution now?
No, I'm asking you
what evolution is.
You answer my question because you want to keep going back to common sense. Why are there apes and shit sitting in zoos, apes and shit sitting over in Africa, here in America, and they now one of them that evolved into a human. So what stopped them from evolving? I'm waiting on your answer. What stopped them from evolving? It's quiet as a mouse now. What stopped them from evolving?
I'm hearing an echo. I can hear you still talking.
I said, what stopped monkeys from evolving, apes, whatever you want to call it? What stopped monkeys from evolving into humans? Because evolution is an ongoing process.
And what I'm saying is that let us understand what evolution is before we ask questions like that. I don't think you understand what evolution is and how it works.
My brother. What you mean before I stop? I have 2 eyes for observation myself, and anybody can give you observation. And that's just like watching a damn caterpillar turn to and go in his cocoon and come out a butterfly.
Okay, so let me read to you what mutation. Mutation, when genes change. The best way to explain how genetic material functions is to see what happens when it changes or mutates. Normal adult hemoglobin is made up of the 4 polypeptide chains. See, this gets deep. See, we gotta go deep.
It only gets deep because pale skinned people wrote some fuck shit down.
No, because then we're gonna start talking about biology. We're gonna start dealing with it on a cellular level. See, you can't just make a broad stroke and say, "Oh, I don't believe in evolution." You gotta deal with it on a cellular level, sis. I'm not quiet. You hear me talking, right? I'm reading.
Y'all kind of going in circles.
You reading from a dramatic people that did not exist at one point in time. And I don't want to hear that they went up in the damn cave, got lost in the cold weather, and lost their pigmentation. When there's people still living in cold weather, still have their pigmentation.
You got to deal with
everything. Don't make sense of one thing. And you still got the same shit that's going on today that they claimed that was going on back then. You still got people living up in Alaska that still has their pigmentation. You have to don't make sense.
So let me answer your question.
But you still have people still live in that environment.
Are you listening to this? You asked me a question. So
I'm
let
not
me
gonna
answer
lose
your
my brain
question for
cells
you.
because I did this the other night. I'm not.
A domestic dog breed share a common ancestor, the wolf. The extreme variation exhibited
what are you
by these
reading?
breeds today have been achieved
Eat
in
the
a
hogs, I'm gonna let you
relatively
have
short
it.
time through artificial selection. And in this situation, humans allow only certain dogs to breed in order to emphasize specific characteristics. We should note that not all traits desired in human breeders are advantageous to the dogs themselves. So,
And again, I'm asking you, why monkeys have not evolved? The ones who still in jungles and still in zoos and shit. Why they haven't evolved? Because evolution means to continue.
because
So
sis,
that means
you have a thing called natural selection. That's one of the mechanisms. Then you have another mechanism called
what science
mutation.
told you that?
Hey, brother, can I ask you a question?
I'm not gonna
While you have those books out,
tonight.
Brother Robert, can I ask you a question? While you have those books out, you
I'm
were
listening.
showing some books. You were showing some Native American books before. What are those about?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you were saying. It says standard chromosomal complement in various organisms. Chromosome number and somatic cells. Humans have 46. Chimpanzees have 48. Gorillas have 48. Dogs have 78. Chickens have 78. So on and so forth. Chromosomes number and gametes. Humans have 23. Chimpanzees have 24. Gorillas have 24. We share genetic material. But what was the question that you asked me? Can I show what?
I was asking you while you had your books out and you were showing some Native American books before. I was asking you what's that about? Why do you collect those?
These to debunk your claims of the abos. This is a big problem for our people. To try to adapt or try to pretend that you're something that you're not. It's a big problem. So we
Hold
got to
on,
make sure that we
now,
have
first
all
I'm gonna leave your ass
that.
alone. But since I'm doing my damn genealogy, Nick Bro, since everybody ain't the same, come from the same cloth. You can claim to be African because you went and did a motherfucking DNA test that took you back to where they took our damn people from America and placed their ass on the corner of fucking Africa, and ain't no goddamn pyramids over there. Those are
Do you know
pyramids
how
over
absolutely
Egypt.
that
Not
makes
your
absolutely
shit.
no sense?
Okay, so
That's not your shit.
okay, so
That is two different cultures.
okay,
So go find me something that you
okay,
built over in West Africa. Quit taking me to Egypt. And another
okay,
damn thing, those Rafiki ain't y'all's either, because those are Dutch.
Egypt, I ain't from Egypt, baby. I'm from West Africa. Sierra Leone is in West Africa. That ain't in Egypt. What you talking about?
Okay, so can I just jump in here real quick? So you were talking about your
Yeah, we
DNA
can deal
test,
with the
right?
Africa theory. We can deal with
Well,
that. We can deal with
Which
that.
one of your people
Can I just jump in
what's
here?
your people build over in West Africa? Because that's
I'm sorry?
poverty stricken. What did his people build in West Africa? That's poverty stricken. But I can tell you what my people built right here in America. And if they got, why they ain't got the same shit in Africa?
You said Africa is poverty stricken?
West Africa is mostly poverty stricken.
Okay, so can I just jump in real quick? So before you said you did your genetic testing, right?
They have no. So you telling me West Africa has no natural resources?
So you did your genetic testing, right? And you feel
Yeah, the
that one of your
government is
ancestors and you feel one of your ancestors goes back to Africa.
But the land is not. The land is rich.
And then you said you talked to your family members, right? And you said that one of your family members was telling you.
Say that again, brother.
I was saying you did your genetic testing, and then you were sharing that with your family before you were telling us. And then you said you talked to some of your family members. It was your grandmother or your great grandmother who told you.
No, I haven't talked to none of my family members yet.
Okay, so you were saying one of them told you that she was Indian?
Listen, I told you my grandmother that raised me was raised in an era. She was born into an era where black people were ashamed of themselves.
Your grandmama, is she still living?
That was her narrative. She had
Well,
her
she's
reason
still
for
living.
being light skinned was because she had Indian in
I
her
get it.
blood.
I get all that. That's
That was
color.
The
her. That's
original
what she said.
Indians are
I
dark
just want to make
skinned
this
people.
point.
But we
I don't know
had
where
no
you get
Indian
this light skinned
artifacts.
shit from.
Arguing. Can y'all stop arguing? I just want to make this point. So how did you get to know that
Yo,
piece of
sis, that's
information?
a fact.
She
We
had to tell
deal.
you that she was Indian.
Colorism is a fact, sis.
It's a fact. So I'm getting to the point that you know that she's Indian, which means that she had to tell you that, right?
No. There's no Indian in me, brother. I'm 100% African. There's no Indian in me.
Your
None.
grandmother. Your grandmother.
Most people from my generation.
So why are you denying that grandmother?
Because he took a DNA test and he said that his grandma didn't know what the hell she was
Connecting
talking about.
us to the Native American population here in America. There's absolutely nothing.
So you have one grandmother telling you that she's from Africa. You have another one that's telling you that she's Indian. Why not listen to the one that tells you that she's Indian?
No.
I don't even think the grandmama told him that.
We didn't need anyone to tell us that we were from Africa. Africa is born in us. I mean,
all right, you got it, sis. I got my question in.
There's absolutely
this is
nothing
what I got to say
that
to the fuckery and the foolishness.
I experienced that connected me
Negro
to
just
the
sitting here
Native American
disrespecting his
cultures
grandmama.
of North America or South America.
Are
Absolutely
you
nothing.
telling me because your grandma was light skinned, she was mixed with a native? Is that what you're saying?
No, I did not say that. I said because my grandmother was light skinned, she was color struck. She was born into an era where black people were ashamed of themselves, much like y'all are ashamed of yourselves for being African. You want to be everything other than African.
That may have been, they may have went on in your family, but that didn't go on in my family.
Sis, I don't know how old you are, but I'm sure.
I'm going to be 50 in 4 months.
You fit to be 50?
Yes, in 4 months.
Okay, cool. So me and you are around the same age. We 60s babies.
No, I'm 70, 71 to be exact.
All right. Well, I got a brother 73. So we around the same age. We the same. And I am telling you,
I did my genealogy. And I ain't got one African on my street.
On my mother's side, the dark skin side of my family, I never had these kind of conversations with them. I didn't associate with that side of my family. I was raised by my father's side.
You still got the image of American Indians being light skinned. Is that what you're saying?
No, yo, trust me. The names that my grandmother used to call me, you couldn't even imagine. My grandmother would call me a pickaninny.
So that's why you.
Hold on. Your grandma called you pickaninny.
Tar baby.
No. Go back. Did you say your grandma called you pickaninny?
Tar baby. Yes.
Do you not know pickaninny was a name that the American Indian called their young?
That's right.
Did you not know that the American Indian called their young pickaninnies?
Okay, so brother,
you need me to pull this out for you.
So brother Robert,
oh my God, I'm done. You can't convince people to really do the research. This right here is a prime example of the brainwashing that they done on our people. Really, damn it, does work. He just said that his grandmama called him pickaninny, y'all, and I can pull y'all up articles that is what the American Indian was calling their children.
Imagery, Crow Museum. Good God, man.
Dude, you so brainwashed, can't nobody say.
Not even the West Indies to their babies. Are you listening?
If Jesus did exist, he couldn't convince you.
It's a word applied originally by people of the West Indies to their babies and more widely referring to small children as in Melanesian pidgin or as a pidgin word derived from the Portuguese.
You believe
pequeno, very
everything
small
that
and
you're
diminutive
reading out
version
of
of
that
the word
book when these
pequeno.
people literally came here to take everything.
So
you said
Africa's
soil is so rich. You said African soil is so rich.
To the neutral meaning, The word has been used in North America as a racial slur referring to dark-skinned child of African descent.
Baby, I
What are
can
you
tell
talking
you for a
about?
fact. My granddaddy had an article. My granddaddy was born in 1902.
Oh, good
he
God.
had the article in his damn Bible. I know what the fuck I'm talking about, dude. You just started. I started researching my granddaddy's side back when I got kicked out of high school.
Do that look like an Indian to you?
I could pull up the picking in his face.
Robert, while you go,
Do that look like a damn Indian to you, or do that look like a
nigga? Is you using damn Google?
We can't see
Are
that.
you using Google?
We can't see that, but I got something for you.
All right, I'm sorry.
Robert. Here's something.
All right, I know.
Look up Agatha Christie and the story of the 10 Little Niggers.
I know about that.
So wait a minute.
I know about that.
So wait a minute. You know about Agatha Christie and the 10 Little Niggers, and you know about your grandmother who told you that she was
I've heard about
Indian.
I've never read the story, but I've
posted
that.
Right.
On,
okay. And you live in New York, and you have family that's rooted in the South. Right. I'm just putting it all together. Right. And you probably come from a southern state that has mounds, which we covered.
Yeah,
right?
my grandmother came from the South. My grandmother came from the South.
So if you know that story,
but me myself, I was born in New York City. I was born in Brooklyn, but my grandmother came she came from the South.
So if you know that story, that you know that they wrote that in the 1940s and was popular up until the 1960s, and that was the time that Walter Plecker was at the end of his popularism, where they replaced us and they named us Negroes.
Thanks.
The story was originally 10 little niggers, 1 little, 2 little, 3 little. Niggers became Indians, exactly, and it was only changed in the late 1960s. The 10 little niggers was written and it was documented about how they were killing us up to the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Pickaninnies was applied to North Americans, but they switched it up from African because it was originally indigenous, right? They had us in zoos in the 20s and 30s and 40s, and you should know this if you live in New York. The Bronx Zoo was founded this way. They took indigenous people from all over Americas and they put them in zoos.
I got more books. I just don't got. I just don't got.
I don't give a fuck about your books or the fucking white people that wrote the shit to mislead our goddamn people.
I know. I'm just letting you know.
Africa. When is y'all niggas leaving?
Why you cursing at me?
I'm too trying to convince y'all.
Why you so angry?
When are y'all leaving for Africa?
Why you so mad at being African?
If Africa is so great, why you ain't goddamn it packed up? Because I'm trying to figure out, y'all should be missing something. I gotta get my damn. I'm trying to go. Yo, sis, you 100% right. I'm trying to go. I'm dead ass trying to go. I want to get out of here. You be the next nigga that have on the chopping block. They already selling their own people. They selling their own people channel.
I'm trying to get my
selling their own people. When you go, please don't come back this way. Once y'all figure out
passport together.
Please don't come back this way, because y'all niggas in for a rude awakening. They finna have y'all over there helping build up Africa. And by the way, out of 640 crops over in fucking Africa, only 40 of them originates in Africa. The other 600 belongs to America. So I guess you got the book on that one too.
What belongs? I didn't hear you say that again, sis.
Out of 640 crops over in Africa, only 40 of them originates in Africa. Only 40. That's your motherland. How's your motherland can't even feed her fucking babies? Woof. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Can you show that?
Let me find this book of this man. Yeah, this right here, I don't even have the patience no more for this shit. I really, really don't. Cause I'm at the end there. It's been too many years. If niggas think they came off the bottom of a slave boat, God damn it, let's make it. Get your ass back to the shores of Africa. This shit done got on my last motherfucking nerves.
That's what we need to do. We need to go home and take over
No,
Africa.
no, no. I'm home
That's
because
our
I
only
got land.
chance.
I got land.
That's salvation.
Y'all niggas are
I'm
scared. See,
telling
you know what they say about scared niggas.
You ain't got no land here. You ain't got no land
No,
here.
I got plenty of land here.
You ain't got no land
You
here.
ain't got no land here. And you ain't got none in Africa either. So, nigga, you got a lose-lose situation.
So, Robert, you said you live in the Bronx. How is it that you live in the Bronx, but you
Say that
don't
again?
know that? I was just
I don't live
wondering
in the
how you
Bronx. I'm in Manhattan. I'm on 59th Street, 60th Street. I'm right in Midtown.
Okay, so how do you live in New York City proper in Manhattan and you don't know the history of Manhattan?
Say that, no whole history, but I know I'm learning as it's a lot to learn.
So what if you learn that your family came from indigenous stock? What if you learn that the land that you're
There's
sitting
no
on right
indigenous
now
stock in my family.
You said what now?
There's no indigenous stock in my family. We're all Africans, black
How do you know?
Africans.
How do you know that? Did you test all of them?
We share the same DNA. I didn't test the rest of my brothers and sisters. I don't talk to them.
So how do you know? You're just guessing.
How? What do you mean? How do I know what?
How do you know that you're all African? You just said you don't talk to your family, so how would you know?
I know, but I have on my paperwork, it lists my family members.
A paperwork that is not scientific and can't be held up in court.
You said a paperwork. Say that again.
A piece of paperwork that is not scientific and can't be held up in court. You know that document's not scientific, right? You can't take that to court as an official document.
Why would I be going to court? What am I going to court for?
To prove your
Black
identity.
loyalists in Nova Scotia and Sierra Leone.
Because you would prove your identity that you're
83 with the
related back to
American
Sierra
Revolutionary
Leone.
Y'all,
victory.
And
I'm
so
done.
once you
Y'all have a
prove
good
that
night.
you're
I
related
can't
to
even
Sierra
20,000
Leone,
black
deal with the dumb down.
women
well,
who had supported the
you asked
British
why
with
would
war
you
effort.
prove your you said why would you prove your identity to prove that you're a member of the stock from Sierra Leone, and then you would let the official government of Sierra Leone know that, and then you would drop your citizenship here, and then you would repatriate yourself, and they would give you land, they'd give you money, they'd probably fly you over there for free.
Exactly, brother. This is what I'm talking about. This is one of the purposes of me tracing my lineage. So I can do that. You are 100% right.
You can do that. So are you prepared for the fact that they may tell you that you have 16 different grandmothers, and at the same time that you have the option of being from Sierra Leone, you also have the option
what?
If you actually do your family tree, you see that you add 3 every time you go back in the matriarchal line, right? So you have your mother, but your mother has 2 parents, so that's your mother plus her parents.
Yeah,
right?
And it all goes back to Africa. Yeah.
So it
all goes back to Africa.
No. Okay, but
it all traces back to Africa.
Okay, I'm not arguing that.
This nigga worse than Sinetta.
Okay, so regardless of where it goes, though, you have to add 3 for every.
I can't hear you because you happened. Say that again, bro.
I was trying to explain the numbers for you. So every generation you go back, you have to add 3. You see, the woman, the matriarchal line, plus her 2 parents, right? Then you X out the father, and then you have another one. You go through the mother. That's what you said you did, right? Do you see how the number increases every generation you go back? So how could they tell you that you are traced to Sierra Leone 500, and this is what you read to us, 500 to 2,000 years back, when Sierra Leone didn't even exist 300 years ago?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we do it like this.
I mean, this is what you told us.
I can't hear what you said.
This is what you told us. You read the paper and it said that it told you that you came from Sierra Leone, right, out of one of the matriarchs in your family, and that this is dated from 500 to as far back as 2,000 years ago. So I'm asking you, how can that be accurate when Sierra Leone didn't even exist then?
mtDNA Sierra Leone to the people that are currently living in Sierra Leone today.
So what was their original name? Because they should know that. They should be able to track you back to a specific ethnic group.
Yeah.
Hey, peace to the power. Peace.
Yeah, you said they were tracking me back to a specific.
Can y'all hear me?
You really can't hear you.
piece of the panel. This Nick, man. This
Nah,
Nick.
I didn't hear.
This
What's
Nick.
good, brother?
Right. I just wanted, man, my boy
That what
looking
you
like
did? Please
Dragonfly
repeat that.
Jones
It
up
traces
here,
me back to
man.
what?
Boy looking like Dragonfly Jones up
Sierra Leone was
Yeah,
founded in
man.
1961. So where your people from?
I mean, that's what I'm talking about because it was traced back
You
to
said
what
Sierra Leone founded when?
In 1964.
That's what they were trying to get you to realize,
come
brother.
on,
because
man.
because
I
all
want to
because
address that.
all
You
of
know
What
better than
year?
that.
Hold on, y'all. Just be quiet
right
for a
now.
second. Just be quiet for a second. I'm gonna let them tell you. What year was Sierra Leone founded?
The founding date of Sierra Leone was April 27th, 1961.
Gosh.
So take your Sierra Leone ass on back over there.
Dragonfly Jones, where you at, bro? Where Dragonfly Jones go? Motherfucker show go to Harlem. That nigga like show go to Harlem.
Community
Motherfucker last bracket.
schools and numerous associations.
Damn, where he go to? Oh, there you go. Yeah, put it up, my brother.
In desperation, could you stop? Since I'm getting to a point. Many migrants, Sierra Leone, the fledgling British colony of the west coast of Africa, founded by abolitionists Granville Sharp and John Clarkson, led by Timothy Peters, David George, Moses Wilkerson, Cato Perkins. Over 1,000 black loyalists sailed from Nova Scotia to Sierra Leone in an armada of 15 ships in early 1792.
Did you not understand the part where it said that black loyalists sailed from the Americas to Africa, which would not make them African, right?
It's Nova Scotia.
What year did the British
Sierra
company
Leone.
Yes. And do you realize why the black loyalists from the Americas?
I can't hear you.
I was asking if you realize why the black loyalists from the Americas even went to Nova Scotia and the history of that. Because they were black indigenous. Since you like Google, look up the word black Indian, and it will define for you the Eastern Woodland Indians, right?
I don't know.
Those same black loyalists, all they did was they went home, brother.
Country in West Africa, the country owed the name to the 15th century Portuguese explorer Pedro.
The British company bought West Africa. Edward Clinton transferred a large segment of his original shareholdings to William III at the beginning of 1689, and securing the new regime to maintain the company infrastructure that ended in monopoly parliament passed through.
Let's deal with the history of Sierra Leone.
We're dealing with the history of how that part of Africa became to be.
Yes.
You can't just deal with
Sierra
one.
Leone was first colonized in
became
1787 by freed slaves. Arriving from New England, the other groups followed from Nova Scotia in 1792 and Jamaica in 1800.
If they came from New England, how could they be African? They're just Americans who happen to be in Africa under a European name called Sierra Leone. I don't know why you don't see that, right?
Say that again?
So if they came from New England and they just happened to land in Africa in a country renamed by Europeans called Sierra Leone, that would still make them American stock.
That was the settlement.
The whole. That was a settlement, yards, right? Which is why I don't get you.
The area wasn't originally called Sierra Leone.
I don't see why you don't see that. Those happen to be Americans in Africa. They're not Africans. They're not Africans like you think. That's why they can't tell you a tribal name in Sierra Leone because they're not tribal. Because they're not tribal people.
Wait. So you saying that
did you hear what you just said?
Other people
from did you hear what you said? It's a created country.
In 1783, with the American Revolutionary
indigenous people from the New England area who were pushed out by
almost 3,000 black men and women who had supported the British.
The proof of the Jesuit
war
letter? Can
effort,
you pull up the
most
proof
of
of
whom
the
were
Jesuit
fugitives
letter?
from American slaveholders, left New York City for Nova Scotia. Do you understand that?
Yes,
They
and
left
from Nova,
New
and
York
yes, and from
City
Nova
for
Scotia
Nova
there.
Scotia,
And
and
before
they
Nova
left Nova
Scotia, where did they
Scotia
come
for
from?
Sierra
They came from
Leone.
the
Do
Americas.
you
You don't
understand
even
that?
know your own history. You don't even know your own history, brother. Before they came from Nova Scotia, where'd they come from? The Americas. They crossed the border into Canada and then went to
Right.
Nova Scotia.
And at
And then
that
from
time,
They
there
there,
were
was no
freed
border.
slaves.
and then
Do you
from Nova
realize that they
Scotia,
fought
they
for the
sailed to
British?
Sierra
They were
Leone.
apologists for the British.
Do you know why they went to Nova Scotia? Do you know why they went up there?
Yeah,
Why?
yeah,
Why
because
they
they
go
were
there?
granted freedom for fighting for the British.
That's a
Granted,
lie.
Okay, let
granted,
me give you a little
granted
input on
freedom.
the American
So
First
what's
off,
your point?
colonization
What's
first
your
off,
society.
point?
there were
What's your
free
point?
colonies of indigenous people living all over there who helped
There were what? Free
finance
colonies of indigenous people where? You said free
all.
colonies?
Yes, free colonies, free civilizations, free
Wait, I'm
nations. How you
sorry.
want to look at
Did
it?
you say there were free colonies of indigenous people in Sierra Leone?
No, over here.
You said that black people went over to Sierra Leone and
Okay, you know
colonized.
that actually, you know that you do realize that the indigenous people were colonized. So yes, you're correct. There were colonies of free indigenous people because they were being
The whole
colonized by the
world was
European.
colonized.
Yeah, you're correct.
But
The American
you can't sell
colonization
from
took our
America
people to
to
Sierra
Africa and
Leone
be
and
African.
Liberia, and it says that the
Yeah, they couldn't take our
immigration
people
of the
back to
free
Africa.
blacks of Liberia, particularly increasing after the so-called Nocturnal Rebellion. And if you look up
I
the
want you
word
to show me where
immigration,
it says they took Native Americans or Aboriginal American people back to Sierra Leone.
it does. We got
I need you to
gas
show
and
me that
said that they was
documentation.
taking them back, and these was
So
immigrants with an eating out with a goddamn eye. And it says
I
one
need
that
you to show
leaves
me
their
that
own country
documentation.
in order to settle permanently in another country
If we show you the
with an
document,
E, not an
what's
I.
that gonna do, bro?
He asked for documentation. So what you asked for proof of the British in Sierra Leone, right? But you just said it.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to get off here because I can't deal with the dumbing down. Our people been dumbed down enough. He keep pulling up books that literally because he wants to be African so bad. And my whole thing is, y'all know
I
how I
don't
feel
want to
about
be
those
African,
who
baby.
feel
I'm
like they African. Yeah, you do, because you went and spit in a tube. Negro,
You
you
wanna be
spit in a tube for them to tell you that you was
What
African?
culture do you have? I'm trying to figure out. You don't know
What
what is
culture?
your
I
what
live
is your
my culture
language?
every day.
What language do you
You
speak,
think soul food came from Africa?
sister? What is your Native American
What's
language? What is your indigenous language? What is the name
your
of it?
indigenous name?
I'm American. I speak English language. I speak the English language, and
So
I'm
why you
trying to
asking her?
learn the
English
Temne.
language was not our language. Who told you
I'm
the English
trying to
language? Because
learn the
that's
Temne
Germanic and
language.
our language broken down.
So,
Who told you that it's not our language?
Wait a minute. Hold on, Auntie. Let me get them real quick. So you say you from what tribe, bro?
The English language is not your language.
What tribe you from, bro?
That is a
I am not
commerce
from any
language.
tribe. I am from the Temne people. I am from no tribe.
10 people, but the 10 people ain't came and got your ass.
Hold on. Oh, so according to that little piece of paper you had, right? It said that they had identified one hypervariable sequence out of the billions
You get it right
of
now.
DNA,
I'm gonna
right?
get it right now. Don't worry about it.
Did it say that, bro? Did it say that? Did it say that it identified one hypervariable sequence out of the billions? Is that what
I'm
you're
sure
saying?
It says it is with great pleasure that I report your matriclan test results. We have determined that you share maternal genetic ancestry with Temne people in Sierra Leone today. We compared parts of your maternally inherited DNA,
Ain't
mtDNA,
that
to that
funny? Everybody they get their spit from to go there.
people from around the world. You look for matches using the largest set of mtDNA samples available today. We found identical 100% matches for you with the mtDNA of Temne people. This means that at some point in the 500 to 2,000 year history of your maternal lineage, mother to mother to mother,
For
there was a
2,000 years,
Temne
get the
woman.
fuck out of here.
It says the hypervariants, the hypervariants one are, and I got hyper. Do you want to?
Bye,
Keep
y'all.
going.
I
Keep
can't even,
going.
my brain can't even take no more of this dumb game.
The
I see it.
hypervariable what?
I'm in haplogroup L3D.
Nah. Don't skip.
L3D. Now
Don't,
you show
wait.
me. Now you show me.
Hold
You
on,
show me
bro.
Native Americans
Nah.
with the
You
haplogroup
just,
L3D.
nah. You
Let's
just
bring up
skipped over some
L3D.
shit. We clearly just saw you skip over some shit.
I'm sorry. What you want to know? My fault. My fault. You right.
You was talking about hypervariable
The
sequence.
HBRs, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What you want to know?
Keep going. Keep reading.
What you want? My 1, 2, or 3?
Whatever. Just keep reading the document like you was going.
Okay, I'm sorry. It says our analysis focuses on hypervariable regions 1, 2, and 3, HVR1, HVR2, and HVR3 of your mtDNA. Out of 3 billion parts of your DNA.
Now stop. Stop right there. Stop right there. Just pause.
I did.
Just pause right there. Let's just talk about that. So out of how many parts of your DNA, they identified one specific hypervariable sequence mutation that attached you to a people? Is that what they're telling you?
No, it said, let me read it to you, brother.
Okay, read it to me.
It says out of 3 billion parts of your DNA, the variants S at the end plural below are unique to your maternal lineage and determines your membership in haplogroup L3D. Your statistical confidence measures or sequences similarity score is 100%.
Yes, but you went to get to the 100% part, but you just missed the kicker. So out of 3 billion, right? That's what it says. 3 billion, right? They identified an HVS1, right? That tells
HVR,
you.
no, it's not HVS, it's HVR1.
HVR1, okay, sorry, HVR1. That tells you, so out of the 3 billion whatever they was looking at, right? They found one.
Nope.
Okay,
I got HVR1 variants, HVR2 variants, and HVR3 variants.
Okay, great. They found several, right? Out of 3 billion, they found 3, right? And that told you who your ancestors was for 500 to 2,000 years. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Let me jump in here, Noble Phenom, for just 5 minutes.
What's the percentage on that? What is 3 out of 3 billion, sir?
There's no 3 out of billion. When you come up with that number, you making that number up yourself. Ain't no 3 out of 3 billion.
The number comes from the 3 haplogroups you just said that was found in your damn mtDNA. Don't do this with me, bro. I do DNA, so don't try to fuck with me and shit. You said that there was 3 different variants that was found in your DNA, matched you to the Tembe people, correct?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Okay. So you got 12 variants that connect you to one people, right?
Yes, it says the variants below are unique to your maternal lineage and indicate DNA sequence patterns that you share with some Temne. The combination of HVR variants determines your membership to haplogroup L3D.
Let me ask you a question. So is it making reference that
says, right?
Well, hold on, bro.
Combination.
Okay, go ahead. Is it making reference that all Tembe people don't have the same hypervariable sequence?
No.
You just said some.
If I understand your question correctly.
It said you share 12 variants with some of the Tembe people. That's what you just read.
Oh, God. Our analysis focuses on a hype. It says, out of the 3 billion parts of your DNA, the variants below are unique to your maternal lineage and indicate DNA sequence patterns that you share with some temne. The
Okay.
combination of
All
HBR variants determines your membership to haplogroup LT.
Hold on now.
So we got to
We
focus
all
on
went
that. Okay, go ahead.
We all went to school, right? We all learned basic grammar,
We're
right?
gonna do it like this. I'm with you.
Some tembe, right? Which means that these hypervariable sequence they claiming that they identified, right? To identify the haplogroup of the tembe, right? All tembe don't even fit in that haplogroup. Do you understand that?
So we're gonna do it like this. Haplogroup. We're talking about the Africa with.
Hold on, family. Let me jump in here real quick. I have 5 minutes.
Haplogroup L3 arose close to 70,000 years ago near the time of the recent Out of Africa event. This dispersal originated in East Africa and expanded to West Africa and further to South and Southwest Asia in the course of a few millennia. And some research suggests that L3 participated in this migration out of Africa. A 2007 estimate for the age of LD suggested a range of 104 to 84,000 years ago.
Hold on, Mr. Rand, let me help him out here because I'm on my lunch break here. I'm in Japan. I just have 5 minutes. Now, you just said that you're interested in claiming your inheritance, right, from the nation you're from in Africa. Hold on a second here. Is that me?
I'm on mute. Hold on.
Can you hear me, Mr. Rand? Can you hear me now? Hello?
Robert? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
can you hear me?
I'm listening to you.
Okay, now you just said that you're interested in claiming your inheritance.
I just showed you that L3 originated
I'm here to
in
help
Africa
you. I'm
and
here.
spread out.
No,
So go ahead.
listen. I'm here to help you. So I can help you. I can help you invoke an international what's called right of return. Okay, it's an international device which allow descendants to claim their inheritance from whichever nation their ancestors were forcibly or negligently taken from. Okay. Now,
I'm hearing an echo. My fault. I'm hearing an echo.
What you need to do is to get your genealogical records, because unfortunately, in the international courts, we can't use that DNA letter you got. So you need to. I can help you with this, but you need to trace your maternal and paternal side genealogically with those records to the African nation and to the family you descend from there, and then I can help you invoke right of return, which with that nation will have to give you land and millions of dollars and back your nationality. I can help you do that legally. So, do you have your genealogical records in conjunction with what you just read on that letter? I can't hear you. You're on mute.
You on mute, bro.
I'm on mute. I'm sorry. Say it again.
I said, do you have your genealogical records tracing you back either maternally or paternally to said African nation there in West Africa? Do you have genealogical records that trace you back to that nation?
No, I don't.
What? Okay. Now, have you tried to get those records?
No,
have you started?
No, I'm going to work on it. I'm in the process of working on that.
Okay, I can help you with that because if we
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Right, we get those records, then I can help get you paid. Okay, because we can sue that nation. Yes, we can sue that nation for negligence and invoke right of return, and you will get land and millions of dollars. But you got to prove.
See, this is what I'm saying. A lot of people don't understand that, bro.
But the point is this, brother. The point is this. Right. The point is this, though. Don't talk about. No, listen. Don't talk about where millions of people come from, focus on yourself only first. So trace your own individual self back to wherever your ancestors came from first. Then once you have that proven by the records, then you get remedy yourself first. Once you set that precedence,
I agree with you. I definitely agree with you.
Right. Once you set that precedence, yes, once you set that precedence, then you can go to another brother or sister and say, hey, this is what I did. You should do the same. But now, remember,
I agree with you.
everyone's different.
I'm with you.
No,
I'm with everything you just said.
Right. But everyone may not be from where you come from. Right.
I know. I agree with you.
Right. So there's no argument here. We didn't have to waste hours here. We could have fucking been doing something more productive by providing information to the people. So don't come on here saying where everyone's from. No. Because you don't know me. You don't know Brother Phenom's genealogy. You don't know none of our genealogy, where our ancestors came from. So just focus on yourself. But I will help you out. Leave your email.
No, well, basically why I did that, because I can
so we don't need doctrine from some group. We don't need that. Just focus on yourself. These people are very educated. They broke the spell of wizards. They're past that level. So we don't need to start talking about
What are you talking
that.
about? Wizards and spells. I don't know what you're talking about. What does that have to do with what we're talking about? Wizards and spells.
Well, because if you're coming to tell me where my ancestors came from, you're that's a spell you're casting on me. You don't know me.
Are you serious? So you're telling me that I'm not clear what you're actually saying.
No, you're saying we. You were saying we people or people, but you're using very general terms to include a group of people where they came from instead of yourself. And you just admitted you don't have your genealogical records, so you don't know where your ancestors came from, actually. You can't go back 7 generations maternally or paternally. You can't go back 10 generations maternally or paternally until you start that journey. I'm going to help you do that. But until then, if you're talking, you're not. It's frivolous. It's without merit. That's my point. But if you got those records, I will help you get paid. That's what I do.
Bro, it's not about getting paid. I don't give a shit about no getting paid.
No. Remember, no. Listen. Listen. It is about that, because whenever you talk about your ancestors, where they're from,
individually. I don't care nothing about me being paid.
Well, no, it's about you individually.
Being an African or proving that I'm African. I don't understand.
Well, no. It is about you individually, because you're on a quest, like we all been on a quest to find out who our ancestors are, where they come from.
In all truth and actuality, you're right. I don't have a right to tell you where your ancestors come from. You believe what you want to believe. You have that right.
No. But Mr. Payne, you just admitted you don't have your genealogical records.
No, I don't have my genealogical records available to me. No, not at the very moment.
So, for example, your grandmother, what state is she from on your mother's side?
My grandmother from my mother's side?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I'm not too sure on that. My grandmother's side of the family, I'm not too sure on. I more or less know about my father's side of the family. That's why when I did my DNA test, I did my mother's side first, so I can find out more about her side.
Okay,
like I said, I was raised from my grandmother's side.
Okay, right. So that's the problem, brother. We gotta first know our grandmother at least. We gotta go back.
I know I was raised by my grandmother. And I was in contact with my other grandmother. She just didn't want to have nothing to do with me.
Right, but before we start going on these grand, talks.
I knew both of my grandmothers. If that's the question that you're asking me.
Right. Well, I need you to go back on both the maternal and paternal side, and I can help you do that. So that should be your focus right now.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, and so leave me your information, right? And then I'll contact you to help you on this, get those records together. And if indeed they go back to some nation there, then you can invoke right of return, just like the Ashkenazi Jews invoked it. Just like Jews from Poland invoked it, and then with the Israel, they got acres of land and millions of dollars.
And so that's why I made that statement.
Okay.
Right, and I
you
agree
can
with
get
you, and
paid.
that's why I made that statement that those governments in Africa, they owe us. They owe
Well,
us
you
big
got
time.
to invoke it now. Remember now, they
Yo,
can invoke it too. They can invoke it, but they haven't yet to do it. It's not interesting. So they could have invoked it all this time, but they haven't.
No,
And
that's what I'm saying. We got to put pressure on their ass. Y'all niggas
well,
owe us.
No. First, you got to prove it now. You got to
We
prove
can
it.
prove it. We can prove it through the historical record. We can prove it through archaeology. We can prove it through
No. You
any
as an
way that you want to
individual,
prove it.
you have the individual got to prove your ancestors there.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Your ancestors are different than my ancestors. And once you got those records,
For that,
then you
by
can be
that
made.
logic, all our ancestors are different than each other. I mean, they're not all the same.
You'll be made whole.
Exactly. That's what we're saying, brother.
But we're all African descent. We all come from Africa.
No. Listen. You can't say you don't know about me now. I can go back 15 generations. I know exactly what
You
my
can go
maternal
back 15
paternal side
generations
goes.
and no one comes out of Africa. Are you sure about that? I need you to prove that to me, right? I need you to prove that to me because I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Can you prove that? You said it. Can you prove it?
Mr. Man, listen, I'm going to help you. Send me your email. I'll help you.
No. I need for you to prove to me that you can go back 15 generations and show that you originated in America. I need you to do that now.
I'm working.
You don't have to do it right now.
No. When we build privately,
because I know that you're lying. You can't prove that. I know that you can't.
Oh my God. Okay.
I know 100%. You can't go. I know 100%, and I'll send you money cash app that you cannot go back 15 generations in America and prove that you're an American.
Put some
that
money
you originated in America. I'll send you money if you could do that.
Put some money up. How much you want to put up?
I'll put up $100.
Oh, come on. Dude. You got to at least put up $1,500.
What you want to put up?
You got to at least put up $1,500.
Too bad.
Bullshit. I ain't giving you all my damn money. That's all I'm saved up right now. $1,500. Nigga, you crazy.
500?
From New York.
500.
Okay, $500. Okay, 500.
500 up.
All right. Here, let me drop my email.
And you gonna go back and a generation is 20 to 25 years. So you gonna go back 15 generations and prove to me that you originated here in America. I got 500 that you can't do it.
15 generations is about 200 to 300.
No. Now listen. I didn't say. I said I can go back 15 generations, and I said they don't go to Africa. I didn't say so. That's all I said. I go back over 15 generations, but nothing in Africa. Okay, that's what I said.
You said 15 generations, and no African connection. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And I'm saying
right.
You're lying.
Okay, $500. $500.
I got 500 on it. That's it.
How do I drop my email here?
Hey, my brother, Robert. How far can you go back?
He can't go back. I gotta help him. He hasn't
even.
I send the shit on Cash App. It's not a problem. I'll send the shit on Cash App.
I don't have no Cash App. I live in Japan.
I said Cash App. I said I'll send it Cash App, nigga.
I don't have any of that. I don't have any
whatever the fuck. Let's do this. However you want the cash, I got it. What?
Because you need the education. You need the
Rob,
education.
how far can you go back, Rob? How far can you go back, Rob?
He can't go back.
Oh, you can't hear me.
Yeah, you said how far do I go back? I told you, I as far as I personally could go back to my grandmother's grandmother being a slave. I didn't go beyond that.
Okay.
Wait. Your grandmother was born in the 1900s. Right? There's no slavery in the 1900s.
My man, my grandmother was born in 1917. What the fuck are you talking about?
So she was a slave?
So her mother was born
20 or 30 years before. Okay, so my grandmother was born in 1917. What's a generation before that? Let's say 25 years. 25 years before 1917.
That's after slavery, brother.
And then let's go 20 years before 1890 something.
That's 18.
That's my grandmother's grandmother.
Wait. Hold on, brother. So are you saying simply because it was the 1800s and your grandmother was black, that made her a slave?
No. I never said that. She could have they had Indian slaves. We know that. They enslaved the Native American
Yeah.
people as well.
So what? So what made her a slave other than the fact? Hold on.
What I am
So what
saying
made
to
her a
you,
slave? What made her a slave other than the fact that your mom told you she was a
picture
slave?
that listen, say that again.
What made her a slave other than the fact that your mother or your grandmother told you she was?
Other than the fact that my grandmother told me.
Yeah. Okay.
Nothing. Other than
your
what? Other
grandmother
than
was
what my
born.
grandmother
Your
told me.
grandmother. Hold on. So your grandmother was born what year?
1917.
Which means she would have been old enough to go to school, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so which means she would have been indoctrinated like everybody else, right?
Who's indoctrinated? Indoctrinated into what? What was she indoctrinated into?
The common understanding that black people were slaves prior to her
No,
existence.
she wasn't indoctrinated into that. No, she was indoctrinated into the American educational system, which promotes
that black people were slaves prior to your grandmother's existence.
Say it again.
I just said you just said your grandmother wasn't indoctrinated. I said she went to school, didn't she?
I asked you what was she indoctrinated into?
The American education system.
Yeah.
The American education system. Yes.
No, my grandmother was never a slave. My grandmother's grandmother. Do you understand?
Right.
Wait,
hold on. But your grandmother told you the story, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and she went to school, right?
So she went to school for the school to tell her that her grandmother was a slave. She didn't know her grandmother.
Let me ask you a question. When you went to school, what did they tell you?
I wasn't born close to slavery times.
Hold on. But they told you your ancestors was a slave, correct?
No, they didn't have to tell me that.
Wait, no. I asked you, did they tell you that? When you went to education school?
They teach that in school. Yes, they do.
Okay. So if they taught that in school, hold on.
World history.
Okay. Exactly. So if they taught that to you, and you just said your grandmother went to school too. So they taught that to her. Okay. And she's the one who told you the story about her grandmother.
They didn't teach my grandmother that her grandmother was a slave.
No, they taught your grandmother that all black people were slaves.
No, she was raised with her. No, my grandmother was raised with her grandmother, and her grandmother told her she was a slave.
Okay, I'll let you have that one, brother.
My grandmother wasn't born into slavery. So the only way she would know that her grandmother was a slave, she would have had to tell her.
So let me just ask you a question. So you telling me, hold on. So you telling me that this was a conversation that your ancestor had with another ancestor of yours, just going through life. Hey, you know I'm a slave, right? I just want to make sure that you know I'm a slave, right, baby?
Nobody would have to tell you that back in 1917,
bro. Does that make
sure no one would have to tell you that they were no adult in 1917 would have to actually send you to school. Say that again. When I went to school?
No, I would just say your point, bro. Just say your point. I can show you in 1898 where black people were ruling white people, but you're trying to tell me that black people were slaves.
Wait, tell me that again. You said 1898 black people were ruling white people where?
In America.
Can you show me that? I'd love to see that.
Yeah. Look up the White Declaration of Independence. I'll read it for you while you're looking it up, because once I'm reading it, you're going to probably try to say that the source is fucked up or whatever. So you can just go do a quick search.
I am.
The White Declaration of Independence, 1898, and I'm going to read what it says. Okay? Since you think your grandma was a slave at this time period, or your grandma's mama, or whoever the hell you thought. Hold on, let me just pull this up real quick, sir.
I got it right here.
Let's see. And I know you probably don't. Okay, here we go.
With the Constitution
Oh, I know
says,
you.
what are the
Because it's a real
treat the
document.
Negroes with justice
So I
and
know you got it.
consideration in all matters, which do not involve sacrifices in the interest of the intelligent. Let me get it better. The White Declaration. And
I'll read it. It says, we will no
on November
be
1998, a meeting of the best white citizens of Wilmington was held at the courthouse. At the meeting, Waddell read the white man's Declaration of Independence, which called for the expulsion of editor Manley and his printing press.
So let me ask you a question. You want to hear what the White Declaration says?
Yeah, I would love to, but I'm trying to read it right now.
Or you just want to read about the little narratives that they're painting around the story? You got the actual document? Hold on. I'm trying to pull up the actual PDF. I don't want to read no
Yeah.
story.
I got you. I got the White Declaration of Independence. The day after the elections, the victorious white Democrats took the next step in the campaign to end the black rule in Wilmington. So you're talking about the Reconstruction era.
Wait.
The Reconstruction era.
Hold on, bro. Don't go into your Pan-African spiel, okay? Hold on. We know about the Reconstruction, and we're okay. We're very well versed in history over here, okay? So anything that you think you're gonna throw out there, evidence, we already know, bro. We already know.
Giving you any evidence.
I'm just saying, every point that you've came to make, we've already learned. We already know this point. Okay.
But you brought up you brought up the White Declaration of Independence as in that black people rule white people, and that's a goddamn lie. Black people never rule white people here in America.
Can I finish with my finish? Believing. Okay, so let me see where we're gonna start.
Hey, you just cut out. I said we still got a Monty in here. Hey, I wanted to pull something up real fast just to kind of close out this grand jury hearing, right? When we're talking about the CIA, I think this is something interesting. So yeah, 1 second, yeah. Pull this thing.
I'm not going nowhere. I'm right here.
Drop your email for me, Mr. Robert Rand. Drop your emails for me so I can help you out. You hear me? You're not going to give me your email? Thought you want to get paid.
Yeah, I couldn't. I thought it was me at first.
You didn't hear me? Hello? Guess you guys can't hear me, huh? Robert, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you are you gonna give me your email?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I just dropped. Can you see mine in the chat?
No. Let me make my screen smaller. Yeah, I got you. I'm gonna put mine in there right now.
Okay, you
I'm
can
gonna put
see
mine in
mine,
there right
right?
now. Yeah, I got you.
Okay. I'm gonna help you out here, brother. Yeah. Okay.
All
So
right,
we
cool.
get
We can do that, bro.
we get those records together. We get those records
Word up.
together. We're gonna get them to pay you. All
Word up.
right.
We're gonna do that. Robert Red at number 5. Gmail. Y'all cool, man. I like talking to y'all. This is cool. You got me?
Yep, I got it. Cool. Thanks a lot. All right.
Yeah,
All
man.
right.
I
So
like
I'm
talking
gonna.
to y'all.
Yep.
This
I'm
is
gonna
cool.
screenshot this here so I can save it.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, I
'Cause
heard you. I hear you. I hear you.
I'm gonna step off. I'm gonna. I got to get back to work here. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna smoke me a blunt. I gotta eat something, man. Y'all, I like talking to y'all. This was fun, yo. So
Yeah,
can I come on
but
tomorrow?
I'm serious here. I'm serious. I'm gonna help you out here. So we get those
Yeah,
records.
we're
We
gonna
can
kick it
prove
tomorrow.
that. We can prove that. Then I'm gonna help you get paid. All right.
All right, we're gonna and I'm gonna be more prepared with my sources tomorrow. What time y'all coming on tomorrow?
Well, you gotta talk to them. I just drop in once in a while here. But you have a good night. All right. I'm gonna get back
Yeah,
to work.
you too. Peace, bro. Peace.
Peace. Take care. Bye.
Yeah, I'm about to cut out too, y'all. What time can I come? What time y'all gonna be on tomorrow? Show still going?
All right, y'all. All right, so we have a little technical difficulties over here. Melanie's wires over here. Sheesh. Hey, you know what we need to do before we go into this black budget? Let's get a little music break. How about some Trey Ali, Status? We're gonna get back to this black budget. Let everybody get back in here. Yeah, man, it was a very interesting conversation we are having with the brother Robert Rand. And shout out to the guy on the list. Peace to all the great ones tuned in, man. We definitely appreciate y'all, man. I know sometimes, man, this gets a little tough, man. You know, talking to these guys, but that's the work. You know what I mean? Some of y'all were just Pan-Africans not too long ago. So somebody gave a fuck, reached back to convince you. You know what I'm saying? Well, while we doing this, I'll just get into this black budget. All right, so check this out, right? This is called black budget. A black budget is a government budget that is allocated for classified or secret operations of a nation. The black budget is an account expenses and spending related to military research and covert operations, right? The black budget is monthly. The black budget is mostly classified due to the security reasons. The black budget can be complicated to calculate, but in the United States, it has been estimated to be over 50 billion a year. Okay. Scroll down a little bit. Keep going, y'all. All right, so the United States Department of Defense. Now we talk about military intelligence, stuff like that, or whatever. But so that's under the Department, the United States Department of Defense. Okay, has a black budget it uses to fund black projects, expenditures that it does not want to disclose publicly. The annual cost of the United States Department of Defense black budget was estimated at 30 billion in 2008, but was increased to an estimated 50 billion in 2009. Right? A black budget article by the Washington Post, based on information given by Edward Snowden, right? That's the WikiLeaks guy, detailed how the U.S. allocated 52.8 billion in 2012 for the black budget. Now check this out. Let's keep going. The U.S. government claims that the money given to this budget investigates advanced sciences and technologies for military issues. This kind of research is responsible for the creation of new aircraft, weapons, and satellites. Now, some of the weapons that they're talking about are biological weapons. So they experimented with some of these biological weapons on us here in the Americas. So just to be clear on that. In 2018, some newspapers reported that the Trump administration, hold on, y'all, I got to go back. I think I skipped some. Okay, so this budget, I'm sorry, y'all. The black budget has been known to hide multiple types of projects from elected officials, right? So they hide this from elected officials, okay? With secret code names and hidden figures. The details of black budgets are revealed only to certain people of Congress, if at all. The budget was approved by the U.S. National Security Act of 1947, which created the Central Intelligence Agency, the National Security Council. Some military bases help the Department of Defense. Hold on. The U.S. government claims that the money given to this budget investigates advanced sciences and technologies for military issues. This kind of research is responsible for the creation of new aircraft, weapons, and satellites, right? So when we talk about weapons, like I said, they use biological weapons and stuff like that or whatever on people. So it's kind of interesting. Hold on one second, y'all. So check this out. It says in 2018, some newspapers reported that the Trump administration asked for 81.1 billion for the 2019 black budget. The request included 59.9 billion for the National Intelligence Program, covering non-military programs and activities. Also, 21.2 billion for the Military Intelligence Program, which covers intelligence activities by the Department of Defense, right? In total, these two are more than 3.4% higher than the FY 2018 request, that the largest since then, and is the largest announced since the government began disclosing its intelligence budget request in 2007, according to the Washington Times, Andrew Blake, right? So when they get down here to Russia, this gets pretty interesting, right, y'all? So according to, it always goes back to Russia, right? According to an estimate by the Moscow-based Gator Institute, right, about 21%, that's 3.2 trillion, right, rubles of the Russian federal budget was black, not itemized, right, in 2015. This represents a doubling from 2010. The increase coincided with huge increases in the Russian military budget under Russian President Vladimir Putin, right? So you know what's so crazy? We can come out of that. What's so crazy about this, right? Hold on. I think it's interesting, right? You know how Russia is still in the headlines. You know, so you have Biden working with these guys, and then they're blaming Trump for working with him and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And it's just crazy that we're used as pawns in these little schemes that they got going on. Peace, brother. Shalom to you. What's going on?
Just reading over these documents with your chief. On point with that. Also have to take in consideration a lot of these so-called agents, entertainers, informants. They all are issued black cards.
That's right.
So I guess the card matches the bank budget, right? Or the black budget. So yeah, I mean, absolutely on point.
Okay, so do you think that the Iran Contra scandal is attached to the Black Budget Brother?
Oh, always. It's all intertwined. And that's why I say the pushback has to come from different fronts. If there is going to be any type of resistance, it has to come from a social, a economical, a militant. I mean, from every string, from religion to. I mean, that's the only way I see success happening. For our younger generations to come. Um, there will be some bloodshed, and there will be the. I look at it like this: if there was a way, right? If there was a way or a different way to counter these in particular situations, I don't think that the establishment right now would have as much control or authority as they do. I believe that the world courts answers to them, um, i.e., being the police of the world. Those are what we know as the U.S. government, right, or the U.S. military, through co-ops and secret agendas, right? That's they push the line at the UN. You know what I'm saying? Somebody get out of line. Muammar Gaddafi, what's his name? Saddam Hussein, XYZ. And honestly, if you're not a part of the UN or you reject your seat at the UN, then and this is just as an observer, you will be handled accordingly. And so it's not so much as nations or i.e. governments, it's more so the effect on the actual citizens of that particular region or landmass, if you will. Those are the major sufferers. We spoke a little bit about the treaties, and when I look at what we know better as South America, um, tribal or nations of that particular region, uh, they didn't commence with any type of treaty, so therefore their government was established, uh, i.e., by force of takeover, and that's why their currency, and I'm talking about the general population, the currency is different than the currency that the government actually has access to. We talk about the peso, that's a 10-to-1 differential. So if, let's just say, for instance, hypothetically, of course, but let's just say uh, a place like Venezuela, let's just say their standing government has issued a dividend of $10 million. Well, the population of Venezuela, in order to equal that amount, they would have to come up with $100 million, right? And that's just in goods and services. Like I forget what it's called off the top, but when you actually transferring currency from bordering states to another bordering state, it's a exchange currency, right? So you're issued a certain amount of wealth, like what is that, pounds and EUs and goddamn me wands and all these different sets of rules for this petrodollar. We still haven't covered that yet. But that petrodollar, i.e., established, I believe that's with Saudi Arabia. That's how the dollar actually became the world's currency. because it was an agreement made between the government and I guess the royal family over there that they wouldn't change or exchange oil unless another country produced American dollars. So this is just a part of the psyop. That's why it's called the petrodollar. It used to be the gold standard. The gold standard. They dropped the gold standard. Went under the federal bank. They went under the federal bank, and it later was renounced. Matter of fact, I got one somewhere around here, but it was actually called the it wasn't called the Federal Reserve note. It was called the shoot. I'm still bananas over here, so bear with me. A centennial, excuse me. Yes, a centennial. That was the marker of the original dollar. It was called a centennial. And with the balance and changes of power, they took the gold standard off. There used to be actually a gold strip underneath the so-called picture of the president of that particular dollar or that particular note, and that's even been removed. When we go back to the bank runs of the Great Depression era, intangible assets had to be turned in, or it was a crime which you could be jailed up to, I want to say 10 years, 10, 20 years, something like that. But the bank runs, so you turn in your gold and silver. In return, they gave you IOU dollar bills at the time. They wasn't worth much, and any type of assets that you had within the bank at that time, it was seized, so you couldn't make a withdrawal, and that still holds a value today because it's a certain amount. Let's say, for instance, you have $1 billion within a bank account, right, or overseas account. Well, you only are allowed it to draw out so much at a time. So I don't know what that is. I don't know what type of banking laws that is, but I think it's like either like 25,000 or some weird number. And Floyd Mayweather actually got into some controversy with that earlier this year, trying to overdraw without, I guess, getting approval or that paperwork. But I yield back. Hey, Chief, can you blow that up just a little bit? Appreciate it. Uh-huh. Huh. Okay. Espionage. Wow. Okay. Two types of expenses. Each agency has a unique. Breakdown of expenses. Covert action program. Action program. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. U.S. spy network success. What? Failures and objectives. Details in the black budget somewhere. Okay. Inside the 2013 U.S. intelligence black budget. Uh-uh. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Afghanistan, the Arab Springs, right? Weapons of right. Yeah, right. Uh, okay. Now we talking. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's yeah, that's benefactor. I thought it would be more than that. U.S. intelligence community worries about anonymous behavior of employees, contractors with these classified materials, and NSA plans to ward off any potential insider compromise of sensitive information. Right, that's the shit that was going on with Hillary. Gives it the office and friends well as Pakistan described as right, China, Russia, Iran, Cuba, and Israel. Exacto. Exacto. U.S. The governments of Iran, China, and Russia are different to penetrate of North Korea. Okay. Okay. Look, you're missing. Okay, yeah. What he called him, Rocket Man, right? Called your boy Rocket Man. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The Washington Post. But that's the shit though, because this is the shit that they want us to know, right? It's not the stuff that they don't want us to know. It's more so of the shit that's still under wraps that they don't want us to know shit about. Like that's been Commonwealth or public information for shit some time now. I mean, ever since the invasion, what was that, 2003? Yeah, a lot of that shit came up. Eric Snowden ass is over there in Moscow, scared to come on trial for his shit because, again, he's scared that his plea won't get heard. You know, they got him under, what is that, treason or some shit for exposing. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, yeah, but I think more of that is just wolf tickets. You know, because if they was rocking like that, like watch this, check this out. even if you take in consideration the deficit, the deficit is not the GDP. The deficit is not the numbers that's posted on the actual website. The purchasing power of the U.S. dollar, we're more like at 275 trillion. That's with a T, trillion dollars in debt, as what they consider to be a constitutional power or a world power. And if it was so, like China right now, China actually, they have sold a lot of lands. I don't know the specific amount. I just know it's a large amount, through the embargo and through the import export. Um, yeah, they're in high water in debt with so-called not China, but the Republic. What is that? How that shit go? Like it's two Chinas. So you got the People's Republic of China, and then you have another authority which the president is on, based off my understanding. And so, but all the currencies, it's not just the U.S. currency. It's not just the dollar bill per se. It's all of them. That's why they purchased, what was that? $200 billion in gold. It is in a reserve bank, the Republican Bank of China or some shit. And then we still got that gold problem with Venezuela. Supposedly, it's supposed to be a gold problem. But that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get a stronghold on all intangible assets. Gold, silver, diamonds, minerals, even water, right? The bridges, the infrastructure. They're getting a stronghold. I don't know. I have my assumptions of how they're gonna roll it out. I never wanted to jump to conclusions, but I really believe that they're going to use a foreign army. Because even though people have different thought processes or a lack of education of some sort, I still believe that people. I would hope that most wouldn't, turn against their own families. That's what I would hope, and that's wishful thinking, you know. But I believe that's the reason why it's always been a soft form of martial law. There's always been a soft form, you know. I think it's going to become very intensified. Like the Dixiecrats, if they do maintain the chair of presidency, we up shit creeks without a paddle. Firearms, the sale tax that took place, or the increase of the sale tax for firearms that took place mid this year, and ammo. Um, it's even a reason why you see a lot of the paleface militia. They trying to rock some protests too, because they like, well, wait a minute. Yeah, so I don't believe that it's a colored thing as much as it is a state versus the civilian thing, if that makes sense. But I yield that. I wonder, does anybody still recall how to make pemmican? or is anyone aware what is pemmican? Um, how to can, how to preserve food, um, how to preserve eggs. You think it's a banking war, Eagle? Yeah, yeah, I'm with you on that. Partially, partially. Classism or classism. Okay, classism. Okay, yeah, classification. Um, there's a uh, well, there's only two classes. There's really no middle class no more to speak of. I mean, when you look at it, the middle class gets hit the hardest as far as taxes go. Um, and if the Democrats get in there, they're gonna get hit even harder. Depopulation agenda, yeah, I like that one. I like that. Yeah, yeah, we just got to make sure and ensure that we do what we have to do in order to be on the right side of that, in my personal opinion. Okay, wait a minute. This is jumping. Hold on. Let me see. What was the next one? Uh, most wars are bear wars. If you have a Fed, you have a wartime economy. True. That's true. But this is not over economy. If they tell you we're going out, and this is just my opinion, I'm not, going against anybody's information. But if they tell you that they're going to put your hard-earned money on a microchip or some type of, uh, Bitcoin or cryptocurrency type of situation, okay, how do you determine? You take all authority out your hands. You take all power out your hands, right? Right. Your money is not the money that you have in the bank. The money is the money that you have in your hand. Just in my personal opinion. Hardline, what do you say? There's a Fed on just about every land. Yeah, yeah. And let's deal with the word for a second. Fed, right? Like we think Fed means federal. It has no part to play. It's not even joint. It's some bullshit. Indeed, only a few countries do not have one, such as I can't think of one. I can anybody fill me in with that? Like, who don't have a Fed? Right, that part. I seen a earlier comment that says money is just something that they make. We don't make it. And until we learn how to make a printing press, cyborgs, AI will be working. So, what is human labor at this point when they got everything chipped and running automatic? That's a fact. That's a fact, doctor. That's a fact. Um, yeah, very spooky, very interesting. Um, very, very disturbing point. Um, yeah, I'm gonna just leave it at that. North Korea doesn't. Oh, okay, but they under dictatorship, right? Or no? The Ivy League schools are saying by 2030 most jobs will be automatic. Hell, they already are. I mean, the ones that's left anyway, right? I don't. What's this? NK. North Korea doesn't. Neither does Iran. Iran. Well, hell no. Well, no, I take that back. Oh no, they don't have a Fed. That's right. That's right. They got a parliament or something, or no? What is that? The Muslim Brotherhood or some shit? Some crazy shit they got. That's why they are after Iran. Well, honestly, I think it's too. You know how the divide and conquer type of situation. Well, if they always putting like we think of Democrats and Republicans, right? And we think that they're against each other, but they actually have the same agenda. They're just coming from two different points of view, right? And so when I believe that like when we find ourselves in these war conflicts, I think the conflict has an overall agenda. Like you have the new world order over here, right? But then you got the old order over here, right? And I think in sequence, right, when you think about the Bilderbergers, the Rockefellers, when you think about these wealthy families, right? I think that they all some way work hand in hand. What's it says? Democrats want war with Iran. What they say? Now they would get it. And of course, will leave central banks behind for them to. Okay. Heartline 100 is a halt. Let me see. Yep. The country Obama attacked were last on the list, I think. Huh. Backstage. Libra Sun's backstage, Chief. Yeah. Um Anybody read that William Cooper Behold the Horse? The Pope gave them the power and the doctrine. Wait a minute, hold on. Of discovery. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Let me see. One more country gas to fall to complete the seven. Oh, the total seven countries. Okay, I got you. I got you.
Man, peace,
Right.
peace, peace to the God, man.
Peace.
What's
Peace,
good
brother.
with you?
Oh, brother, just going through the comment section, just vibing, freelancing, taking in all of these jewels that was dropped today, and hopefully the brother, Robert Rand, yeah, hopefully he
Yeah,
got what he needed,
yeah. It seems. I mean, that just kind of lets you know what we're dealing with on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Righteous.
So, yeah, that's what we be
So
dealing with.
what's your thoughts about this black bank?
The black what?
The black banking order system, as far as the economy, the way that it's going, the wars, the status of our people. What What's your answer?
Well, I mean, it's about controlling the resources. If you control the resources, you control the people.
Righteous.
Really, just that simple.
Now, when you say resources, right? Because as it currently stands, it's under their authority. So, how do you regain control over those in particular resources? Or what would be an idea?
Well, the way the system works, it requires participation.
Righteous.
And not just from one group, but for all groups.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because the way it's done, you got whereas, I heard someone talking about earlier about what people would do for a job,
Right.
what they
Right.
would do for employment, and they will put that above anything else, and that's what they use against you. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Exactly. So, is there any way for us as Aborigines? Is there any way for us to come up with another form of currency to do business amongst each other? Like just to make
Well,
something.
I got you right. Well, it's
Mm,
it's all it's all in how you look at it, because you have what is the if you're talking about doing things within the matrix or doing things outside of the matrix. You know what I'm
oh,
saying? So,
definitely outside. Definitely
oh,
outside.
okay. Well,
Hmm.
if you're doing it outside the matrix, then you don't necessarily need currency per se. You know what I
Okay.
mean?
Can you elaborate on that just a little bit?
Well, it depends on how you're set up. As a, let's just say, uh, a community, or let's say a town, right?
Okay, there you go. Okay.
All right. Now you can have a town set up whereas everyone contributes um, in some form to the operation of the town,
Righteous. Righteous.
right? And by doing so, you don't really have to have any type of currency because, say, for an example, if you were a teacher, your job would
Hmm.
be to teach, right?
Right. Right.
And you don't have to worry about room and board. You don't have to worry about food. You don't have to worry about clothing
Exactly.
because people that do other jobs will provide that service. You know what I'm
Correct.
saying?
Correct.
You will have people that grow food. You will have people that cook food. You have people that can make clothing, shoes, etc.
Hmm.
Um,
Hmm.
but the only thing is that you have to create an industry that you're going to trade with. You
Exactly.
know what I'm saying? So
But we
say
have
like,
that industry. We have that industry. Like everything that we need as far as natural resources. Now we don't have the agreement per se, but like i.e. Canada, right? It's Aborigines in Canada, right? Right?
yeah,
South
yeah,
America, right? Right?
yeah.
There's companies in South America or what's considered to be Mexico and further south, and you know, I yeah, continue.
Well, I guess what I was trying to really say was that you have to be able to have something to leverage. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right.
Um, so
And
your
what
inter
what is that currency? What is that?
well, I just explained it, right? And
Hmm.
because your internal the way you work internally is not the same as you work externally. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. All right. All right. All
So
right.
so your
Okay.
your external would be doing business with everyone else. You see what I mean?
Okay.
So
Okay.
that would be your external component. Now that's where you would provide to the rest of the world. and then you would be building leverage from that. You know what I'm saying? Whereas you can make sure that you have enough resources to do whatever your industry that you decide to do. You know what I'm saying? Say for an example, if you have an industry making underwear, right?
Right.
You providing underwear for everybody in the world. I mean, that's your market anyway.
Right.
So by doing so, you're interacting with the world and you're taking in the world's currency, and then you can use that and you can exchange it for something else. You know what I'm saying? That's going to
Right.
give you the leverage you need to keep your industry going.
Now, let me ask you this. Based off of that intelligence, okay, I have a common currency, right? And the common currency is, and from a business aspect, it's food and water, right? Fresh drinking water, fresh
Okay.
bathing water, right?
Okay.
And uh, anywhere you go, and anyone who walks this in this world, right? They need to nourish themselves. They need to eat, right?
Right.
Um, everyone needs water, right? Um, so that returning back to that or getting a business established out of that per se would probably be more economical and um what is it? I had it earlier today. Advertisement. Advertisement is a big key. Um, networking, communications, transportation. That's a big some major factors. Um, but just to get a foot off the ground, as far as you spoke of community, right? um, like I said, I've been doing some extensive research, and I've seen what they call ghost towns in pretty much every region of the 48 states within, I guess, the mother hub of the North Americas. And with a little bit of work, a little bit refurbishing, a little bit of construction, right? Why not take over a town with structure? Um, you know, uh, trades, as you spoke of, um, electricians, plumbers, carpenters, framers. Um, yeah, I mean, and then you also have to, like, in my sense, I've never told no one you couldn't build anything. I just said you have to have something around that to protect that you're trying to build. And it can't be just anything that's made up. It's a reason why, the US, in my opinion, the US is feared by a lot of establishments. You know, even if we go back to what is that? Uh, to I think it's called Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Black Wall Street. Um, they admitted that they dropped bombs on our people. So if we could get a couple of pilots, uh, maybe a air base or something like that, it doesn't take full out a declarance of war, but based off of how they treated us, with their workings, we got to outmaneuver them. And that's just in my personal opinion. I yield back.
I mean, yeah, I mean you absolutely correct, but it's like this. Um, those days are gone. You know what I'm saying? The those days of them having that ability to do what they did to those people, that shit is over. They can't. They're not about to do that shit no more. You know what I'm saying? Because it would be it would be adversely different to try to do some shit like that now. And I know that they've done that in the past, but it wouldn't be advantageous for them to try some shit like that now. You know what I'm saying? But as long as they have our minds wrapped up into that type of shit, be too scared to do anything, then this is what that is what that was all for. It's all to build that psychological effect, to have that psychological effect on our people, and that's it's called psychological genocide. You know what I'm saying? Where we in a position where we feel that we can't build and we can't do things that we used to do in the past based on them doing something to stop us or trying to stop us and all that. You know what I'm saying? And it's more psychological than anything. You know what I'm saying?
So true, so true. I think that they their bark is much louder than their bite, or their arms don't extend as far as they want you to believe. I even looked at what they called the census, right? And of course, they got us down as minority, right? And they said it was what, like 50, 60 mil, somewhere in there.
I'm glad you even mentioning that, bro. I'm glad that you mentioned that, right? Because the other day we looked up a couple of things, right? We were I was actually reading the 1828 dictionary, and I happened to look up race.
Right.
In the 1828 dictionary.
Right. Yep. I was on with you. Yep.
You was on with us, right?
Yep.
So you know that at that particular time, race did not mean what they said it meant.
Correct. Absolutely.
So now we have to look at the census records or any other record that tries to portray race as something different.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And now we have to be suspect that has, that was probably counterfeit information. That is probably fake documentation. Because their concept of race is not what they're claiming it is now. They didn't have a same concept. So how can it be used at a certain point in time when that concept was not around?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So now we have to look at documentation and, where it says race. I mean, if it's before 1828, how could that be when the concept of race was different? So we have to explore that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have to look at it and say, you know what? This documentation may not be legit.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying?
Correct. And just to add, or just to drop a little extra ingredient in this recipe, I had also came across something that was quite disturbing, and I don't know if everybody is familiar with this, but this post-traumatic stress syndrome, i.e., ex-military or vet of the military forces, right? So I was watching this documentary, and it was talking about these returning vets and how they suffer from this war of post-traumatic stress syndrome, but they have isolated themselves, and pretty much they're going into the forest and to the forest areas or the highlands, and they're isolating themselves from general population. And it got me to thinking for a little bit, right? Like, okay, that's the story that they spun, right? But just commonly thinking, and I'm like, well, where's all these wildfires coming from? In sporadic places. California's burning down. Colorado. And it's like the vegetation can't be that dry. I mean, it's been the same vegetation or the same earth. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm like, okay, so are these people actually being used as agents to conduct these actual fires? To drive out the wildlife, to drive out um, certain areas of residential or community areas. You know, I don't know. It was just a thought,
I mean,
but
you definitely taking everything in consideration. You definitely can't take it off the table. That's for sure.
right,
You
right.
know what I'm saying? You can't put it. You can't put anything past them. You know,
Mm,
you can't put anything past them. But it's man, it's definitely MK Ultra. At its
right,
finest right now. You know what I'm saying?
right,
So
right,
and it's affecting everybody in every facet of life. And and it was a prime example. With the guy that came on earlier tonight. And it's
hmm
like this guy had zero. When I say zero, I mean zero proof.
right,
You know what I'm saying? That
right,
he was from where he said.
right.
And then on top of that, he gonna pick an American colony in Africa.
Exactly,
That'd
exactly.
be so crazy
Right,
to me. It's like,
right.
man, yeah, oh God, man, this
Yeah,
is this is
it's a
insane,
psychosis.
bro.
It's a
It is,
psychosis.
and it's and then when you ask them about certain things that involve common sense, then they can't apply that, but they can talk about science, but they forget about the common sense part of science. That's why everybody
Right,
can't be a
right,
scientist. You know what I'm
right,
saying?
right, right.
And also, people shouldn't talk about science that has no experience dealing with science.
Right. That part.
I mean, I'm just being real.
Right. Recreate it then. Right.
I mean, the thing is, because they got these general terminologies, right? And
Hmm
they, asking about methodology and all that kind of shit. And
hmm
to somebody that don't practice, then they could all follow that same doctrine. But
Right.
if you actually practice science, then the first question would be that it depends on what you're trying to prove.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because you're going to use different methods to prove different things. So why would you just think you can use one methodology to prove something? That's impossible.
It's
You know
possible.
what I'm saying?
Correct.
And the thing is that they don't understand about laws is that laws have to do with application, right? Because
Correct.
you have to be able to, in order to prove something, you have to apply something to do it. You know what I'm saying? You have to have a means of doing it. And they always quick to say observation, but observation is just not as simple as watching something happen. That's not all that observation entails. You know what I'm saying? Say for an example, if you're trying to prove whether or not you got power going through a cable, right?
hmm hmm
There's ways to do that. There's a methodology to it, right? One is to get a multi-volt meter or multimeter, right?
Right.
And you can prove whether or not you have voltage, you can prove
Right.
amperage, you can prove resistance. You know what I'm saying? So you got all these different things you can prove um, with using a simple tool. You know what I'm saying? And
What's your thought or your thesis on global warming? What's your take on that?
man, it's kind of difficult being as though that a lot of water has been displaced.
Hmm
right? Like when you start building dams and stuff like that, you start displacing water and you start affecting the temperature in certain areas. You know what I'm saying? Because you might take a area that might have been submerged in water, now it's no longer submerged in water, then that's going to draw more heat to that particular area because it has no water to cool it down.
Okay, makes
You know what
sense.
I'm saying?
Do
Because they
you
have
think
to
it's
understand,
a little
huh?
deeper than that?
Well, it's
Would
just
you?
you have to look at it. You have to look at the planet as being a system, right?
Right,
It's a
right.
whole system. So when you start tampering with the system, then you're going to
Hmm.
have adverse effect. You
Exactly.
know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
It's just
Exactly.
like the
And
same as, cutting off a switch. You know what I'm saying? It's like this
right.
switch been on for a reason, but now you cut it off.
Exactly.
So it's going to have an effect. You know what I'm saying? So, when people look at things, they have to look at things as a system and it all works together. So when you start tampering with certain things, you're stopping the flow. And when you
Correct.
stop the flow, you're going to heat up. You know what I'm saying?
Now, let me ask you this: Would you believe that it has something to do with the oil extractions of the earth? Would you believe that it has something to do with the diamonds and the gold and the silver being extracted from the earth?
Not necessarily so, right?
Okay.
Not
Okay.
necessarily because like I said, you have to look at things as a system, right? So
Hmm.
you know that it's two things that cool off, right? One is
Okay.
water and one is wind.
Okay.
They're natural cooling
Elements,
yeah,
right? Okay.
naturally. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Um so, once you start tampering with those things, man, then your ability to cool off is going to change. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Okay. But would you consider and just a question, would you consider oil being like the blood of the actual lands?
I can't be sure what it is exactly, but I would imagine that it has some adverse effect.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? Because if it
Okay.
was in the ground, there's got to be a
Uh-huh.
reason that it was in there.
Okay.
You know what I'm
Now
saying?
gold. Now the gold and the silver, right?
Hmm.
Because like all of our electronics, right? All of our it has some specks of gold within the disk or the drive. I'm not quite sure which. Uh, I'm not an IT tech or computer,
Yeah, it's
but
yeah.
but
I know what you mean.
okay. So if that sends off a electrical frequency, right? Um, and then we do know that lasers were the applications of laser or laser lights come from crystals and i.e. diamonds, things of that nature.
Hmm.
And then, like you stated before, the water, displacement of water. Um, you know,
Well,
I think it all takes effect in some shape, fashion,
yeah,
form of.
I'm sure it does have some type of effect to it.
Mhm.
But if you look at like gold is a conductor, right?
Okay.
So we
Okay.
know that gold is used to conduct electricity,
Correct.
okay? And it doesn't corrode. You know what I'm
Correct.
saying? And the
Correct.
thing is, whenever you're dealing with conductors, metals that conduct electricity, you have to worry about, how they, first of all, how well they conduct, right? Because they all have a rating in which what percentage they can conduct. You know, they have I guess you can say a fixed a fixed resistance,
Okay. Yep.
right?
Resistors. Yep. See that in the
Now
chat.
resistance, right?
Okay.
Resistance, it like if you take electricity, resistance would be resistance to the free flow of electrons.
Okay. Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm following. Yep.
So it has a certain resistance level in them, and some metals they conduct better than other metals because of the properties they possess, where it has minimal resistance and also the ability not to corrode. You know what I'm saying? So all that makes a difference.
Okay. It says gold is found. Comment section says the gold is found in the resistors slash motherboard and etc. Okay.
Well, it's
Absolutely.
a conductor. Anywhere you have um, that path of electricity, you have to have wire. You have to have a conductor.
But that's copper though, correct?
Now that's any metal.
Oh,
Any
okay.
metal,
Okay.
any
Okay.
metal can be used as a conductor.
Okay. Okay.
But for certain things, um, certain items that you have in your electrical circuit, you might want it to conduct with, like I said, the least amount of resistance and the ability not to corrode or to hold up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Without breaking
Right.
down. To hold up
Right.
without breaking down.
And
So that.
honestly, I've seen a couple of other videos as well, and I'm still diving off into the information, so don't quote this as fact. But I seen where you can take uh, ordinary metals, such as copper, such as aluminum. Um, I don't know the actual recipe for it. What's going on, brother? Good. Um, you could take these metals and you can actually create uh gold. You can actually recreate gold. Now I don't know the weight of it or the actual
Well, it would. The only thing you can do with that is it would have to have the same elements, right?
mhm, mhm.
And I, I I find it. I mean, you would have to really be able to change one element into another element in order for that. That's what alchemy is really all about.
Right.
Being able to manipulate manipulate the different elements. That's all alchemy is. Being
Okay.
able to manipulate elements, right?
Okay.
Um, People have been trying to do that since for a good while now, trying to
Okay.
recreate it. But I mean, I wouldn't have that much information as far as
Right.
how to
Right.
do that.
Right. Well, the reason why I bring that up is because like in my walk and in my belief, I believe that at one time or another, um, especially with our ancestors, I believe that they had capabilities that are not spoke upon. I believe that we were able to unite ourselves almost like, I don't know your age, but you probably remember a cartoon show called Captain Planet, where you use all five elements and
Yeah, I vaguely remembered. I
right.
didn't watch it, but I
Right.
but I heard about it at
Right.
some time. I don't know.
Right.
What year was
I
it
think
out? Like,
I think we had like weaponry that like super exceeds the weaponry that we have now that's accessible now. And I think that was because of our uh, our connection with Mother Earth, with you know a higher power. I don't think we were just just farmers and things of that nature. I believe that we had like a greater sense to be those gods, right? Right? Because the other
yeah,
nations you know, to be those guys, you had to do something that made that a fact, right? And
Yeah.
so I think that's more so of what we've been robbed of, because even what we're speaking about now, you know, you know, building communities, putting up a resistance, protecting our families, our nation. Um,
Mhm.
I and also restoring order and high praise to the ancestors. I really believe that we really have to do some searching in our history, you know, returning back to the ways of old, you know, returning back to the wisdom of our ancestors, right? Finding out those things that were once hidden away from us, you know, because I think that is the key to receiving our inheritance. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I guess that's hard to say, um, because we don't even have right now. It's just the difficult part would be having access to those ruins.
Doctor Kadar, he said X-Men.
Oh,
I hope
okay.
I said that right.
So Chief Farms, peace to the God, man. You can get on in
Peace,
this
peace,
conversation. What's good with you?
peace, peace. What's up with y'all, man? You know what I'm saying? I just want to see if I can flip it up a little bit, man, and talk about some look unity and organization type stuff.
Yep.
By all means,
Yeah,
bro.
peace. I was just wondering if we were looking to, as a group, you know what I'm saying, get together for the new year, which would be in spring, you know what I'm saying? And we knew a brother, you know what I'm saying, who wanted to have an event. You know what? Being honest with me, brothers, you know what I'm saying? What do y'all think of some things we could do, you know what I'm saying, to make it a good event to where we can build, you know what I'm saying? Because that's what I would like to see, a good event to where we can all link up and build. You know what I'm saying? And recently I acquired some land, so I'm trying to see if I can link up with some brothers and we can put something together, because this is a good time out there to have an event if we're gonna do something.
Right.
I feel you, bro. Man, I mean, be there or be square. You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
For
That's
sure, for sure.
that's all it really takes, man. I mean, the biggest effort is just to be there. And once people start doing that, then the rest is not that hard. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I
Correct.
was thinking about doing something with the kids too, man. To where, you know what I'm saying, an event to where we can bring out the kids. And you know
Family,
what I'm
bro.
saying?
Yeah,
Yeah, man. And we
yeah,
can really do something, you know what I'm saying, for the new year
yeah.
and really bring it in right, you know?
Hey, bro. I mean, that's what's up. You know what I'm saying? Um, the what I would suggest, depending on where you're located, is to try to find out who's in your area. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I
Um,
mean, the
that's where you
farm in
start.
Arkansas. But I ain't gonna lie, I ain't been hearing a lot of brothers from Arkansas up in the groups. You know what
I
I'm
mean,
saying?
you
I'm from
never know. You never know. You know what I'm saying? And I'm
Absolutely.
sure it's some nearby.
He say
What's the
we wore
nearby
copper
state?
bracelets.
Yeah, you got some
Arkansas,
nearby states too.
Texas, Tennessee.
There you go, bro. It's a lot of people from Tennessee and Texas. A
Yeah.
lot of people, bro. Yeah, man. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? You just gotta put that energy out there, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Tell them stand up. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Say,
Yeah.
look, I'm doing this such and such a date here in Arkansas. You know what I'm saying? This is my email. Get with me. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's all. That's all you
Yeah.
do.
And
And
where
just to
y'all
add to
brothers
that,
at?
Right now, I'm
say
in
again,
Maryland.
Okay, okay. That's what's up.
Yeah, yeah.
Vegas.
So,
This was a
yeah.
this
But just to add to that, charity starts at home, you know. Um, and it seems like you're on the right track.
Yeah, exactly. I'm
With your
trying to put
movie,
together our family reunion out there too. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I like you said that charity starts at home. I'm trying to talking to my family. We trying to put together a family reunion so we can have that. And that's why I'm like, man, another event with the other family. You know what I'm saying? To be good. You know what I'm saying? After all, you know what I'm saying? To see all that pop up because I'm with you. Charity starts at home. You know what I'm
right?
saying? For sure.
And as long as you twisting up those hair strings to make that strong mighty braid, I think that will probably be the best way that you could go forth. And then again, making yourself available for the brethren and the sisters to contact you, and it'll come, it'll come. Just got to be patient.
Yeah, yeah. And then, cause you know what I'm saying, I got a lot of little cool stuff with the farming that I love to show everybody. You know what I'm saying? What I'm on, and of course, push my products. But you know what I'm saying? I do honeybee farming, and I'm looking into the chicken and pigs. We getting them this month. So you know what I'm saying? That we plan the event. Hopefully by then, you know what I'm saying, I can show everybody who, you know what I'm saying, interested in having these animals. Hey, here they go right here. You know what I'm saying? And we can, talk about, like I say, man, go over a lot of stuff for the kids. That's what I think we lacking most in this community. A real building way with kids. Because I think if we focus on educating the next generation and a plan and at the same time building amongst each other, that'll be our keys to success. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Well, just put it this way: it's a lot. It's a lot that need to be done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Um, so it's all in and what you how you see yourself in the future. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what it's about.
Yeah.
Um,
So that's a good question. How do you brothers see? Thank you. I'm glad you said that, brother. How do you see if you don't mind me asking, how do you see yourself 2 years from now? Joe Biden been in office 2 years. What do you think? See us as a community 2 years from now?
You want to go first, brother?
you can take it first.
Well, me myself personally, and I hate to be the dark cloud, but honestly, I don't even see myself here in the flesh form, if you will. Maybe extended on because I have a strong inner sense that uh, there's going to be some type of conflict in the near future. So, um, and you know, that's just my take. That's not for the family. That's not for the nation. Is That's just my perception. That's what I see. So I'm preparing for my ultimate exodus, and I'm trying to establish a lifeline and an education for my children and a trust for my children, so they never have to experience the type of life that I once did. But I yield back.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. Um, yeah, I mean, time is infinite. You know what I mean? I got kids and I got grandkids. So
Mm-hmm.
only thing that I see in the near future is being able to find ways to secure their future. You know what I'm saying? So that's my mission by any means necessary. You know what I mean?
Righteous, righteous.
Trying to find a way to secure them a future because when it's all said and done, that is your future. Your your descendants are your future.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And hopefully you can leave something that they can build from. and they can take it to the next level. But, you know, sometimes you got to build that foundation first.
Exactly.
Give them something to work with. That's all. Give them a good assist. You understand me?
Right.
Yeah. But I ain't gonna lie though. Lately I've been thinking, man, I guess what I'm trying to say is something that would go along well with it is, man, creating a network and a plan for these kids. You know what I'm saying? So they ain't all lost in the sauce. You know what I'm saying? Because with new technology developments and things like that coming online, man, I just feel like if we keep these kids on Real Housewives of Atlanta and stuff like whatever Joe Biden finna do, because Lord knows he finna do something wild. You know what I'm saying? If we keep kids, man, centered in on that type of stuff, it leaves no room for them to focus on the future technologies that will free them in the future. You know what I'm saying? Because I think some of the things that held us back coming up in the era that, you know what I'm saying, we came up in was, like I say, take the internet, which is one of the largest things, plays a big part in our life today. However, growing up in the 90s, man, we had no idea this shit was coming. While white boys at that time were in school studying the net, already coming up with programs and apps, you know what I'm saying, to be marketable in the future, which is today. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, preparing the kids for the next wave, you know what I'm saying? Which is, in my opinion, way more valuable than, no, let me not lie. Land is the one of the most valuable things we could ever acquire. But to pair along with that is the information of what to do with the land. And like I heard the brother earlier speaking about when we were talking about resources, acquiring natural resources. Man, it's so many opportunities to use science to acquire natural resources. For example, right now it's a plant that produces rare metals. You know what I'm saying? There's only, from my research, one company in America that produces this plant and creates rare metals. Well, we know that rare metals are very, very valuable, and you know what I'm saying, we use them in everything we use today, from phones to whatever. You know what I'm saying? So my point is, jumping into a business like that is a good way out for us because it's a new industry. It gives us the opportunity to hop in, and you know what I'm saying, it ain't overcrowded. You know what I'm saying, and put these kids on something that they can make future profits off of, some kind of science. You know what I'm saying, to where, like I say, they can profit off of in the future, and it'll be something that's gonna be around for a minute. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I say, I think that's our biggest problem, not preparing for the industries that were coming today. You know what I'm saying? None of us, when growing up in the 90s, in the 80s, you know, I never heard anybody saying anything about, oh man, I'm preparing for the new technology, man, with the computers coming out. You know what I'm saying? I want to be one of the big tech people. I ain't never heard nothing like that because we weren't prepared. When the internet hit us, man, that shit hit us. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? Just preparing the next generation for the next wave. 'Cause we
Well,
got quantum computing. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
let me tell you this, bro. And you know, just understand this, bro. We invented the cell phone, bro. If it wasn't for us, they wouldn't even have computers, bro. So I can't really agree with that statement you said. Um, it just depends on where you are. You know what I'm saying? Like in different parts of the country, they do shit different. You know what I mean? You got some of our people, they way up on technology. You know, it's just a matter of us
Yeah,
just
where are
taking
people
it.
way up on tech? Where are we leading in technology? Please elaborate for me. So, because
Well,
I'm
this like you have to understand that we invented the cell phone. That was
yeah.
the start.
What do
You
you
know what I'm
mean about
saying?
that, bro? What do you mean? How so?
Because at first we only had radios, right? And
True.
they was trying to, and we had what was called a I don't know if you remember them years ago. They had these things that was called ah man, I can't think of the name of them, but it's where the shit. It was kind of that was a while ago.
You ain't
Um,
talking about like walkie-talkie next to your chirping or
nah, they had these little handheld devices
Beepers.
that you used to take notes on, right?
Oh, okay,
Oh, the
okay. I get
BlackBerry.
you.
No,
BlackBerry.
before the BlackBerry,
Not
before the BlackBerry.
little like the little pre-tablet like things or something like, right?
Yeah, I just can't think of the name of it right now though. But it
Not the
wasn't a
pages.
smartphone. It wasn't a
Not the
smartphone.
pages.
But what they did
Pages.
was they
Oh,
combined the
stop,
technologies together.
palettes. You talking about Palm palettes, ain't it?
Yeah. Remember those?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah. Okay, okay.
Yeah. So they took that technology and they combined them where they made it where because the guy that solved the problem, he was a radio technician. You know what I'm saying? And he found a way to integrate the two. You know what I'm saying? So not really, I mean, because at first it was more being able to integrate the cell system. You know what I'm saying? Because all it is a system that samples your voice. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
Mm-hmm.
I got a little bit of
I
a
just think of it like
curveball.
this. Somebody got to turn down their volume, right?
Just me, G.
Okay. So just think of it like this. If you into music, you know they had what they call samplers, right? I used to sample songs and sample beats from songs and
Willie got
stuff like that. That was the same thing they used to sample your voice.
drones. Are those
You know what I'm
drones
saying?
on the screen?
I don't know what's
Or
that.
Place Tech? Is that a drone or what is that?
Those look
I
like
can't even make
drones,
it out.
yeah. Those are
Oh,
drones.
okay, okay.
Yeah. So, but
Proceed.
yeah,
My bad.
so they figured out a way to do that. You know what I'm saying? Where they can sample your voice and just send it off. You know, and to break it down into basically ones and zeros. So you had what you call a modulator and a demodulator. You know what I'm saying? So they found a way to do it wirelessly.
Libra, what it do?
What's good, Chief?
Chilling, man. Hey, man, y'all about ready to shut it down?
It's on you, bro. I'm at work. Shit. I got to keep going. So yeah, man, you go do
It's
your
up to
thing,
you.
man.
Up to you, G.
Nah, you good to go, bro.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yep. Yep. You
Whatever.
I
you
know
you didn't.
I'm
I
a great host. I know how I know, I know how to
Uh,
bed, you know.
man, y'all be getting new recruits every couple of weeks, don't you? What is it? Every couple of months, a new
Seems
recruit
like
come
it,
up
man.
that's vowed to debunk you.
I don't
I
know what's
did have a
wrong with
little something that I wanted to add to that though, and I think that this is probably going to be key to get it up off the ground, and especially in a very expedient type of way. And I think us as a community, right? And this is not trying. I'm not trying to like get over on nobody or scam nobody, but in order for us to have a mission, to obtain anything, right? It's going to take finances, right? And if everyone contributes a little something, right? I'm not saying nothing extreme, right? Um, and if we can get people aboard to make that contribution, not for the good of someone, but i.e. like a treasury, or i.e. like a trust, or something of that nature, I think that would be a huge uh, door opener uh, for whatever way we decide to go with this thing, and I yield back.
Well, if everybody can get their money back from the church, that'll be a good start.
Well, I mean, if we got our numbers up, uh, again, I'm you saying, you know, get the
Hey,
numbers up to about a thousand people. right? $5, $10 a week. Hey, that's something to work with, you know. Um, I say again.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I agree with that too. And we can work on making products together. You know, I think Chief can make products too, like shirts and stuff, and do fundraisers, man. That type of stuff still go hard. You know what I'm saying? Do little events together and coordinate. You know what I'm saying? Do fundraising techniques to try to raise money for different programs we want to run, and start running the polls too, man. A lot of times we want to talk about shit too long instead of make moves on it.
Yeah. Um, and again, just like charity starts at home, education starts at home too. And right now is probably one of the most beneficial time to actually, uh, with this technology, because I believe that the technology uses us. We don't use it. There was no manuals handed out with this AI technology, right? You know, so I think we supposed to take it for what it is, know what it is, know how it's being used against us, and capitalize on that and reverse the plan. Like right now, we could get, you know, I could show youngsters how to, you know, fix on a car, become an auto mechanic. I.e., uh, what's that? Homemade wood shop. Um, and not just us per se, but sometimes we got to reach up in order to reach back, right? And so if we actually include the ancestors that have been forgot about, and we make that connection with the youth, that makes us a nation, right? That's where it's at. It's not on one someone or one generation. It's going to take all of us, and when we figure out how to line that up, I think it'll all come into sequence.
Yeah. Um, I mean, all that is good, man. You could, I mean, we have to be able to build institutions. You know what I'm saying? And because the thing is, man, it really boils down to commitment. You know, what will make a person be committed to the cause? You know what I'm saying? That's what it really. That's what it really takes.
Well, I think we halfway there. I mean, tonight's
Nah,
event was
man.
what,
Nah.
8 hours.
Just like when you were in school and they used to make you uh, put your hand over your heart and pledge allegiance. You know what I'm
All that
saying?
bullshit, right? Yeah,
You can call it that, but guess what? That shit is real. Um, because there's everybody has some level of commitment. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's
right,
to their companies, to
right,
their families, or to their
right,
people, or
right,
whatever the case may be, that has to be in place. You know what I'm saying? That has to be in place. So, other groups, they do that.
right.
Whether they force to do it or not, I don't know, right? I can't tell you whether they force to do it or not, but they have it. They have it
Well, that's the
in
well.
some
Before we
form.
start pledging allegiance to the flag, we have to form that constitution first, right? Right. We got to take that oath, right? Right. We got to know what we signing up for, right? And we need to know the consequences, right? uh, you know, uh, don't
And
mess
then
around and get court martialed.
right. But see, now we get into the real, this is the real
Right.
delicacy of the whole situation that people
Right.
seem to overlook. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying?
Hmm.
Because
Hmm.
at some particular point it does require all of these things. And that's the parts that people don't, they rather look away from, um, because it's one of those things where as long as you're not you don't you're not forced to do anything, then everything is good. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to really being committed to something, you know, it's easy
Oh,
for
well,
somebody to it's easy for somebody to not be committed.
right,
So as long as
right,
long as
exactly,
you're not
exactly,
long as that's not a requirement, everybody cool.
right,
You know what I'm
right,
saying? But when it comes to having to putting that commitment out, then now all of a sudden shit changes. You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
So, but I mean, only the dedicated will make it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
In the long run. So it is what it is. And it's kind
And
of uncomfortable for some people to have that conversation, but that's the real deal.
exactly, exactly. And we had spoke with an elder on on uh on a different channel. Elder, I believe his name was Billy. But yeah, Elder was saying that we needed to come up with some type of guideline or format in a book form or some type of form. He actually mentioned book form, but I think it needs to be a more authentic way, a more attractive way than i.e. a book. But I need to come up with a guideline, a guideline, uh, to paint a picture, right? To paint a picture for the fortitude of the commitment, for the responsibility and i.e. the respectability, right? Um, yes, a lot of this is posed on, the strangers, which I call them, um, but a lot of this is inner doing as well. Um, and so once we get beyond that and we start having respect and honor for ourselves again, and we stop playing victim and know that we are gods and start conducting ourselves as such, and that goes from the males to the females, right? From the kings to the goddesses, right? Right? It goes hand in hand. And repair. Yes, we need some repair as people. Um, and that's just from my viewpoint, or my vantage point of what I see. I yield back.
I feel you on that. You know, but I mean, in order to get that repair, you're gonna have some sort of you need some degrees of separation. You know what I mean? Gotta have some degrees of separation so we can so people can separate their minds from the folly of colonization. You know what I'm saying? Got to be able to have some separation to get your mind right and to be able to, build resources. So it's a lot of work that needs to be done. So if everybody get in their lane and just do what they can do, then it'll all work out in the end. Instead of people trying to get in the way of other people's progress, you know what I mean? So that's what it's like for me. Like if you're capable of doing something, you have some skill set, get together with other people with skill sets and make some shit happen. Everybody still there? Check 1, 2.
Check. Yeah, we still here.
I think she's the one ain't coming up.
Got me.
What's all this? Hold on, huh? Yeah, Chief, you had something to add? Chief.
Yo. Hey, man. Yeah. Hey, well, it's been fun, y'all. It's been very
Yeah.
fun. This evening.
That's for sure.
And, oh, damn it. I just don't want me to be on here tonight. It does not.
Yeah.
Chief, do you do speaking engagements, Chief?
Yep.
Yeah, man. I need you will drop the your email in the link, man. I need to holler at you about speaking, man. I want you to come out and speak.
What part of Arkansas are you in, brother?
Man, the farm in Fordyce, Arkansas. I'm from Memphis, but my farm in Fordyce.
What you call that? Fort what?
Oh, Fordyce. It's by Pine Bluff. Right by Pine Bluff.
All right. Shout out to Arkansas, man.
Yeah, shout out, man.
Great state of Arkansas.
All the hot springs here too, man. All the good water, hot springs, man. Good land I heard you.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. Can't wait to get out there again. Yeah, man, definitely. We'll link up. I'm at chiefholiday@gmail.com, man. Anybody want to link up, man?
For sure.
But absolutely, bro. We can definitely get to that. Y'all got anything else, man, before we get up out of here?
No, man. Peace and prosperity to the American gods and goddesses. That's about it. Catch you on the next one.
All right. Yeah, that was the grand jury. You know, we got Sister Janice tomorrow and the Empresses, so stay tuned for that.
That's what's up.
Hey, yeah. Peace to everybody, man. And we're gonna get up out of here, man. Catch y'all in the morning. I'm sure AP gonna be going live a couple hours.
Yeah. Love and peace, man. Y'all peace.
All right, you too, man. Appreciate you coming through, sharing with us, bro. All right, Libra. Hey, you already know, man. AmericanAboriginalShoes.com. WeAre2am.com. Man, if there's anything, man, Aborigines, man, support, man, Chickahominy Roots, everybody, man, supporting everybody, man, that's putting in work, man. And like I said, we definitely appreciate everybody, man, that give us your time, man. You know, that's one thing we can't get back. So peace to everybody. Come on and share with us as well and put in the chat room. We appreciate y'all. It's peace and love. We out.